2 minutes shy of the top of the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Good morning to you. I'm Jeanette Francine here with you on this Thursday. It is February 6th, and we have a lot of top stories and headlines to get to on this Thursday morning, ranging from all of the information you need to know. It takes us out to New Orleans as we are following the very latest of Super Bowl 59. We'll have pressers throughout the day getting you excited for the big matchup on Sunday. We're also following winter weather alerts. Take a live look at our XRAD system. This is the system we use here on LiveNOW from Fox to stay updated and informed with all weather-related events, winter storm warnings, also ice warnings. On this Thursday, we'll be checking in with our Fox content partners throughout the morning, starting with Fox 5 New York, Haley Fixler, to join us bright and early in a few minutes to let us know about weather conditions in the Big Apple. We're also following the very latest in your political headlines. I want you to take a look at your screen. Chad Pergram putting this out early this Thursday. He's saying the House is expected to vote today on a bill to permanently classify fentanyl-related substances as Schedule 1 drugs, the strictest category. And as you all know, the House and Senate have been keeping a close eye on fentanyl for several years now. We're also following the very latest of the Trump presidency. We know that President Donald Trump put this out on X saying, quote, "We're putting every school receiving taxpayer dollars on notice that if you let men take over women's sports teams or invade your locker rooms, you will be investigated for violations of Title IX and risk your federal funding." That coming from President Donald Trump. Of course, he did sign that executive order banning transgender athletes from participating in women's and girls sports. A lot to get to on this Thursday. Right now, I want to take you out to Capitol Hill, giving you a live look at the U.S. Capitol as right now underway a live event. The Senate, they have been meeting overnight and into these early morning hours, debating several topics as it relates to the Trump administration, but also debating the Russell Vought nomination. Let's listen in.
Any kind of law enforcement action against Republicans. And so maybe this conversation would be a little bit less frantic. The moment would feel a little bit less urgent if you thought that the president was seizing control of federal spending for some halfway legitimate reason. But in fact, it looks as if President Trump is trying to seize control of federal spending for the exact reason that worried the founding fathers so much that they were explicit in the Constitution. No, the president cannot seize control of federal spending. It will lead to fraud, corruption, and ultimately the erosion and perhaps destruction of our democracy. The founding fathers worried every single day about writing a document that prevented a slide to despotism. And you can laugh that off as hyperbole. You can say that, Democrats are crying wolf. Of course, America is always going to be a democracy. Every democracy dies. It does. Every democracy has an expiration date, just like every civilization has an expiration date. There is an end, and there are a series of events that lead to that end. Maybe this isn't it, but boy, when you package the list that I will give you together, it looks suspiciously like the roadmaps that caused other democracies to fall, and it looks suspiciously like the set of things that our founding fathers were clear about protecting against. The second thing that matters is the president's decision to shutter certain departments. It has started with USAID. We spent some time talking tonight about what has happened at USAID. Absolutely extraordinary. This is the nonpartisan agency that fights for the United States abroad. Our military leaders, I suspect, most of which are Republicans, I don't really care, are fond of saying, if you get rid of USAID, if you were ever to stop paying for foreign aid, you'd have to double the number of bullets you buy us. Our military leaders consistently make the case for USAID because USAID is a partner with our military in preventing chaos and instability that ultimately leads to war and threats to U.S. troops. The Army and the Navy, the Air Force, they chase Chinese influence. They try to protect us from Russia, but so does USAID. China's power in the world is not just military power. Every nation's power is multifaceted. China, frankly, gets more influence in the world from its non-military tools than it gets from its military tools. China doesn't have the number of military partnerships that the United States does. In fact, it has very few. Its partnerships are information partnerships, technology partnerships, economic development partnerships. Those are the kind of tools that USAID has. And so when USAID just vanishes from the playing field, China wins, Russia wins, non-state terrorist groups win. One of the things USAID was doing in Lebanon was running a bunch of programming trying to depress Hezbollah's influence and trying to help stand up a government that was independent and free of terrorist influence. What was USAID doing in Mexico? Trying to build up the capability of law enforcement so the drug gangs that send fentanyl to the United States didn't control areas of Mexico, which allow them, without interruption or harassment, to be able to send fatal drugs like fentanyl to the United States. So there are things our military can do to advance U.S. power, but they can't do everything. And so USAID was doing those other things. And now that they are off the playing field, America is fundamentally weaker. That's the merit-based case for why it is a disaster for the United States and a gift to China and Russia and terrorist groups that USA has disappeared. But there is a clear legal and constitutional case. USAID is an agency established by statute. We passed a law establishing USAID. We pass a budget every year funding not just USAID, but specific accounts in USAID. A president of the United States cannot, by fiat, eliminate a statutorily authorized agency. That's what a monarch does. And you are already hearing that the Elon Musk crowd that so happily got rid of USAID is now talking about USAID as a verb. They're going to USAID the Department of Labor. They're going to USAID the Department of Education. They can't eliminate those departments from the statutes, but they could just send everybody home. That would be illegal. But they could just send everybody home. What a disaster it would be if the people that make sure that our factories are safe, that workers aren't abused by greedy corporations, all of a sudden don't show up to work. That's great for the companies and the corporations. That's terrible for workers. Pay attention to this effort to shut down agencies, because these agencies, well, certainly you can have a conversation about making them more efficient, provide essential services. The Department of Education provides essential services. 2/3 of our schools run on funds from the Department of Education. Disabled kids are protected because of laws administered by the Department of Education. The Department of Labor protects workers to make sure that they don't get run over and abused by companies. USAID protects America all over the world. There is a cost to Americans' pocketbooks, to the quality of life, to the defense of America when these agencies get shuttered. So you should pay attention to that. The third thing that you should pay
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, live events underway this Thursday morning, bright and early, 6:08 here on the East Coast, and a Senate debate underway on the Russell Vought nomination. They're also discussing concerns related to the Trump administration. Some few facts about what's going on. So Democrats have continued this overnight debate into these early morning hours this Thursday on the Russell Vought nomination. We know the Republican Senate Budget Committee voted 11-0 to advance Vaught's nomination. The vote on Vought is expected later today as he is vying for the White House Budget Director position. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with your top stories of the day, giving you a live look out in Westchester County. We'll be checking in with Fox 5 New York's Haley Fixler as winter weather is a top priority on this Thursday. People under winter advisories in several northeastern parts of the states. We'll be right back with the latest in just 2 quick minutes. .610 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Continuing with your top stories and headlines this Thursday morning, giving you a live look at our XRAD radar system as hazardous travel is possible during this Thursday morning commute, as an incoming winter storm is expected to bring a mixed bag of freezing rain, snow, sleet, and ice to the New York City area. Right now, we want to check in with Fox 5 New York's Haley Fixler. She's out on the roadways with her photographer. Haley, where are you right now, and what are conditions like?
Hey, good morning. Well, we're in Westchester County right now. Let me tell you, it is not so bad at the moment. Let me show you what we're dealing with. We are seeing that little bit of light snow rain mix coming down right now, but not a lot. Roads are wet, as you can see, but it's not so bad at all. And we have seen some salt spreaders going around both the city and in Westchester this morning, preparing for conditions later today. We've also seen some snow plows driving the streets. They, of course, are not plowing anything yet, although we are starting to notice that slight accumulation you can see on those cars and the sidewalks and the grass. We've also seen a couple of crews going out. They're shoveling the little bit of snow that's on the sidewalks just to prevent things from getting worse later today. But as you can tell, not so bad now, but we are going to keep driving around to check in on people's morning commutes.
Well, looking off to the side of your shot, Haley, we can definitely see some snow and ice accumulation. Really quickly, before you go, meteorologists, your team there with Fox 5, are you all expecting things to get better throughout the day or worse as temperatures may drop overnight?
Our meteorologists are expecting things to get a little bit worse during later today, but of course it is weather, so you're just going to have to stay up to date with your weather app and Fox 5.
All right, Haley Fixler, Fox 5 New York, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. You and your photographer, you all be safe out there on the roadways.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as we further discuss your weather-related headlines, take a look at your screen. NOAA Satellites putting this out on X moments ago. They say they are tracking the winter storm that is impacting the central and eastern U.S. this week. An ice storm warning is in effect for parts of the central Appalachians, and winter weather advisory stretch from Nebraska all the way to Massachusetts. Of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, we have you covered with all of your winter weather advisories. 6:13 here on the East Coast. Let's take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking you back out to Capitol Hill, a live event underway. Senator Chris Murphy still speaking as the Senate debate is underway on Russell Vaught's nomination. And of course, they are also discussing concerns related to the Trump administration. You all know, if you've been watching Live Now from Fox, there have been concerns from both sides of the aisle as it relates to some of those executive orders. Let's continue to listen in.
If you're just going to outsource all of your power to one man, it's not easy to become a United States Senator. Most people spend their entire career fighting to get this job. You got to do kind of ugly, distasteful things like sitting in a room raising money for hours on end in order to become a United States Senator. You have to give up all your weekends. You spend less time with your family. Why go through all of that if you're comfortable with not being in charge of spending, of endorsing the violation of the Constitution and the enshrinement of spending power in the hands of one person? There's really nothing left to do here. There's a lot less to do here if we don't decide how the taxpayer dollars are spent. But even more worrying to me is that it seems like we are getting out of the bipartisan business of caring about democratic norms. I am heartbroken that a lot of people I like and respect on the Republican side didn't stand up to the president when he pardoned The guys who entered this building and beat police officers over the head with poles. I'm even more heartbroken that many of my Republican colleagues endorsed it. And I don't understand why my Republican colleagues don't see the ways in which this seizure of power could be used for corruption, could be used so that the executive branch gets to shower favor on individuals and entities that are loyal to the administration while punishing individuals and entities that are not loyal to the administration. I'm heartbroken that my Republican colleagues don't have a problem with what's happening at the DOJ and the FBI. If you're an FBI agent and you investigated the people who attacked the Capitol, you shouldn't lose your job, and we should all be outraged over that. Not just because they were doing their job, but also because they were investigating a legitimately illegal action. Come on, we can't agree that the storming of the Capitol and the destruction of the Capitol and the attacks on police officers are out of bounds? Political violence is a real thing. We have had colleagues on both sides of the aisle that have been irreparably injured by would-be assassins, from Steve Scalise to Gabby Giffords. Just telling you, the temperature rose in this country when all of those rioters were let off the hook. So this is really important, that we raise the alarm as to what is happening in this country. You need to pay attention to the things that matter, and you need to understand the story. That story is about the wholesale transfer of power and wealth from average people to the billionaires and the millionaires. That story is about the destruction of democratic norms in a way that may be irreversible, if not abated, in the next few weeks or months. Russ Vought is the architect of those plans to erode our democracy and to transfer wealth to the very powerful. He does not deserve to be the director of the Office of Budget and Management, and I am very glad and proud of my colleagues for being on the floor all night to raise those concerns. I yield the floor.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank you. I want to thank all the folks on the floor from the parliamentarian's office, the floor clerks, for spending the night on this important effort. I want to thank you and your colleagues for occupying the chair, something I had the privilege of doing for the last 2 years. I want to thank my colleagues, particularly Senator Murphy, who's working the night shift along with Senator Schatz. And I share the concerns that I've heard Senator Murphy express about the peril of our democracy and the peril of the people that all of us represent. You know, my view here is that January 6th is not over. I was here that day, as I know you were, Mr. President, and Senator Murphy was. And I remember taking a walk in the morning from the Capitol right here, down past the Ellipse, where the President later that day spoke, to the Washington Monument, and then down to Lincoln Memorial. And I didn't have a sense of dread or anticipation of what ultimately happened that day. There were lots of people here who were supporters of President Trump. But, you know, I was looking at them as American citizens. I was nervous a little bit about the signs that were so aggressive. Hang Mike Pence, seeing a gallows that was put up outside the Capitol, seeing the signs about killing Nancy Pelosi. And, but I had an assumption that I think all of us had, is that it would be peaceful and orderly. And I never, ever anticipated that there would be a direct attack by a mob on the Capitol. And I don't think any of us were. On the other hand, my walk had ended before then President Trump, in his last days of office, he had 14 more days, had his rally at the Ellipse and encouraged people. He had invited them to come here and go wild. He said that he won the election. He had feverish activity in a number of states to try to assert that it was false electors. He filed, I don't know, 60 or 70 lawsuits, and they were all set aside, I think, except one on a minor technicality. The courts defended the outcome of the election. There was never any evidence that there was significant fraud that in any way affected the outcome of the election. That's not me saying it. That was then Attorney General Barr coming to the conclusion that there was no evidence whatsoever that there was widespread fraud or any kind of fraud that was substantial enough to affect the outcome of the election. So you had 67, 8, maybe 70 courts that rejected all the arguments that the Trump team made. You had his own Attorney General reject it. But despite that, you had intense efforts on the part of President Trump to convince people that he won when he lost. And it got so extreme that he got on the phone with the Secretary of State of Georgia and asked him to find him 11,000 plus votes to reverse the outcome of the election. He actually asked the Secretary of State to completely violate his oath of office and, quote, find me the votes. You just don't do that when your job, more than anything else as the President of the United States, is to respect the process of the citizens voting for who the next president will be. And that didn't stop after January 6th. When he got feverish calls from highly respected leaders here in the Capitol, Mr. President, you got to do something. That was after the invasion of the Senate, when Vice President Pence was actually in quite a bit of danger. In the stories are told that when the president was told that at the White House, he said, basically, why do I care? And that attitude persisted. It just went on and on and on. And while the president was in the White House, watching TV, watching things unfold, and there was incredible violence here. Many of us were in the building, and I was. I'll tell that story. I was in the House, and I was in the gallery. And the reason I was in the gallery as opposed to on the floor is, that, of course, that was COVID, so there was social distancing. So we were doing our business both in the floor and in the gallery. The gallery is probably the worst place to be in some ways because you couldn't get in and out with any kind of ease. And what I so vividly remember was a couple of things. One, we had the speaker in the chair, and we had no idea what was going on outside. You know, it was on TV apparently, but we weren't watching it. We were watching the floor activities. And suddenly, the speaker was interrupted when a Capitol police officer came on the floor and interrupted and shouted that the Capitol was under siege and we were to stay in place and that we were to take out the gas mask, breathing apparatus that were under the chairs and get ready to put those on. Now, one of the things we still have in the Senate and we had in the House was a sense of decorum. And there might be, in a fierce debate, some talking over one another on occasion, but the chair was always the person who was in charge. And suddenly, we had a police officer literally interrupting the proceedings of the House of Representatives. And I just thought to myself, how is this happening? And of course, he told us that we were under attack. We didn't know what that meant. I had taken that walk, a couple of hour walk earlier in the morning, and I saw a lot of very aggressive activity, but I thought it was peaceful. By the way, the one thing I did see that didn't mean all that much to me at the moment, but meant a lot to me after all the events unfolded, was there were about 3 groups of people that were marching in military formation, and they were singing anthems, which were pretty vulgar about what to do to Nancy Pelosi, but they were in a military lockstep. It was all civilians, or so I thought. But it was a formation that I later in the videos saw was used to overwhelm the Capitol Police, who were at the gates, the racks that were surrounding the Capitol. All very, very premeditated and practiced. It was a military kind of formation. So when we were in the going back to the gallery, we were all mystified what to do. We were apprehensive, obviously. And right after that officer spoke, I saw a couple of other Capitol Police come to the leaders, Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Hoyer. I was watching that side of the room, and I think, and Leader McCarthy as well, were just whisked out. They were just taken out. And then it was just silence, because the mob that ultimately attacked the House side had to get from this side of the Capitol, the Senate side, over there. And we watched and waited. And one of the things, and then we tried to go back in session, and Congressman McGovern took the chair and tried to proceed. And I think part of it was that even though the police officer had told us that the Capitol was under attack, we wanted to get our job done. It was January 6th. We had to certify the election. It's a pretty easy job, because our job is not to have a debate about who won the election. It's just to validate the vote of the citizens of the state we represent, so that their will be officially recorded, and the person that the people of this country and all our 50 states elected will be certified. Very, very simple. And as Mr. McGovern was attempting to proceed, there was more and more alarm. And I watched as our security staff began taking heavy furniture and putting it up as a barricade against the doors. And the doors I'm talking about are the ones that, the iconic doors, where when the President of the United States is escorted to the well of the House to give an address to a joint session of Congress, with the great ceremony and tradition that we have, is escorted over by the Sergeant-at-Arms, and who announces with great fanfare, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. Well, those doors are barricaded. And at this point, we all began to hear battering at the doors, those very doors, banging and banging and battering. And then I saw something else I'd never seen. I saw our security staff with guns out. I'd never seen that. And the banging on the door And then eventually the shattering of glass on these doors on the house side that are right over there, the comparable ones. And I saw this pole coming through the door itself where the person with the pole had managed to shatter that glass. And there were a number of us up there in the house. And all of us had different levels of fear. And one of the fears that I think a lot of us had is that this is possibly a mass shooting event. All of us know that the tragedy of modern life in this country is that their mass shooting events are all too common. But this is one of the most vivid memories I have. I was standing there and having no idea what was going to happen, but seeing that the police had their firearms out and hearing the glass shatter. And as I was looking at this and I was feeling actually personally fearful, as we all were, I had another feeling that was even more dominant than my apprehension about our safety. It was disbelief. Even as I was watching, even as I was experiencing this attack, the breaking of glass, the banging on the doors, the security folks putting up barricades, having guns out, I didn't believe that it was happening. I didn't believe it. And the reason I didn't believe it is that this is the United States of America. We have been able to enjoy something that apparently we took for granted for our nearly 250 years, and that's the peaceful transfer of power. That's the renunciation of violence as a means of affecting the outcome of election. It was shattered that day on January 6th. So, of course, later we found out that there was a huge mob outside, and they did an immense amount of damage. I know they came over here and ransacked the Senate and some of the offices, including the parliamentarian. We had police officers who died. We had many of our Capitol Police injured. And I want to just talk about one police officer who was in the Capitol with me. It was a young man. He was probably about 35, and I'd been talking to him a little bit. He had 2 kids. He commuted into work, and as many of the folks who work here, they can't live close by. It's too expensive. And they work hard, but it's a tough grind. You've got to commute maybe an hour in heavy traffic, coming in, coming out, especially folks with a young family. And he was literally standing over me when I was on the floor with his gun out. And as you know, in the gallery, it's like in the Senate chambers, there are all these doors around the gallery, and they were not all secure, although we did have some Capitol Police up there. And the apprehension all of us had at that point was that there was going to be a mob coming through those doors and attacking us directly. And this officer, a young man, had his weapon out. And he was intently surveilling. And I could just see, or maybe I'm imagining, what was going through his mind. The last thing in the world he wanted to do, the last thing, was to have to use that weapon on a fellow citizen who was in the Capitol. And I'm sure for all kinds of reasons. I mean, just think of the responsibility one has if their job is to protect members of Congress and the staff. And in the doing of that job, you actually have to make a decision to use your sidearm. and how traumatic that would be for the officer if he, in fact, had to do it. This person who has a family, who's working hard, whose partner is expecting him home in a matter of hours. Maybe he's going to pick up the milk or pick up his kid at school on the way home. I mean, all the activities of everyday life. That's what is important to all of us. But what I could see is that as horrible as it would be for him to have to take that action, if that's what was required, and in my case, I was the one he was really protecting. He did not want to do it, but I could just see he was determined to do whatever was required to protect us. You know, that's the point where I really got disgusted with the people who were attacking. Because I was wondering, how is it, you know, I get it, you think your guy won, and you're over the top here. You're actually showing up at the Capitol, and you know, some were violent, a lot were really violent, others were less so, but they obviously were part of a mob scene here. But what disturbed me was the lack of capacity on the part of the folks attacking the Capitol to experience or empathize or see the impact that their actions were having on everyday Americans, not us in Congress. They don't like us. They don't think we represent them. I get that. But what I don't understand is how a grievance you may have against members of Congress on that day, or the Vice President, or the actors who were going to actually do the certification, how you would allow yourself to be part of a group that did such harm to, in this case, that officer who was standing over me, to put him in such jeopardy, to cause him such anguish and trauma. You know, there's just no justification. We have an obligation to one another. As passionate as we may be about a political concern that we have, does it justify just treating with enormous disrespect, with physical violence, people who just aren't involved in it? They're just collateral damage. And then to think that while this was going on, President Trump was watching TV, and he was getting frantic calls from people like Kevin McCarthy, the leader, and others. Stop this. It's out of hand. You got to call him off. And he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. So that was a dark day. And it's not over. January 6th was the first time in our history where there was a mob attack like that on the Capitol by a group inspired by the President of the United States, where the purpose was to stop the Israeli clerical administrative process of certifying, not electing, but certifying the victor of the election for President of the United States. And what the President's team had done is cooked up a bunch of theories, all of which were dismissed by the court, to make it a case that the electors should be rejected and substitute electors provided to get an outcome that the person who lost the election wanted in order to claim that he won the election. But the fact that the President of the United States, who is the custodian really, and the one most representative of the whole people of the United States, and the need and importance of us having traditional commitment to the peaceful transfer of power, was rejecting that and encouraging people to act against that tradition. And he did an effective job in persuading a lot of people who supported him. And in fact, many of the folks who came on January 6th later testified that they thought the president wanted him here, and they believed the president when he said the election was stolen. There's an immense amount of power in that office and in the person of Donald Trump. So a lot of people who came here thought they were doing patriotic work. And then, of course, the Senate and the House reconvened, and we did certify the election. But the dispute continued. And many in this House and many in the Senate voted against certification. In my view, without any justification whatsoever. But there was enormous turmoil among the people of our country, because a lot of folks did believe, inspired by President Trump's assertions, that the election was, quote, rigged. And then, of course, after the certification and even the swearing in of President Biden, the continuing assertion by President Trump was that the election was stolen. He never stopped that narrative. And I'm not enough of a historian to know if what happened on January 20th with respect to the inauguration was unique. But President Trump did not show up. He did not sit on the dais. And the tradition that we've had, of course, in this country as part of the peaceful transfer of power is that the outgoing president does sit on the dais and acknowledge the arrival of the new president elected by the people. And it's a wonderful ceremony because it reminds us that the power that a president has is derived from the will of the people. And it's temporary. It's while that person is in office. They hold the power of that office until they don't. So I've been to a few inaugurations, and the only one I've been to where the outgoing president wasn't there was that one. You know, and another thing is so incredible. The first inauguration I went to was in '08, and of course that was George Bush, a transfer of power to Barack Obama. And the ceremony that I remember most vividly was not what happened on the dais in the taking of the oath by President Obama. It was after. You know, the president takes his oath. Following that, he comes into the building, the Capitol, and there's a dinner with legislative leaders and others, the guests of the president. And a lot of fanfare, a lot of people around. But after all that happens, on the East Steps, the president and First Lady, the Vice President, and the Second Lady at that time walked down the steps just themselves. And on each step is a uniformed military person from each one of the service branches. And there's not people out there. There's some press far away so they can record this. But my wife, Margaret, and I were out there watching, and I got a pretty good view because I was a member of Congress then. And they have the ceremony where the branches of the military, each of them, wears a uniform that goes back to when that branch of the service was originated. And they have a solemn parade past the president, the newly elected president. He's been president for an hour or 2 hours. And it's a beautiful thing to see.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. Underway right now, a Senate debate there at Capitol Hill related to Trump administration policies. Senator Peter Welch speaking now out of Vermont. On your screen right now. On the right side, we continue to follow other top stories this Thursday. That top right box, a live look at our X-RAD radar system. We use it here on Live Now to track the latest weather-related headlines. At this hour, over 100 million people under winter alerts, and you can see that with the white and red that continues to move along the northeast part of the country there. And then coming up at 8 o'clock, we are looking ahead here on Live Now from Fox. For many of you all, it's an anticipated event. We are looking ahead to the Capitol Prayer Breakfast. We know that President Donald Trump will be in attendance, expected to give remarks along with Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson. So we are keeping a close eye on that. Again, looking ahead to that event at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We're also looking ahead as House Speaker Johnson will hold a joint press conference with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That is slated for 1:25 p.m. Eastern Time. So from that Capitol Prayer Breakfast, Mike Johnson will have a very busy day to then meet with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. 6:49 here on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. 6:51 is the time here on the East Coast, and right now we want to transition to a breaking news headline coming into our Live Now from Fox studio. I want you to take a good look at your screen. Fox 11 LA putting this out moments ago on X. They say Irv Gotti, music producer who worked with Jay-Z, DMX, and Ashanti, dies at the age of 54. Now we know they've been working closely with TMZ to break this news. They say that music producer Irv Gotti, as I mentioned, known for his work with artists like Ja Rule, DMX, and Ashanti, has died at the age of 54. According to TMZ, Gotti, whose real name was Irving Domingo Lorenzo Jr., died Wednesday. Gotti, a New York City native, had been battling health problems since suffering a stroke back in 2024. Gotti had struggled with diabetes, which representatives say contributed to that stroke. The famed music producer spent part of his career at the music label Def Jam before launching his own label, Murder Inc., under the Def Jam umbrella. A lot of unknowns at this hour, which includes Gotti's cause of death. But of course, we are working with Fox 11 LA and our content partners at TMZ to learn more about this breaking news. Again, if you're just now tuning in, music producer Irv Gotti has died at the age of 54. Reports saying it happened Wednesday, but we're learning of it this Thursday morning. 6:52 is the time. We're going to go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we continue with your live events and top stories of your Thursday morning, we see that Senator Welch of Vermont is still at the podium as the Senate debate is underway on Trump administration policies. Let's continue to listen in.
We suspended all of our planned activities. We talked about furloughing our employees. Cash flow for a nonprofit like the Family Network is tight. We can't sustain a prolonged non-receipt of funding. Every day since Tuesday has been filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Steve Schmidt from Resonance. They do a lot of work with USAID. He told me 70% of our work is with the USAID in the State Department. Before the Secretary of State's and Secretary Marco Rubio's foreign assistance stop work order, 62 of those have now been laid off. This is in the inbox. You're not working anymore. It's no different than if we went home tonight, each one of us had a nice meal with our family, went to bed looking forward to resting and getting up and facing today, got up, and boom, in the inbox we're told, don't show up for work. So the two features that I've seen so far in this administration that really is a continuation of the January 6th ethic is a willingness to disregard the law, the shattering of norms, and a casual infliction of cruelty for no reason on everyday Americans who just want to keep doing the job that they have and do the work that needs to be done. So, Mr. President, I yield the balance of my time.
Do I say anything? Mr. President, thank you for being here. Thank you to the floor staff, to the clerk, the entire Capitol team here who's been here overnight. This is actually my first time that I've ever spoken on the floor. I'm a freshman senator, newly elected from the state of Michigan. I did not anticipate doing my maiden speech so quickly and in reaction to what is going on right now in the country. You know, they tell us that the maiden speech is supposed to be something you think about and you build up to it in the first 3 or 4 months. You give your first speech, and I find myself here early in the morning participating in an attempt to stand up on behalf of something very, very simple, which is the U.S. Constitution. Before I was a senator, I was a dedicated career public servant. I was a CIA officer. I'm what's called a 9/11 baby. I happened to be in New York City on my second day of graduate school when 9/11 happened. It completely changed my life. I got recruited by the CIA right out of grad school, and within a year, I was on my first of 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. I worked at the CIA, I worked at the Pentagon, and I worked very proudly for both Democratic and Republican administrations. I was detailed to the Bush White House, the George W. Bush White House. I was there the Friday that he left office and the Monday that Barack Obama walked in. I did the same job proudly for 2 very different presidents from 2 different parties. In those 2 administrations, I briefed the president and other senior officials on the most serious national security issues. I eventually went on to be nominated to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense. I was at the Pentagon for 7 years, and that's where I was until 2017. In 2018, I decided to run for Congress. This was never a body I was looking to be a part of. When you grow up in the national security world, briefing Congress, doing hearings, you're not often looking to be a part of this body. But to me, it was important to get in the fight for the country that I love. In 2018, I won my first race for Congress, and then just most recently won my race for the Senate. I am very keenly aware that I won as a Democrat on the same ballot as Donald Trump, right? So that means the very independently minded voters of Michigan voted for Donald Trump and Alyssa Slotkin on the same ballot. That gives me a very specific mandate. That means wherever I can, I'm going to be looking for places that I can work together, and on things like veterans issues or broadband internet, agriculture. But I think every day my challenge is going to be to figure out what are the things I have to compromise on and what are the things I should never compromise on. And in my short 30 days here, what has become clearer and clearer to me is that the issues that I should never compromise on go right to the heart of who we are as a people. That's our Constitution, our democracy, and our rights. And I think there's going to be plenty of areas where I can overlap with Trump policies, right? The auto industry, agriculture, dealing with China. I think there's going to be overlap. But what has disturbed me the most in my first month here, 30 days on the job, is the willingness of people in this city and in this body to roll over as the Constitution, our most sacred document, is pushed aside. We are here all night because of the nomination of a guy that probably most people in Michigan I know have never heard of, Russell Vought. He's to potentially run an agency that most people have probably never heard of, the Office of Management and Budget. But what they don't know about this wonky side of Washington, they felt last week. They felt it. For the first time, the Trump administration reversed something that they did in their first 2 weeks. And why did they do that? They reversed themselves on a full federal freeze of all funding, right? The Trump administration froze every single dollar that was going out across the country, not for a future budget, but for money that had already been appropriated by this body, by people who sit in this room, by people who have been here for 30 years. And again, that might not have really caught much notice in a place like Michigan, except for the fact that that money had already been planned for and in use by thousands upon thousands of organizations and people. So we heard an unprecedented number of calls in my office. I think we had 5,000 calls come into our office when that funding freeze went into place. We heard from people in law enforcement, I had deputy sheriffs in my office saying, hey, we get a chunk of money to pursue sexual assault cases. We hire deputies with that money. Do I need to fire those deputies or let them go? We heard from cancer researchers and scientists who said, I'm trying to research better treatment for cancer, and it's just been cut off. One of the most painful calls that I got was from a doctor at the National Institutes of Health, pediatric oncologist, who does trials, critical trials for very sick children, who said, I don't know if I can continue my trial or not. We heard from Head Start. We heard from our superintendents. We heard from people, Democrat and Republican. This was not a partisan thing. This was people who had built a budget and who were serving the people of Michigan and now who couldn't receive their money. We organized a very quick Zoom. We had 1,000 RSVPs. And I think while it created chaos in the system and instability in the system and questions about what these agencies and organizations could do, it spoke to a bigger issue, and that was the constitutional issue of who gets to decide how to appropriate money and who doesn't. And luckily, we have a very easy guide for this. You just have to read the Constitution of the United States and the division of powers. It made this body a co-equal branch of government and said that money that's appropriated by this body must be spent in that way. The reason I bring this up, first, the Trump administration, again, reversed themselves in less than 48 hours because they don't like being unpopular. They don't like when the people in places like Michigan are unhappy with them, Democrat, Independent, Republican. So they reversed themselves very quickly. But Mr. Vogt, Russell Vogt, who is up as the nominee for the agency that spends the money, that puts it out into the world, he has said very clearly that he does not believe that this branch of government is, as the founders intended, able to appropriate money for a specific reason, that the President of the United States can actually decide how to spend it. I had the opportunity to personally question Mr. Vogt. I'm on the Homeland Security Committee. He came in front of our committee, and I don't care that he's been in Washington for 25 plus years, that he's, been burrowing himself in think tanks and has very specific kind of Washington, D.C. ideas about things. I don't care about that. What I cared about, and the one real fundamental question is, will you uphold the Constitution? You're going to swear an oath. Every single person who gets sworn in swears an oath to the Constitution to protect and defend it. I have taken it many times. Many in this room have taken it. You do not swear an oath to protect and defend any one person, any one president, any one king. You protect the Constitution. And he could not articulate that if he was asked to do something that contravened the Constitution, he would push back. Again, this is a small soda straw issue on a much bigger trend that's happening in the first couple of weeks that President Trump has been in office. I personally do not question that President Trump won the election. I do not question that he and his administration have the right to nominate their own people, and they have the right to create a new budget, forward-looking budget that they propose here. I don't question that they're going to perform policies and put out policies that I'm going to fundamentally disagree with. That's not in question. To me, the only thing that matters is that any administration uphold the Constitution, because if not, what are we? What are we doing here? I certainly don't know what my colleagues across the aisle are doing in this body if they're not interested in being a co-equal branch of government, right? And I understand. You can have those conversations in private. I understand people are concerned about sticking their necks out. We have a culture of fear that is dominating Washington right now. But to me, it is important to stand up for the very core things that make us Americans. Now, we all know that we're going through something as a country right now that's not hidden from anyone, no matter what your political affiliation, right? We are going through turmoil. We're pendulum swinging between parties, right? Just look at going from Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden to Trump again. We make policies every 4 years, and then the next president comes in and undoes them. That's not normally our tradition in this country. Our tradition in this country is administrations have different policies, but they don't radically swing from one to another. And if you come from a state like Michigan, right, where my neighbors on both sides are devoted Trump voters, where we are purple, we have political views that differ even within families, Thanksgiving dinner has become uncomfortable in the state of Michigan, we understand that there is something going on that is just different in the United States of America. So how do we understand what's going on? For me, you know, I'm aware that next year we will celebrate our 250th anniversary as a country. And while that seems like a long time on some scales, in the scale of human history, that is not a long time. We're a pretty young country. I personally believe we are going through our teenage years, right? We all know what it's like to have a teenager who can't make up their mind, who's angry and then happy and then sad and then excited, and who's turning against their own family and their friends, but then wants a hug from those same family and friends. We all know what it's like to deal with a teenager. What do you do with a teenager who's making themselves at risk, right? Who's putting themselves at risk with their behavior? You just try to get them through alive. You just try to get them through those teenage years, out the other side, when they sort of settle, have a bit more maturity, and can say, I'm going to think clearly about what's important in my life. So that's what I see our job as senior elected leaders in the United States. There's 100 of us. We have the responsibility to see our country that we love through this period in our history, through our teenage years. And how do we come out alive? What does it mean for our country to survive? We got to support the Constitution. We got to invest and believe in our democracy and not wipe it aside because we happen to like one politician over the other. I understand that President Trump was elected with a mandate to bring in disruptors to the government. That is very clear, right? My colleagues on my side of the aisle who say, well, this is disrupting everything. I said, that's the point. That's what President Trump ran on. So that I don't question. But to me, what I can't understand is the willingness to say that I'm willing to violate or bend the rules of the Constitution in order for my own party to win. Now, I would say last week, after we saw the reversal of the funding freeze, it got a lot of people's attention. Veterans groups, universities, people of both parties, my mayors and town supervisors were screaming from the rooftops. It woke people up to an issue maybe they don't think about all that often. And since then, we've heard incredible stories of people and what it would mean to the average person if this funding didn't come through, right? Things like the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, just caring for our Great Lakes, which is one of the most bipartisan things in the state of Michigan. We heard about chronic disease prevention, again, veterans programs, opioid treatment, all kinds of things, rural health programs. And then we heard about the things that were connected to national security, right? This is the thing that I think people don't understand. You know, we're having this conversation about federal funding. It can seem very far away. But when you yank federal funding that's already been built into local budgets, that's already been built in to national security agency budgets, you're literally putting people at greater risk, right? These things have consequences. I think the other pieces that we're seeing that to me are hard to process are things like the sort of across the board pushing out of people in the civil service, right? And I say this as a former civil servant. What's going on at the FBI? What's going on now at the CIA, at the Director of National Intelligence Office, NSA. I'm a former intelligence officer, and I understand what people do every single day in the dead of night when no one is watching to protect us. And again, as someone who was in the federal government, I will be the first one to say that there is fat on the bone. I will be the first one to say that when I was a boss in the federal government, I couldn't fire people who deserved to be fired as easily as I wanted to. That's, to me, not a question. And I actually don't have a problem with a group taking a hard look at cutting back federal government and the different departments and agencies. I think what I take issue with is the complete lack of strategy or even understanding of what those across-the-board slices are going to do to the average security of someone on the ground in Michigan. When those proposals first came out, the letters saying you can leave the government, first of all, I think those letters have almost no credibility. Okay? The letter, which was a carbon copy of what Elon Musk sent to Twitter employees, said, you can go ahead, we'll pay you out. Okay, this body appropriates money. So any commitments of money by the executive branch, right there, like that's extremely fishy. Number two, they said, you can leave, we will pay you for sitting home for 8 months, but you know what, if you want, even better, go and get a job. Go and get a job somewhere else. Like, best of luck to you. I think they were misunderstanding that there is federal law that a federal government employee, as I was, cannot take a job in the same field. It violates laws on conflict of interest, right? If you work on the railroads at the Department of Transportation and then you go and work for a private railroad company, that's an inherent conflict of interest. And by the way, if you're a CIA officer and you go sit home and then a Chinese company wants to hire you because they know you understand the intelligence community, massive conflict of interest. So those offers to me are worth the paper that they're printed on. And I think, again, speaks to this complete lack of awareness of what this does to real people. Some of the first people who got those letters in Michigan were FAA flight safety instructors and evaluators. Is there anyone in America who thinks we need fewer flight safety instructors? Is there anyone in America who wants fewer people from the FAA watching and deconflicting what happens above our airports with everything that has gone on, with all these tragedies that have gone on, including another collision, I understand, just in the past 24 hours out in Seattle? So, again, trim fat, but are we sure that the American people want less people looking at their security, their safety here at home or from threats abroad, right? Most Americans don't understand. I was someone who specialized in Middle Eastern terrorist groups and militias, the groups that were shooting at U.S. forces and plotting against the U.S. homeland. Every single day, decisions are made to keep Americans safe, and Americans are sleeping at home in their beds and have no idea. By pushing those people to leave and not being thoughtful about it, you're pushing out some of our best in a generation and then purposely hiring no one behind them. And to me, again, this isn't about pieces of paper. This is about the safety of American citizens. You know, the other thing that is just rubbing people the wrong way, that is just fundamentally feeling wrong to citizens of all stripes, is the idea that a group of billionaires are coming in and leading around this administration by the nose, leading them around, right? We're all here talking about confirmation of officials. What's the point of confirming a cabinet secretary at the Treasury if a billionaire can just parachute in with a bunch of 25-year-olds to tell him what to do? I mean, that's humiliating for the cabinet level official, not to mention what that does to the President of the United States, right? Just look online. American citizens don't want unelected billionaires with their private data, all their tax information, their Medicare health care records, right? Is there anyone who wonders what Elon Musk and anyone else is going to do with that data? What do they want it for? The goals of a billionaire are not the same as the goals of the average American citizen. He has other conflicting interests. And let me just say, the number of interests he has in China is public record. The closeness of that relationship is well documented. And his relationship, by the way, with his competitors, right? I come from Michigan. We are American Autos. He has no love for our car companies. And now he has the data of every single competitor, of every single person he's ever negotiated with, of every single person that he doesn't like. Is there anyone who wonders that he's going to put a backdoor on that information and have access to it for the rest of time? American citizens care about their privacy, especially their tax records, their health care records. So I think this idea that this administration is being led around by its nose by billionaires does not pass the sniff test. And I've had a lot of people call me, write me, text me, who are Trump supporters, who said, hey, you know, I voted for Trump and I still think he's the guy, but I don't like them sharing my data with these seeming oligarchs. So I think, again, I don't dispute that Trump has the ability to do things that I'm not going to like. It's the things that violate law. And make no mistake, a new government employee who hasn't turned in a financial disclosure form, who hasn't gone through the full background check, who's just been stamped an employee, does not have the right to have all that information. And now we have lawsuits that are coming. So this will be metered out in court. But I think the bigger question is, what does it mean to have a president that's beholden to a bunch of billionaires? What does that change about their calculus when they're sitting in the privacy of the Oval Office making critical decisions? Why is the President of the United States tweeting about South Africa? Is there anyone, at least in the state of Michigan, who woke up this week and said, South Africa is super important to my personal interests in Michigan? No. He's tweeting about South Africa because Elon Musk told him to, right? He's being led around by his nose. And I think people are starting to see that. And again, if Elon Musk wants to help look at how to reform the government, that's one thing. Access to our data is a whole other ball of wax, and it is not for the interests of the United States. Now, I think, you know, there's a lot of questions about how we get through this period, these teenage years of American history. This pendulum swinging, this anger between people, neighbor arguing with neighbor about politics, right? I know in Michigan, there's a heck of a lot of people, including in my own family, where we just say, we're not, you know, we're going to get together, we're going to tailgate, we're going to hang out, but we're just not going to talk about national politics. It's become something we can't talk about. And by the way, in Michigan, that was never the case. We were always politically diverse. My dad's a lifelong Republican. My mom was a lifelong Democrat. We never used to argue with anger in Michigan. We were more likely to argue about sports than we were about politics when I was growing up. Michigan versus Michigan State, you know, hands were thrown, but not over politics. That was not our way. And you'd kind of rib someone, you know, if my dad, again, lifelong Republican, if his friend from childhood came in and he was a liberal or something, he would say, here comes the commie. You know, he'd make jokes. It was sort of a ribbing kind of thing. It wasn't this anger that we can't stand, right? That's made us uncomfortable with our neighbors. So how do we get through it? How do we get through this period in our history? Well, the first answer is we can't have our citizens just turn off, right? I've heard from a lot of people who say, you know what? I'm just going to stop reading the news, stop looking at my alerts on my phone. I'm just going to pretend nothing's happening in Washington and just, you know, put my blinders on. That doesn't work in a democracy. Guess what? This is a team sport. But there are basically 4 things that we can do to help our country get through this moment in our history. We got to be strict upholders of the Constitution, even when that contradicts people we have supported. And that goes for Democrats and Republicans. So we have 4 options. We have legislation and appropriations, the things that this body does. We can make laws that respect our values, that push back. I want those, they have to be, and based on how the Senate is divided, that has to be bipartisan. Bipartisan answers are durable answers. They last longer. They're not pendulum swinging. We can appropriate money based on our values. That means making sure we have flight safety instructors and making sure we have the right people in the Pentagon and the CIA who are protecting us. We have litigation. And unfortunately, that's become an important tool. We have lawsuits going on. I mean, I think it must be dozens at this point that are just trying to uphold the law. And we want them to move swiftly through the courts. We need people to be invested in those court cases and watch them and start to educate yourselves on those cases. We have communication, right? We have the ability, each one of us in our phones, to communicate with our fellow citizens, right? To talk about how concerning it is that we have a president that's being led around by their nose by a bunch of billionaires. Talk about that. Your neighbors aren't happy with that. And then ultimately elections, right? The fourth category. That's how we meter things out in this country. And we'll have new federal elections in 2 years where people can decide if they're comfortable giving the President of the United States unfettered authority, if they feel like he's been a good shepherd of our Constitution. Now, I'll just say in closing that this body has a special responsibility. There are 100 of us. We are the senior most, or some of the most senior elected officials in the country. That means we have the roles here in legislation and appropriation. It also means we have convening power. We have the ability to pull people together and lead. And that is what the country is asking for right now. They're asking for leadership from this body, from Democrats and Republicans, from people who are new and people who have been here 35 years. They're asking for us to stand up for them and to keep this country alive through these volatile years. History will watch this period, right? History will watch what we do on both sides of the aisle. And for me, as someone who's new to this body, 30 days in this body, I will always seek to work where I can with my colleagues, but not at the expense of the fundamental freedoms and our democracy. That may not be politically palatable back home, but I don't care. Because if we can't do it, what is the point? What is the point of being senior elected leaders in this body if you don't stand up for the country that you love? There's no king in this country. There's an elected president. Please stand up on behalf of your country. And with that, I yield.
And that wraps the remarks there from the senator out of Michigan. Debate underway bright and early this Thursday morning. This debate continuing overnight where they are discussing Trump administration policies. And on the right side of your screen, top stories we're following as relates to winter weather alerts, and then also looking ahead to the 8 o'clock hour for the Capitol prayer breakfast. I'm Sinead Francine joining you on this Thursday morning. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the 7 o'clock hour. When we come back, following some breaking news alerts, we'll be right back. 7:27 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina. Insane. On this Thursday morning, we are following breaking news. I want you to take a good look at your screen, following the very latest in real time, learning from Fox 11 Los Angeles and also TMZ that music producer Irv Gotti has died at the age of 54. I'm going to drop this banner so we can see the graphic in real time. We're learning from TMZ music mega producer Irv Gotti, who worked with big acts like DMX, Ja Rule, and Ashanti, is dead. Multiple sources close to his family tell us he died Wednesday in New York City. It's currently unclear, though, how he died. Irv's battled health problems recently since suffering a stroke last year and has had to walk with the aid of a cane. The famed head of Murder, Inc. Records has been open with his struggles with diabetes, saying he wasn't consistent with taking his insulin. Irv also noted his doctors had encouraged him to change his diet, which he was also struggling to do. When he suffered his stroke, a representative told TMZ diabetes was a factor, though TMZ is also told that Irv was improving his diet as a result. Gotti had a legendary career in hip-hop, producing Can I Live on Jay-Z's debut album, Reasonable Doubt. He also signed Vanessa Carlton to a record deal and produced her 2007 album, Heroes and Thieves. Irv and his former artist Ashanti had a war of words a couple of years ago, very open in the media, when he opened up on a now legendary Drink Champs episode about what he described as their relationship. Well, she fired back, saying it was never that serious to her, and accused Gotti of being salty that he no longer had control of her career. The rise of Irv's label was the subject of the 2022 BET documentary, The Murder, Inc. Story, and Ashanti felt that was also a part of why they beefed, because she chose not to participate in that three-part series. Again, this breaking news just coming into our Live Now from Fox Studio. We are learning that music mega producer Irv Gotti, who worked with big acts like DMX, Ja Rule, and Ashanti, as just mentioned, he has died at the age of 54. This is an ongoing story. Again, we are working to find out with our content partners what led to that death, but we do know that he died Wednesday in New York City, and we also know he battled health problems since suffering a stroke last year. 7:30 here on the East Coast. Let's take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now to a remarkable story which takes us out to West Long Branch, New Jersey. An 11-year-old boy rescued Monday after he fell through the ice of a frozen lake in northern New Jersey. This police body cam footage capturing everything. Let's listen in.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. What do you got?
I'll give you your photos. Give everything in your mouth. My wallet.
He's got He's got a tool. He's got a
I might have more cable in my car. But this is long. This is long. Yeah.
It's not deep. Yeah, it's long. That's what we dispatch. First aid.
Okay, we got EMS coming.
Truly compelling to watch if you're just now tuning in. This police body cam footage showing the rescue, which occurred in Franklin Lake in the town of West Long Branch, New Jersey. In this video, the child appears in the distance in the middle of the icy lake. While the lake is shallow enough for the boy to stand in it, the temperature of the water was estimated to be about 35 degrees, preventing him from freeing himself. We're getting this from our content partners over at Fox Weather. Let's continue to watch and listen in.
Okay, take a seat. County 132. You okay?
So you heard the audio as the officer known as Dave Brasonsky with the West Long Branch Police Department. He was seen first tying that rope around himself, then standing on the edge of the lake. Just truly compelling to see. And as we speak of Fox Weather, we are looking ahead this hour. We will be checking in with them soon as they are tracking the winter storm impacting the central and eastern U.S. this week. We'll check in with them later on towards the end of our 7 o'clock hour. We are heading back out to the Capitol now here at 7:35 on the East Coast as we continue to listen in to the Senate debate underway as they are going back and forth on President Donald Trump administration concerns and policies. Let's continue to listen in.
Moved to freeze the grants and loans to Arizonans that work tirelessly each day to better the lives of Arizona families. These are not people who do the work because they are chasing a high salary. They're not doing it out of a drive. They're not doing it out of drive to be millionaires or billionaires. They're doing it to help their fellow Arizonans. The programs impacted by the federal freeze include assistance to firefighter grants so our firefighters can purchase equipment, staffing for adequate fire, emergency response, or better known as SAFER grants, which funds hiring of firefighters, sexual assault services, which provide rape kits to sexual assault survivors, and preventing the trafficking of girls, which supports the prevention and early intervention services for girls who are at risk of or are victims of sex and/or labor trafficking. The Rural Violent Crime Initiative, which supports the implementation of violent crime reduction strategies, improves investigations, improves services to victims, and enhances collaboration between local stakeholders. Public Safety Officers Benefits Programs, which provides death and education benefits for survivors of fallen officers and firefighters. Violence Against Women Formula Grants, which improves our capacity to reduce domestic violence. The Burn Memorial Justice Assistant Grants, which is used to purchase critical technology, infrastructure, etc. for police departments and other public safety entities. and the CHIPS research and development programs to grow Arizona's semiconductor industry and the country's. These life-saving programs and economic drivers were canceled not because they were ineffective, not because Congress voted to cut them, but because they were in the way of one man's crusade to tear down the federal government. And that man is OMB nominee Russell Vought. Russell Vought is a danger to the United States. He has been a staunch advocate for drastically eliminating or cutting our safety net programs such as Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. He helped design Trump-era budgets that sought to cut trillions from these programs while simultaneously advocating for tax cuts that overwhelmingly benefit the wealthiest of Americans. So let's make sure we understand what's happening here. He wants to help some of the poorest Americans to make sure that there's enough money left over to give it to the richest Americans. And his vision for America is one where billionaires thrive while the families of Arizona and America struggle to get ahead. Vought has shown complete disregard for democratic institutions. He was a key architect of efforts to politicize the federal bureaucracy and push for policies that would replace career civil servants with partisan loyalists. He played a significant role in enabling Trump's administration's refusal to cooperate with congressional oversight. His actions set a dangerous precedent and is a playbook that the Trump administration is looking to deploy and has deployed in this second term. A playbook of reducing transparency, accountability, and disregarding the power of Congress in favor of an empowered executive branch. The Office of Management and Budget is one of the most powerful agencies in the country. It is responsible for crafting the president's budget, overseeing regulatory policies, and ensuring the efficient operation of government programs. The OMB director must believe in the fundamental mission of government, which is to serve the people. Vought, by contrast, has spent his career trying to dismantle government institutions and push an extreme agenda that benefits only a select few. If confirmed to lead OMB, Vought would have the ability to impose cuts on essential programs, further politicize the federal workforce, and continue his assaults on democratic institutions. His leadership would result in policies that worsen economic inequality, weaken national security by defunding key agencies, and eroding public confidence in government. The confirmation of Vought would not only be a step backward, but would also embolden extremists seeking to undermine the role of government. His approach to governance is not about responsible budgeting or efficiency. It is about dismantling.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, Senator Rubio there from Arizona debating on the Senate floor Trump administration policies. And on the left side of your screen, top stories we're following this Thursday morning. We're going to go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:43 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we continue with your top stories and headlines this Thursday morning, you can see weather impacting several states as the morning commute may be a mess for millions as the storm coats the I-95 corridor in snow. Central Pennsylvania dealing with up to half an inch of ice, which could even knock out power. Fox weather correspondent Katie Byrne joining us live in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania with the latest conditions. Katie, good morning.
Good morning, Janae. You know, it doesn't look like much compared to some of the blockbuster snowstorms we usually cover, but ice storms can be even more dangerous than snow because you can't always see what you're running into. Driving and walking on sidewalks covered in a layer of ice can be extremely dangerous. And I want to show you what the conditions kind of look like here. We're dealing with a few different things. We had phases. So this is a trash can that kind of shows you we started out with some snow, then some sleet, and then that kind of led to this layer of ice. So people who've been trying to get out and about this morning are dealing with this on their car windshields, trying to get to work. We've got tons of trucks out, really trying to get ahead of some of the iciness on those roads. But we know a lot of people likely don't have to leave their homes today, thank goodness, because they've got a snow day. Schools are closed or running on a delay. And we know that as temperatures start warming up mid-morning, we should be seeing this ice starting to melt and things really improving. Still, some people do have to get to work. I just met a man named Elijah. He was out clearing his car. We're in front of the Capitol building here. I can see one of those trucks making their way around, and he was telling me, you know, he has to get in. He works at the hospital, so this is just what you have to do. He planned an extra 5-10 minutes just to get his car cleared off, but he said he's giving himself a good half hour just to get into the office because he knows it's going to take some time with just the conditions that we're dealing with. So when you look at the ground here, you're still going to see kind of a slushy consistency because these roads have been treated. You're going to see those plowed trucks come by and then those salt trucks. There's one right in front of the Capitol building here in Harrisburg, making its way. They've got salt coming out the back of that plow up there, just trying to stay on top of the conditions. But right now, we're getting some really light freezing rain, so it's coming down like rain, but it's freezing on contact with the ground because we are still dealing with those freezing temperatures. But we're getting close to that kind of letting up. We've seen just a lot of different things so far today. The sleet is what I woke up to early in the morning. It was bouncing off the car windshield. Then that's turned into the freezing rain, and that's kind of what we're going to be dealing with for the next couple hours, at least here in Harrisburg. But I'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Fox weather correspondent Katie Byrne. Great perspective you're adding, Katie. Speaking of the gentleman who works at the hospital, understandably so, he's an essential worker, so he has to head in. But if you are not, if your boss is allowing you to stay home, it might be best to do so. You mentioned the ice accumulation there on the roadways, and as that precipitation falls, if it refreezes, that adds another element that could be a safety hazard, correct?
Oh, absolutely. This can get really, really dangerous because you don't always see what you're driving into because we have a snowstorm. You can see the snow when it's there. But when you have ice and it's dark or even not when it's dark, it's hard to tell what feels like what. Even people who are walking on the sidewalks trying to get to places this morning say, when you look at the sidewalk right here, you can tell this has been treated. You're in the clear. But you get across the street and you can see that kind of sleet, slush, snow consistency that hasn't been treated on some parts of the sidewalk. So people are kind of being really careful out there, just trying to see what they're walking into. It's going to take you some extra time to get around.
Katie, always a pleasure to have you join us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for this detailed coverage. You be safe out there as you work to keep us informed.
Thank you. Will do.
Thank you. And don't forget, you can stream Fox Weather as they are our winter storm headquarters. Just search Watch Fox Weather on any web browser. 7:47 here on the East Coast. And as we go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, again, I want to show you our Live Now from Fox XRAD radar system so you can see this system as it moves in real time. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. We are looking ahead on this Thursday. We are awaiting as the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is expected to soon depart the White House en route to the Capitol to attend the National Prayer Breakfast. He will be joined alongside Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, at the Capitol Statuary Hall. So, of course, once that gets underway, we will head inside to see it. But I can tell you all at this hour at the Capitol and even overnight, senators have been debating on the floor, debating the very latest as it relates to President Donald Trump and his administration policies. Let's head back inside and listen in.
Personally, I see that my colleague is joining me from Maryland. I'm glad she's here. I'm going to wrap up by just saying that we're going to rue the day if we put Russell Vought in this job as to what he's going to do. When he characterizes our federal employees as villains and says we want to put them in trauma, do you want our air traffic controllers to be in trauma? Do you want the men and women who are responsible at the FBI for keeping our country safe from terrorism to be in trauma? I want them working for America's future as they have in the past, and to characterize them as the enemies is unfair. I'll be voting against Russell Vought, and I hope other colleagues will join me. I yield the floor. Made it up.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator
from Maryland.
Democrats have been here all night, and guess what? We are not letting up. Because right now in Maryland and across this country, the administration is conducting a witch hunt for federal workers. See, when the president said, "I am your retribution," he meant that he will scapegoat, bully, and attempt to silence the federal workforce. It is a retribution that they do not deserve. And I really want to paint a picture of who these federal workers are and who they are not. They are not partisan hacks hell-bent on pursuing some kind of political agenda. They are not part of some deep state conspiracy that apparently keeps this president awake at night. In fact, to the contrary, these people are hard-working Americans who believe in this government, regardless of who the president is. As a matter of fact, they are my friends, many of them are my neighbors, and they are my constituents. They are Marylanders. See, I represent over 150,000 federal workers. In Maryland, we are proud to have the highest number of federal workers per capita in the country. They are public servants in the truest sense of the word, who are not guided by party, not moved by vicious news cycles, but they are driven instead by mission, a mission to serve this country to the very best of their ability, under any president of any party. And in just 17 days, this president has put all of their livelihoods on the line. How shameless, how reckless, how callous, how depraved. There have been so many actions that this administration has taken to villainize and hurt our civil servants. And I want to be explicit about exactly what they are up to. They have fired inspectors general, the people who conduct independent audits and investigations within government agencies to detect and prevent waste, fraud, and abuse. To replace independent watchdogs, this is the plan, with loyalists. Now, you want to talk about making government efficient? Might I suggest not firing the very people committed to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse of our taxpayer dollars? Next, we have the whole federal buyout scheme. Yeah, a scheme. And today marks the last day of the so-called fork-in-the-road buyout. But the administration continues to suggest that should enough people not take the buyout, they will begin mass layoffs. hardworking Americans who've done their job dutifully, some for decades. I've spoken with them, fired for no reason whatsoever. This week, USAID missions overseas have also been ordered to shut down. And I've heard from Marylanders abroad who are doing critical work to prevent wars, who don't know if they'll even have a job anymore. We've learned that FBI agents and employees were asked by Justice Department leadership to fill out a 12-question survey detailing their roles in investigations stemming from the January 6th attack on this Capitol. This led to the FBI turning over details of 5,000 employees who worked on January 6th cases to the Trump Justice Department. We know the administration has issued a freeze on federal hiring. Dozens of employees at the Education Department have been put on leave, and more are expected. Rumors continue to circulate that this administration wants to shut down the department itself. At multiple government agencies, agency heads were asked to identify employees on probationary periods or who have served less than 2 years, likely because these employees are easier to fire. The administration issued a memo pausing potentially trillions of dollars in federal aid, sowing chaos throughout the government. Thankfully, this directive has been partially halted thanks to legal challenges. They've issued a stop work order in the United States Department for all existing foreign aid. 160 National Security Council staff members have been sent home while the administration reviews staffing. They ordered a review of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, as the administration considers whether to close the country's lead disaster response. How reckless, how callous. We've gotten reports of more than 40 Head Start providers still unable to draw funds after last week's funding freeze. This is, of course, despite a court order, because this administration not only sows chaos, but also has set the example of what lawlessness looks like. These are illegal actions, and these providers who help make sure that our vulnerable kids get what they need to thrive have all been put into a position of being insecure and uncertain. They provide for our children food, education, and so much more. And these are the very people who have been targeted by this administration. Our veterans haven't been spared either. The administration froze federal aid for critical programs serving veterans and their families, and then fired the VA's top watchdog official in charge of protecting veterans from waste and wrongdoing. They're firing the very people charged with making the Veterans Administration more efficient to better serve the great men and women who serve this nation. How callous, how reckless. Each and every one of these moves inflicts pain, and they all have a ripple effect. Pain on the civil servants who do the work these programs and agencies fund, and pain on people who rely on the work of these programs and agencies. It's a raw deal for Americans, period. And what's clear is this witch hunt has only just begun, because today, this very body is going to be voting on a nominee who wants nothing more than to see the federal workforce burned at the stake. He said it himself. About civil servants, he said, "We want to put them in trauma." That's unbelievable. It is absolutely unbelievable. And I'll repeat, he said we want to put them in trauma. What manner of person speaks in that way? But those are the words of Russell Vought, the man that this president has chosen to lead the Office of Personnel Management. So when Russell says he wants to put them in trauma, I'm going to take him at his word. Because this isn't one of those situations where we need to see what Vaught is going to do. History has already shown us. In the president's first administration, Russell Vaught was the lead author of his budget requests for fiscal years 2020 and 2021. Each plan contains a blueprint for robbing the American public of the services that their tax dollars are supposed to fund. He called for $500 billion to be cut from Medicare. And I will note, very significantly, that over 1 million Marylanders are enrolled in Medicare. 2 of them are my parents, 77 years old, worked their whole lives, and these are the kinds of people that this president and his administration have determined that they will target. $900 billion from Medicaid. I will note, nearly 2 million Marylanders rely on Medicaid. Up to $71 billion cut from Social Security. And I will note, 1 in 7 Marylanders receive Social Security benefits. By the way, it's so important to note, these benefits are not ones that have been given to these Marylanders, because these are benefits they have earned over a lifetime. $170 billion in cuts to college affordability initiatives. This flies in the face of everything that Americans say that they desire. It has never been said that Americans want us to cut benefits to our elders. It has never been said that they wanted to cut benefits to those who are disabled, who rely on Medicaid and others. And it sure has not been the case that so many of our young people who came out and voted in this last election cycle hoping to get a government that would make their lives better, and instead they're making it worse. I will note that 25% of Maryland's undergraduates receive student loans, and over 100,000 Maryland college students receive federal grants in the FY 2023-2024 academic year. How shameful it is to target these students who will be the next leaders of our country. And this isn't just the classic case of the past becoming prologue. In the interim, between administrations, Russell Vaught has continued on this anti-worker crusade because, yes, federal workers are workers. No matter what Russell Vaught or anyone in this administration says, they are hard workers, dedicated workers, Maryland strong workers. And the crusade continued when Russell Vaught raised his hand to help write Project 2025. In particular, I want to hone in on the goal to deploy Schedule F. And here's what the American Postal Workers Union had to say about it, and I quote, Project 2025 seeks to undermine this expectation of efficiency and expertise in public services by dismantling the federal government and reinstating Trump's 2020 Schedule F executive order. This would allow the ruling administration to reclassify many civil servants as policy-making or policy-evaluating workers, thereby removing their civil service protections and making them at-will employees. President Trump could then install whomever he pleases based on his favoritism and loyalty to his administration. Deploying Schedule F to replace dedicated civil servants with inexperienced cronies removes the very people who are experts at their jobs and have the knowledge to help our government serve our communities in the best possible way. Installing employees based on who you know, favoritism, effectively removes the nonpartisan and professional nature of civil service. Civil servants should simply be the most qualified for the job. That's why tests like the ones postal workers must take for employment exist at all. An unbiased exam means that workers earn their jobs based on their skills, not who we know or what color our skin is. Furthermore, in the long run, this practice could effectively
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, the Senate debate continues there on Capitol Hill regarding the Trump administration policies, controversial topics underway at this hour. 8:05 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. Always a pleasure to wake up with you bright and early to give you your live events, top stories, and breaking news headlines of the day. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading back out to the Capitol to take inside and get the National Prayer Breakfast. It's about to begin. We'll be right back. Here on the East Coast and taking you back out to the nation's capital. Cloudy and overcast conditions out in that area, but inside an exciting time as the National Prayer Breakfast is underway. Kicking off right now, let's head inside and listen in.
What then became regular prayer sessions among that group was formalized into the Senate Prayer Breakfast. Similar events led to the House Prayer Breakfast. Fast forward to the early days of the Eisenhower administration and the suggestion of Senator Frank Carlson, who'd been Ike's campaign manager, to invite the president to meet with members of the Senate Prayer Breakfast for prayer and encouragement with his new responsibilities. The House Prayer Breakfast joined them, and the National Prayer Breakfast was born. We are grateful for all of you in attendance today as we gather to pray. And as we begin this morning, I am hopeful that we remember Abraham Lincoln's famous admonition. When, during the Civil War, a member of the clergy said, "Mr. President, let us pray that God is on our side," Mr. Lincoln responded, "No, gentlemen, we should pray not that God is on our side, but that we are on God's." Roger, please lead us in prayer.
Thank you, Maggie. Almighty God, we begin this National Prayer Breakfast. Let us pause and remember the victims and families of the recent tragic plane crashes. Heavenly Father, we gather today in your holy presence, united as one nation, lifting our hearts in thanksgiving. Your word reminds us, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. We thank you for your guidance and blessings, and we seek your wisdom as we face the challenges of our time. Lord, your word says how good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity. Forgive us when we fall into division. Help us reflect your love and celebrate the values that strengthen our communities and our nation. We acknowledge, as the psalmist declared, our help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. In moments of uncertainty, may we find comfort in knowing you are our refuge and strength. As we gather, may we enter with thanksgiving, as your word commands again. Enter his gate with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Fill us with gratitude for your goodness and faithfulness. Bless this gathering with your peace, for the Lord gives strength to his people. The Lord blesses his people with peace. Guide our leaders and inspire our hearts to pursue justice, unity, and compassion. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
It is my honor to give the call to worship at this 73rd National Prayer Breakfast. Shout with joy to the Lord, all the earth. Worship the Lord with gladness. Come before him singing with joy. Acknowledge that the Lord is God. He made us, and we are his. We are his people, the sheep of his pasture. Enter his gates with thanksgiving. Go into his courts with praise. Give thanks to him and praise his name. Continue forever, and his faithfulness will continue forever and bless us in all of our tomorrows. Amen.
This reading is from 1 Corinthians chapter 13. If I speak in the tongues of men or of angels but do not have love, I'm only a resounding gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have a faith that can move mountains but do not have love, I am nothing. I give all that I possess to the poor and give over my body to hardship that I may boast, but do not have love, I gain nothing. Love is patient, love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. It does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It is not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices with the truth. It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. Where there are prophecies, they will cease. Where there are tongues, they will be stilled. Where there is knowledge, it will pass away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part, but when completeness comes, what is in part disappears. When I was a child, I talked like a child, I thought like a child, I reasoned like a child. When I became an adult, I put the ways of childhood behind me. For now, we see only a reflection in a mirror, but then we shall see face to face. Now I know in part, then I shall know fully, even as I am fully known. And now these three remain: faith, hope, and love. but the greatest of these is love. Join me in. Lord, teach us to love as you have loved us. May we reflect your patience, kindness, and truth in all we do. Help us to embody faith, hope, and love, remembering that the greatest of these is love. Amen.
A reading of Psalm 23 and some words to guide all of us in our work. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk down the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And the people respond, the Lord is our shepherd, we shall not want. In green pastures and still waters, he restores our souls. Even in the darkest valleys, we will fear no evil, for his presence is our comfort and strength. Surely his goodness and mercy will follow us all our days, and we will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen.
Thank you. It's always a distinct privilege and joy to hear the Naval Academy Glee Club and the Marine Corps Band. The Naval Academy Glee Club has moved and delighted audiences since 1845 in venues from Carnegie Hall to the Vatican. The Marine Corps Band has performed at nearly every inaugural. They accompanied Lincoln when he went to dedicate a cemetery at Gettysburg. They helped us hail the unveiling of the Statue of Liberty, and they welcomed Winston Churchill to the White House. Truly, the story of America has always been accompanied by the rhythms and harmonies of the Marine Corps Band and the Naval Academy Glee Club. And as we give them a warm welcome, please rise and join them as they lead all of us in song.
Say Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. This is very beautiful, I must say. This is a beautiful place. And our country is starting to do very well again. It's happening fast, a little faster than people thought. Thank you especially to Senator Marshall for the beautiful introduction. Appreciate it very much. Thank you. Great senator you are. I also want to thank a friend and a man of profound faith and tremendous patriotism who's also become a great friend. You become much friendlier when you have a majority of 2 or 3 or 4. Could even be 5 pretty soon. But for a little while it was 1. And that's Mike Johnson, Speaker. Thank you very much, Mike, very much. And thanks as well to somebody who's doing a fantastic job, Senator Thune. Thank you very much, Senator. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's really great. And Leader Scalise, Steve, wherever you may be, I think you're here someplace. There he is, a brave guy, too. A brave guy, I always say it. And Senator Chuck Schumer. Chuck, thank you very much. Thank you. Senator Hassan, thank you very much. Thank you, very nice to see you. Congressman Jeffries, thank you. And many other very distinguished leaders in the room. It's a great group of people. If we could ever come together, it would be unbelievable. It may not happen, but it should, and maybe it will. From the earliest days of our republic, faith in God has always been the ultimate source of the strength that beats in the hearts of our nation. We have to bring religion back. We have to bring it back much stronger. It's one of the biggest problems that we've had over the last fairly long period of time. We have to bring it back. Thomas Jefferson himself once attended Sunday services held in the old House chamber on the very ground where I stand today. So there could be nothing more beautiful than for us to gather in this majestic place. It is majestic, and reaffirm that America is and will always be one nation under God. At every stage of the American story, our country has drawn hope and courage and inspiration from our trust in the Almighty. Deep in the soul of every patriot is the knowledge that God has a special plan and a glorious mission for America. And that plan is going to happen. It's going to happen. I hope it happens sooner rather than later. It's going to happen. And it's His hand that guides us every single step of the way. And all of you and the things we have to do is to see the defining role that faith and prayer have played in the life of our nation. And you just have to look at this building, and you can look at each other. You can really look at each other. It's defined almost everyone in this room. I think faith has been very strong with the people in this room. Just steps away from here in the Hall of Columns is the statue of John Winthrop, who famously proclaimed that America would stand as a city upon a hill, a light to all nations, with the eyes of all people upon us. Today, almost 400 years after that famous sermon, we see that with the Lord's help, the city stands taller and shines brighter than ever before, or at least it soon will. In that same hall, we also find the statue of the great Roger Williams, who founded the state of Rhode Island, named its capital city Providence, and built the first Baptist church in America. It's Williams that we have to thank for making religious liberty part of the bedrock of American life. And today we must protect the fundamental freedom with absolute devotion. We must stand strong, just like generations of Americans have done on the battlefields all around the world. Feet away from the magnificent rotunda, another statue watches over visitors to the Capitol. George Washington, the founder of our country, often called for Americans to join together in prayer, very often. And more than 2 centuries later, this morning, we heed President Washington's wisdom and follow in his mighty footsteps. He was a strong man and of great religious strength. The stories of legends like Washington, Winthrop, and Williams remind us that without faith in God, there would be no American story. Every citizen should be proud of this exceptional heritage. We have an unbelievable heritage, and we have to use that and make life better for everyone. That's why as we approach the 25th times 10 anniversary, think of that, 250 years we'll be celebrating next year of our country's founding. I have signed an executive order to resume the process of creating a new national park full of statues of the greatest Americans who ever lived. We're going to be honoring our heroes, honoring the greatest people from our country. We're not going to be tearing down, we're going to be building up. It will be called the National Garden of American Heroes. Some of you will be on that soon-to-be hallowed ground. Some of you, let's see, I can pick a few of you right now by looking. Because there's a couple of you right now I can see. Let's see. It's the president's sole opinion. And I've given myself a 25-year period. And then somebody else. By that time, it'll be very, very built up. Yeah, it will be something very special. And I hope that Congress will fully fund this wonderfully unifying project at the first possible opportunity. It's not going to be a lot of money. It's going to be very important, however, so that more of our people can be inspired by the faith and courage of patriots like those who we honor in these halls. One of the incredible Americans whose memory my order will celebrate is also recognized with a statue in the Capitol representing the great state of North Carolina. And that's a man known who everybody loved, Reverend Billy Graham. He was something. My father used to take me to watch the Crusades. He would take me to Yankee Stadium. I remember it so well. I remember it more than I remember any Yankee game, and I've seen a lot of Yankee games. Can you believe it? And Billy didn't have a bat, so, you know, it was just pretty good. It was amazing. You'd have 60 or 70,000 people, and they loved him. They loved him. I saw him with Franklin. I don't know if Franklin's here. I just don't know, but I've gotten to know Franklin. He's done a great job with helping on tragedies and problems like in North Carolina, California. He's always the first one there. The work he does is, his father's very proud of him, I can tell you that. But Billy Graham was very special. One floor below us, Reverend Graham's statue stands with an open Bible. The page turned to a letter from the Apostle Paul, which reads, "Let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up." Never give up. Never, ever give up. You can't. How about me? If I would have given up, I would not be here right now. Who the hell knows where I'd be? it might not be a good place. If it was up to the Democrats, it would not be a good place at all. Never, ever give up. There could be no better message for the leaders gathered here, and you are real leaders. And we must never give up, and we must never grow tired. We must never grow weary, and we always must practice good. As you know, last week, only a few miles from here, our nation witnessed a terrible tragedy when 67 people were killed in a horrible accident near Reagan Airport. As one nation, we take solace in the knowledge that their journey that night did not end in the icy waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a very loving God. None of us knows exactly when our time on earth will be over. You never know. A truth I confronted a few short months ago when there was an incident that it was not fun. It was not a good thing. But God was watching me. The chances of me being here, my sons are shooters. They're really good shooters, Don and Eric. And they said the chances of missing from that range with that gun are, but Don equated it to a 1-foot putt. That's pretty bad. 2 feet I can see missing, but 1 foot you can't miss. It was the equivalent of a 1-foot putt is what he told me. He said, in fact, he gained some religion. He went up 25%. And if you know him, that's a lot. But he said there had to be somebody that saved you, and I think I know who it is. And he looked up, and I said, "Whoa, Don, you've come a long way." He's a good guy, but my 2 sons just really couldn't believe it. Had I not turned that right turn just at that time, and the audience, 55,000 people standing this way, there was just a few people in the back on the bleachers. There was nobody over there except for my all-time favorite chart in history, a chart on immigration. Immigration saved my life, see? So we're going to be good for immigration, okay? But had I not made that turn, boom, and quickly, it was almost as though a deer bolted. You know, they say the only way you miss when you're a good shot is if it bolts. I bolted. I turned to the right to look at the chart, and I said, wow, what was that? What was that? So you never know, but God did that. I mean, it had to be. The chances of turning, there's no reason to turn to the right. You know, the chart is rarely brought down. I brought it down maybe 20%, and 20% of the time. And it's never on my right, it's always on my left. And it's always at the end of the speech, never the beginning of the speech. And if I was a little more than that 90-degree angle, it would be no good. And if I was a little less, it would be no good. It had to be perfect. The thing went right along the edge. It didn't affect my hair. Can you believe that? Might have touched it, but not where it counts. Not the skin part. But honestly, it's a mirror. It changed something in me. I feel even stronger. I believed in God, but I feel much more strongly about it. Something happened. So, thank you. Thank you. But that event, like the tragedy last week, should remind us all that we have to make the most out of every single day that we have. Who would think that you're in space and 2 things collide? The odds of that happening are so small, even without proper control. We should have had the proper control. We should have had better equipment. We don't. We have obsolete equipment. They were understaffed for whatever reason. I guess the helicopter was high, and we'll find out exactly what happened. But the odds, even if you had nothing, if you had nobody, the odds of that happening are extremely small. It's like, did you ever see, you go to a driving range in golf and you're hitting balls, hundreds of balls, thousands of hours. I never see a ball hit another ball. Balls going up all over the place. You never see them hit. It was amazing that could happen. There was a lot of mistakes made, and it should have never happened. But regardless of that, it's amazing that it happened. And I think that's going to be used for good. I think what is going to happen is we're all going to sit down and do a great computerized system for our control towers, brand new, not pieced together, obsolete like it is land-based, trying to hook up a land-based system to a satellite system. And the first thing that some experts told me when this happened is you can't hook up land to satellites and you can't hook up satellites to land. It doesn't work. We spent billions and billions of dollars trying to renovate an old broken system instead of just saying, cut it loose, and let's spend less money and build a great system done by 2 or 3 companies, very good companies, specialists, that's all it is. They used 39 companies. That means that 39 different hookups have to happen. And I don't know how many people of you are good in terms of all of the kind of things necessary for that, and it's very complex stuff. But when you have 39 different companies working on hooking up, different cities had different people, you need one company with one set of equipment. And there are some countries that have unbelievable air controller systems, and bells would have gone off when that helicopter literally even hit the same height, because it traveled a long distance before it hit. It was just wouldn't stop. It was, follow the line. But bells and whistles would have gone off. They have them where it actually could virtually turn the thing around. It would have just never happened if we had the right equipment. And one of the things that's going to be, I'm going to be speaking to John and to Mike and to Chuck and to everybody. We have to get together and just, as a single bill, just pass where we get the best control system. When I land in my plane, privately, I use a system from another country because my captain tells me, I'm landing in New York and I'm using a system. I won't tell you what country, but I use a system from another country because the captain says this thing is so bad, it's so obsolete, and we can't have that. So we're going to have the best system, and a lot of money, but it's not that much money. And it'll happen fast, and it'll be done by total professionals. And when it's done, you're not going to have accidents. It's just not, they're virtually not possible to have. Each of us is blessed with a precious chance to help lead America to renew our pledges of faith and everything else, and bring us to new heights and create a future of promise for our people and for ourselves. You know, we have the most important people in the country in a true sense here, because you're the ones that are going to make the decision. You're the ones that are leading us into so many different things, whether it's the right air control system or the right size military, or what to do and what not to do. Most important people. And many of you are very religious. I know so many of you are very religious. And I just think that our country has been so badly hurt. We're very hurt by what COVID did to religion. It really hurt it badly. People couldn't go to church for a long period of time. Even going outside, they were given a hard time. And I'm not blaming anybody for that, but it was very hard to gather. So they start using computers, if that. And when they come back, it's just, a whole new experience they have to get used to. But it is starting to come back. We had a fantastic thing happen yesterday. The Army had the best recruitment numbers that they've had in more than 15 years. They think it could be 25 years, actually. They're going to probably put that out, but more than 15 years just now. And we were worried about it. We were talking about it numerous times that, we don't have people joining our military services. We don't have people joining our police force. We have to cherish our police. It's so dangerous. You open a car and somebody starts shooting. They have blackened windows. You don't even have any idea who's in the car. Oftentimes they have the dark windows, which are not, in theory, supposed to have, but they have them. The door opens and a gun is pointed at your face, and you can't do a thing about it. It's just nothing you're going to do about it. Your friends will take them out. And it's happened so many times, but it's such a dangerous thing. We have to cherish these people. So today we join our hearts and prayers and recommitting to putting our country first. We have to put our country first, making America stronger and greater and more exceptional than ever before. And we have to make religion a much more important factor now. We have to make it an important factor. And if we do that, it's going to be, our job is just going to be much easier. It unifies people. It brings people together. Democrats are going to be able to have lunch again and dinner with Republicans. And I remember just as growing up, I'd see, I revered senators and congressmen or something very special, but they were out to dinner all the time. We had an old congressman, maybe some of Cy Halpern from Queens, and he was a friend of my father, but he'd have dinner with, he was a Democrat, he'd have dinner with Republicans, and he'd be out, it wouldn't even make a difference. Today, it's like shocking. And it shouldn't be. You have to get together. We really have to get together. We all know what's right and what's wrong, and there's going to be compromise on both sides. But we have to just do the right thing, and we have to get together. You did it with Marco Rubio. You got everybody who was 99 votes, and the only vote was our VP, who maybe we should have been there just to make it 100. But I think I would have been angered if it was 100. That might be a step too far, right? But no, it was great to see a vote. Pam Bondi had support from Democrats, and some of the others had some pretty good support. So, it's doable. We had a recent bill having to do with a very beautiful young lady who was killed from Georgia. And that bill was very bipartisan. It was a very beautiful thing to watch, actually. And so I think we just have to, if possible, we have to unify. There's big division. I mean, some people want an open border and some people want a closed border. We want it closed and they want it open. That's a big difference. How do you solve that problem? It's a big difference. Some people want men and women's sports and some people don't. And I was with somebody yesterday who was so upset that the bill was signed where men cannot participate in women's sports. And I said, he's a very smart guy, went to a great school, was a great student, and he actually feels, that should happen. Men should be able to play, meaning transition into women's sports. Then you talk to him and it says, I don't understand it. I don't understand how the problem ever got started in the first place. It just seems so simple. But he's a good person and just believes it. He just believes it. Not going to be easy to convince him otherwise. So where is the middle ground? It's hard to have a middle ground. There's two ways. I mean, you can either do it or you can't. But I think a lot of good things are going to happen. A lot of people might be surprised to hear me say that, of all people. But I think a lot of good things are going to happen because our country's got some big headaches, but we have tremendous spirit right now. The spirit is as high as it's been. It was up 49 points this morning. 49 points. It's the biggest increase in the history of whatever the poll was. So the spirit is there. That's a big factor. That's probably the hardest thing to get back, to be honest. The rest is easy. The rest is easy. So I want to just thank you all. I want to congratulate a lot of the new members. I see so many of you that ran great races, David. That was a great race. But so many that ran great races, and on both sides. You ran some incredible races, so it's good to be with you. And God bless everybody. We want to come together, and the happiest, the person, the element, the everything that's going to be happy. People of religion are going to be happy again. And I really believe you can't be happy without religion, without that belief. I really believe it. I just don't see how you can be. So let's bring religion back. Let's bring God back into our lives. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Great honor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Andre Carson, United States Representative from the 7th District of Indiana. The Honorable Raja Krishnamurthy, United States Representative from the 8th District of Illinois. And the Honorable Katie Britt, United States Senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the honorary co-chairs, Senators Roger Marshall and Senator Maggie Hassan, and all of the organizers of this wonderful event. Brothers and sisters, yes, I say brothers and sisters. You know, despite our differences in race, gender, language, politics, or even religion itself, where others only see differences, today it's important that we rely on what unites us, and that's the Almighty God. You remind us in the Holy Quran in Surah Al-Hujurat, O mankind, we have created you from male and female and made you into nations and tribes that you may know one another. Indeed, the most honored of you in the sight of God is the most righteous of you. Oh God, help us embody this sacred truth, to see beyond our differences and recognize the worth you have bestowed upon every human being. Instill in us the qualities of mercy, justice, and humility. Make us servants of peace and advocates for the oppressed. Inspire leaders, our president, our Congress, our speaker, our leader, our Supreme Court, and all of our elected officials nationally and locally to act with sincerity and wisdom and to lead with hearts anchored in compassion and to remember that power lies not in the authority, but in our service to humanity. I mean, as elected officials, we have been given a very sacred duty to lead, and I pray that we are always guided by mercy, justice, humility, and what unites us, and that is we are all a part of God's creation. God bless you.
Good morning. This is my prayer for the Congress and the nation and all of us. This is called the Gayatri Mantra, one of the most sacred and auspicious in the Hindu faith. I'll first recite the Sanskrit. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devyasya Dhimhi Dio Yona Prajotyat. In English, we meditate on the divine radiance of the Supreme Being, the source of life, who is worthy of worship. May that divine light enlighten and guide us and our intellect toward righteousness and truth. Thank you.
Please bow your heads with me today. Almighty God, we come to you today acknowledging that you are the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the creator and the sustainer of life. You alone, Lord, are holy. It is a privilege to be able to talk to the God of the sovereign universe. We praise you because in a world full of unrest, you are unchanging and eternal, and we thank you for the hand of protection and provision that you have extended over our nation since its founding. Lord, help us as we seek to heal the broken places in our culture. Help us heal America to make sure our children and grandchildren can continue to be guided by your light. Help our leaders, especially President Trump and Vice President Vance, as they steer our country forward, and grant them the grace, wisdom, and judgment to move our nation into a brighter future. Give them the fortitude to overcome all obstacles placed in front of them. Just as our leaders work to renew our nation, let us spark a revival in hearts across our country, Lord. Lord, we pray that you protect President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, and their families. For it is not just the president and vice president who are sacrificing for our country, Lord, but their loved ones as well. We pray that you grant President Trump's 5 children and 10 grandchildren and Vice President Vance's 3 children the strength to prevail over adversity they did not choose themselves. And we pray this prayer also for our entire nation and world. Help all of our country's parents as they raise their children with love in their hearts. Guide them as they empower the next generation of Americans. Lord, show us how to be a light to all nations, a city on a hill that glorifies you and draws others unto you. Show us the way, Lord, so that our world better serves you. Father, our world is full of challenges, but you tell us in your word that you alone are our strength and our shield. We ask all of these things in your precious and holy name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to be with you this morning and to welcome you all here and to return this great event to its traditional location here in the Capitol. A reading from Matthew chapter 5 in the New Testament, the Beatitudes. Now when Jesus saw the crowds, he went up on a mountainside and he sat down. His disciples came to him and he began to teach them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Join with me if you will. Father, these are difficult sayings to understand and to model. We ask your help for us to see humility, purity, and peace and persecution as you do, so that it will individually as well as our branches of government and model them. We would like ourselves and our nation to be the light of the world. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Naval Academy Midshipmen performing Amazing Grace.
That saved our
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Kirsten Gillibrand, United States Senator from New York, and the Honorable David Kustoff, United States Representative from the 8th District of Tennessee.
Good morning, and thank you to the Republican leadership, the Democratic leadership, and especially to the organizers of this year's terrific prayer breakfast, carrying on this tremendous tradition. If I can, I'd like to talk to you about a portion of the Torah that focuses on the miracle of the parting of the Red Sea, which was performed by God through Moses, as the Israelites escaped the pursuing Egyptian army. After crossing the sea and recognizing the astounding miracle that had occurred, Moses and the people of Israel sang the Song of the Sea, and in Hebrew that's Shirat Hama, signifying their journey from slavery to freedom. This prayer is so central to Jewish life that it is said every day as part of morning service. And if I can, I'll read a few verses taken from Exodus chapter 15, verses 11 through 13. Who is like you among the powerful, O Lord? Who is like you, powerful in the holy place, too awesome for praises, performing wonders? You inclined your right hand, the earth swallowed them up. With your loving kindness, you led the people you redeemed. You led them with your might to your holy abode. This prayer and song, it's an expression of gratitude for freedom and for liberation. And first and foremost, we're grateful to God for our freedom and for our liberty. In addition, we are grateful for our leaders who protect it and the brave men and women of our armed services who defend it. And I'd like to end with this priestly blessing. May the Lord bless you and watch over you. May the Lord cause his countenance to shine you and favor you. May the Lord raise his countenance towards you and grant you peace. Amen.
Dear Lord, please protect and strengthen our judges, our lawmakers, and public servants. Please grant each of us wisdom. We know that the wisdom that comes from heaven is first of all pure, then peace-loving, considerate, submissive, full of mercy and good fruit, impartial and sincere. Peacemakers who sow in peace reap a harvest of righteousness. Wisdom's ways are pleasant ways, and all her paths are peace. She is a tree of life to those who take hold of her. Those who hold her fast will be blessed. God shows us what is good. And what does the Lord require of us? To act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Dear Lord, thank you for your grace, your wisdom, your teachings, and your love. We stand ready to serve you with all our hearts, our minds, and souls. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Naval Academy Midshipmen performing "O God, Our Help in Ages Past."
Shelter
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Maggie Hassan, co-chair of the National Prayer Breakfast, United States Senator from New Hampshire, and the Honorable Roger Marshall, co-chair of the National Prayer Breakfast, United States Senator from Kansas.
Would you join me in prayer, please? Father, we have offered several prayers to you this morning and have worshiped you in song as well. Thank you for having given our national leadership the mind and heart to set aside this morning each year for 73 years to seek you. But the moment we leave here, the difficult, divisive challenges of our times will engulf us yet again. Please transform our minds and hearts to stay true to you in the face of the coming onslaught. First, remind us, dear God, that as civic leaders in this democracy, we are called to follow the teaching laid out in Matthew chapter 20, verse 26, which says, whoever wants to be a leader among you must be your servant. We pray then for the wisdom to listen to the people we represent, for no leader succeeds if his goal is to rule rather than to serve. Second, Lord, we remember the one law which you instruct us to follow in Galatians chapter 5, verse 14, to love thy neighbor as thyself. And we remember, too, that as taught in Romans chapter 14, verse 12, each of us will be called on to be accountable to you. Third, dear God, as we strive to follow your one law, we are called to stay faithful to our country's founding principle that all men, all people, God, are created equal. And lastly, God, we are reminded of the words of the theologian and teacher, Reinhold Niebuhr, who said that man's capacity for justice makes democracy possible, but man's inclination to injustice makes democracy necessary. Our faith, dear Lord, provides us freedom of conscience. It is our democracy, though, that provides for its full and fearless expression. Oh God, as we leave this place, please honor our desires to please you and give us the desires we need to please you. Everything we are and everything we hope to be is in your hands. Oh Lord, hear our prayer. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the benediction delivered by Dr. Margaret Grun-Kibben, Chaplain of the United States House of Representatives.
As we close this, Senator, as we close this service, Senator Maggie Hassan, the National Prayer Breakfast Foundation, and I want to thank each of you for being here today. Your presence reflects the power of faith to unite us, no matter our faith. To those who shared prayers, readings, and music, thank you. Thank you for reminding us of the beauty in our individual faiths and the strength of our shared purpose. We thank President Trump for his words of encouragement and hope and for continuing this tradition for 73 years. Above all, we give thanks to God for the gift of this gathering, for his boundless grace and steadfast faithfulness which sustain us through every season. We honor the call to serve one another, to do justice, to love mercy, to walk humbly. Guided by his light and bound by his love, may this republic flourish in that same spirit as we carry unity and hope in our hearts and lead this great nation with courage and compassion. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the benediction delivered by Dr. Margaret Grun-Kibben, Chaplain of the United States House of Representatives.
Would you pray with me? Gracious and generous God, that you would have granted us this time of prayer and fellowship is a gift that evokes so much more than any words that have already attempted to express. For the spirit in this room is rich and resonant. We as individuals, as a body, as a nation, stand in the need of prayer. and we have come before your throne of grace to receive your mercy and request your favor. Truly, you have richly blessed us this morning. You have asked us only to respond by loving you with our whole hearts and our minds and our souls. And so in this moment, we have entrusted to you our innermost thoughts and our deepest needs. We have humbled ourselves and laid boldly before you our will and our wants, our pride and our prejudices, our convictions and our concerns. May both our prayers today and our lives from this day forth be like sweet aroma that rises to you. Remind us then, as we descend from this mountaintop of mutual blessing and depart this gathering of grace-filled communion, to strive to love others as you first loved us. You who have reconciled yourself to us in your love made flesh, have called us to be ambassadors of your ministry of reconciliation. Let not then the grace that you have shown us to be in vain, but may we go forth to serve you prayerfully, trustingly, lovingly, and obediently. We offer our prayers to you this day, each person in the name by which we've come to know you, and I in the strong name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, giving you a live look at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. right now. That is where we were just listening in here to the 73rd National Prayer Breakfast in Washington, D.C. And we did hear from President Donald Trump. This is more than a 70-year-old Washington tradition. It brings together a bipartisan group of lawmakers for fellowship. We are also expecting President Trump to speak at a separate prayer breakfast in Washington a little bit later as well. So we're going to keep an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. My name is Christy Matino. I'll be here for the next 2 hours or so. We're going to go away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. And welcome back. We are going to take you back out to Washington, D.C. We've been following this event this morning here on Live Now from Fox. What you're watching right now, that's Senator Cory Booker, as Democratic senators have been speaking all night and all morning as they're protesting President Donald Trump's nomination of Russell Vought to lead the Office of Management and Budget. Vought is one of the lead authors of Project 2025, and Democrats strongly opposing his nomination. I do want to turn up the sound here and listen in.
By the law, strong presidents stand in the well of the House of Representatives and give a vision for this country. As it says in my faith, without vision, the people will perish. God bless the visionary presidents we've had. John F. Kennedy pointing to the skies and saying, "We will go to the moon." And then what did he do? He came to Congress with a vision to increase funding for science, math, for STEM education. What did he do? Came to Congress with a vision for making NASA something that would be the envy of the world. What did he do? He inspired a nation with a vision that was so compelling, Democrats and Republicans joined together and followed it. What does this president do? What does Donald Trump, who's no Reagan, who's no JFK, what does he do? In the dark of night, he sends in unelected individuals to access computer systems in a way that is so violative of the privacy of Americans, and without congressional approval, without a legal basis. They go in and upend agency after agency after agency, and for USAID, they shut it down. That's not a visionary presidency. That is reckless, undercover vandalism, illegal action, and the hurting of Americans. So why has senator after senator come down here to speak up? Why? Because to treat this as normal would be to normalize these constitutional violations. And to allow someone like Vought, who has been saying over and over again, I don't respect the Constitution, I don't respect the courts, I don't respect the rule of law, we are going to take over. If you don't believe me, listen to what Vought says. His own words. He believes that Congress should do what it wants to do. We knew that Vought published this memo and basically said, I have no regard for the federal law or for Congress's power of the purse. In 2018, Vought was instrumental in the Trump administration's attempt, they weren't successful, attempt to use the Impoundment Control Act to withhold appropriate funds beyond their period of availability. This was a backdoor way to try to go around the law. This idea of impoundment is a theory that a president, despite Congress in a bipartisan, bicameral way, passing a funding bill, this is the idea that the President of the United States, despite all of that, can just say, nah, forget Congress, forget the will of the people, forget the people's representatives, forget the United States Senate. I decide what we spend as a country. And so he tried this attempt. But the attempt was determined by our processes to be illegal. The GAO, the Government Accounting Office, says you can't do that. But Vought kept pushing to employ the same strategy the following year to try to freeze foreign aid. This is 2018. The past is prologue, folks. And in doing so, he wanted to do it again ignoring the 2018 GAO legal decision. In a response to a 2020 pre-hearing question, this is how flagrantly defiant Vogt is. In a response to a 2020 pre-hearing question, Vogt wrote this: "I will not abide by the 2018 decision," claiming it was wrongly decided. Think about this. He's in the administrative branch and deciding that a legal decision was wrongly decided. So perhaps Vogt not only wants to do the job of Congress, but now he wants to do the job of the Article III branch of government, the courts as well. What does that sound like? Does that sound like a patriot to our democratic traditions? No. Does that sound like somebody who's willing to follow the rule of law? No. Does that sound like somebody who is in the spirit of 1776, the spirit of compromise, the spirit of patriotism, the spirit of adherence to the democratic ideals of the United States of America? No. It sounds like someone that believes that they have the power to act in an authoritarian manner and declare themselves the executive, the legislature, and the courts.
All right, so we were just playing a snippet here. That's Senator Cory Booker, as Democrats have been speaking all night and all morning as they protest President Trump's nomination of Russell Vogt to lead the Office of Management and Budget. However, we do see President Donald Trump coming up again to the podium right now to speak. This is at a separate prayer breakfast at another hotel in Washington, D.C. We did just hear the president speaking a short time ago at the National Prayer Breakfast as well. So let's turn up the sound here. It does look like President Trump is about to speak.
Well, thank you very much. That's a big group of people. That's a nice group. Well, we want to bring religion back stronger, bigger, better than ever before. Very important, and this is a good start. This is really good. We have to have religion, and it suffered greatly over the last few years, but it's coming back. It's coming back strong, and I want to thank you, Pastor Paula, who I have known for a long time. She's a fantastic person, and thanks to the thousands of believers here today from all across the country and from all around the world. This is a beautiful tradition. They told me I could do it via Skype. And I said, what are we doing? And they said, the prayer breakfast. I said, I've been there every year. I'm not doing it via Skype. Via Skype. I'm going to be there. It's not that far, you know, it's like about 2 minutes down the road. In fact, it was easier to do this than put up a Skype deal. Just destroy the White House, putting up all that stuff. But now I want to be here with you. And I have been here with you. Thank you. And I do that despite the fact that they say I can't run again. That's the expression. Sir. Then somebody said, I don't think you can. Oh. Now, I want to be with you regardless, and it's an honor, and it's something I've enjoyed. I've actually met some very nice Democrats here. That's true. I have. But this is a beautiful tradition that started with President Eisenhower in 1953, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. After 4 long years, really, they were very long, dark years, in my opinion. It's great to be back at the prayer breakfast, and I hope you all agree it's nice to once again have a president that shows up to the prayer breakfast. And that agrees to be interviewed for the Super Bowl. I'm doing that too. They haven't done it in so long, they forgot about it. They said, oh, but they hadn't done it in years. But I said, yeah, this morning they wanted to know. And I said, yeah, why not? What the hell?
You know the way I look at it? They ask you a question and you give them an answer. It's not that hard. But they didn't show up for years, so they were almost shocked when I said, yeah, I'll do it. Why not? But I want to thank our great newly confirmed Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, who's fantastic, by the way, for being here this morning. I don't know if, is he around? Where is he? Where is he? With the lights, I can't, there you are. You are a handsome devil. He's a good-looking guy. He's got an even better-looking wife, I can tell you that. But I want to thank you and Catherine for, you've been fantastic. I knew immediately, he was running in a group of people, and I spotted him immediately. I said, that guy's a winner. He didn't get the gravitas, because to get gravitas, you have to be controversial and, in many cases, a horrible human being. You get a lot of gravitas that way, and he's a very good human being and very smart. But I said, he is really outstanding, and he's going to do a job with Chris Wright. Two of them, it's like a partnership with Interior and Energy. He's going to have more liquid gold coming out of the ground than anybody's ever seen before. We're going to drive the price down, and everything else is going to follow. So he's one of the really important people. He was a very, very, very great gentleman, was a fantastic governor, by the way, and really did do, and sort of learned the oil business as a governor, because he made his money, made a lot of money, which I like. I like people that make money, because that means they can help us. And they always like me to put in really people that have failed. They want, please, sir, he's made too much money and he's become too successful. They want me to hire people that have totally failed to run Department of Energy. Somebody that lost all his life. I don't want to do, I just don't want to do it. I know it sounds nice, but I want to get somebody that was so successful, because we got to bring the country back, and him and Chris are going to be unbelievable. I really believe it. But I want to thank you very much, Doug, for what you've gone through. He's gone through a lot, too. But he was easily approved, because he's an honest person. He gave a statement. They read it. They said, thank you. But as well as our co-chairs, Representatives Ben Klein and Jonathan Jackson. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, fellas. Great. Congressman Eric Burleson and visiting dignitaries from more than 120 countries. From the very beginning of our republic, America has always been a nation founded by people of faith and strengthened by the power of prayer and united by four simple but very beautiful words: in God we trust. And you all know there was a movement to get that out. I said, no way, don't bring it up. Don't bring it up. I don't want to hear it. There was a movement. We don't want that, because we shouldn't be mentioning God. There was a very strong movement, just like they don't want to say Merry Christmas, but now they say it. Remember in 2016, I was a whole big part of my campaign. You're going to say Merry Christmas. Well, now they do it again. But we, I don't know if you've been watching, but we got rid of woke over the last 2 weeks. Woke is gonzo. Despite the other side stealing hundreds of millions of dollars to promote woke. Did you see what happened yesterday, where they found hundreds of millions of dollars of money was fraudulently given to newspapers and, I guess, Politico? I don't know, they're here. Good, I hope you're enjoying your breakfast. No, they gave money to all this out of U.S. aid, right? U.S. AID. It came out, hundreds of just tremendous amounts of money, had nothing to do with anything. This is a terrible thing that was experienced, but we're catching them left and right. We're catching them. We're catching them to a point where they don't know what the heck is going on. They can't believe they're getting caught. And I have great respect for the people that are doing it. Elon Musk is helping us on it. And he's pretty good. He's pretty good. He's pretty good at it. But the numbers are astounding. They're astounding. Even Doug was shaken up by what he heard. Do you believe that, Doug, what you've been reading? It just very dishonest stuff. But it was faith that led the pilgrims to cross an ocean and settle this majestic continent, and we're going to keep it majestic. It was belief in our Creator that moved the patriot farmers to stand strong for their liberties at Concord Bridge 250 years ago this April, and we're going to have a big party next year. And we have the Olympics coming in, and we have the World Cup coming in, and we have the 250th year celebration, all three. And you know, when I was president, I got the Olympics and I got the World Cup. 250 years I had nothing to do with, it just happened to be. But it all came due the presidency after what should have been mine, really should have been. And they had a little election that, let's just say, didn't work out too correctly. A lot of things have been found out about that. But so I got forced to run again, and I ran again. And now I have the Olympics, I have the World Cup, and I have 250. So I said, this is interesting, you know? When I got them, I said, you know, the only bad thing about the Olympics is I won't be president. The only bad thing about getting the World Cup, I worked hard to get the World Cup because everybody wants it. Everybody wants the Olympics. But the only bad thing was I said, you know, I won't be president, and I might not, you know, when you're not president, you might not even be invited. I said, isn't it sad? Then all of a sudden I run and I win, and then somebody says, sir, you're going to have to start thinking about the Olympics. I said, you know, you're right. I never thought about that during the campaign. I'm going to be here for the Olympics and the World Cup. How about that? God works in very strange ways. But we had a great election. We won by a massive majority, won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. We have a mandate, and some say the most consequential election in 129 years. And that's good because I'm a believer, like you're a believer, and we want to have a believer in this position. And it was confidence in America's God-given destiny that pushed the pioneers to journey west and led Americans to end slavery, crush fascism, defeat communism, and conquer every single challenge that we faced. And they were very great challenges. Now it's the same time, I have to remember, unyielding faith in America's mission that inspires us to make our country great again. And soon it will be greater than ever. We're doing really well. We're doing really well. It's, I think in 2 weeks they're saying, I'm reading it, so I'm not even saying it, but I feel it, that we've done more than just about any president ever. The first 2 weeks have been probably, they say, the most successful 2 weeks in the history of any presidency. Now all we have to do is keep it going for another couple of 100 weeks. But it's been very successful. And if this guy gets a lot of oil out of the ground to bring down everybody's prices, it'll even be better. So, Doug, you shouldn't even be here right now. You should be, get out of here, Doug. Start looking for oil. After years of decline, Americans are reasserting our true identity as a people ordained by God to be the freest and most exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. But we weren't that for 4 years. I don't believe we were. And we're getting there very soon, very quickly. I'll be able to say it, and we'll be able to say it again. As I said in my inaugural address 2 weeks ago, a light is now shining over the world, the entire world. And I'm hearing it from other leaders. I'm hearing it from leaders that have traditionally not been on our side, that there's so much more, there's such a good feeling in the air, so different than it was just a short time ago. Because here in America, we are once again a nation that believes in ourselves. We believe in our destiny and trusts in the providence of Almighty God. And I can tell you the opposite side, the opposing side, and they oppose religion, they oppose God. They've lost their confidence. They've lost their confidence. It's a different group of people than I remember. Over the past 2 weeks, our strength has been restored, our spirit has been revived, and a new national momentum has been sweeping across our land. The golden age of America has officially begun. And I will tell you, I just read it this morning, a statistic just came out that in the last 15 years, we just broke the record, Army recruitment, and they think it's going to be 25 years, but right now it's 15, more than 15. Army recruitment has gone up. You've probably been reading that it's been way down in the dumps, and recruitment's the highest it's been in more than 15 years, and that's going to get higher, and it could be 25 years, but that's going to get higher and higher, and that's a tremendous thing. That's a tremendous thing, and a poll came out that the spirit of the country is up 49%. Where did you hear that? That's a record that's never gone up, and that's gone up over just since the election, since November 5th. What a great day. Was that a great day? Was that great? Because we're going to make our country great again. After years of stagnation, our economy is roaring back to life. Optimism is soaring. Hope is returning. And we have brought back the words common sense to our government. We had a big day yesterday. You saw that, having to do with men in women's sports. No longer. It's over. But we're going to be securing our borders, defending our freedoms, and restoring the principle of meritocracy. Merit. We're a merit-based country again. And we have a Supreme Court ruling to that effect. Nobody thought that was going to happen. That was a great ruling. It didn't get the kind of notoriety that other things get, but in its own way, it was just about as important as anything. It gave us the right to go back to a merit-based. We're a merit-based country now. It's based on competence, intelligence, and based on ability and all of the things that really can make a country great. Around the world, America is being respected again, and you are already witnessing some very incredible results. Just days before taking office, my team negotiated a breakthrough ceasefire agreement to stop the bloodshed and killing in the Middle East and return the hostages held captive by Hamas back home to their loved ones. And as the Bible says, blessed are the peacemakers. And in that end, I hope my greatest legacy, when it's all finished, will be known as a peacemaker and a unifier. I hope that's going to be true. You know, when I left, we had no wars, we had no problems, we had no inflation, we had no, all we had was we were going to go just up. And I came back. We have Russia, Ukraine. We have the Middle East has exploded. All of these things would have never happened. And we have inflation that was the worst in the history of our country. But we're joined today by several brave families whose loved ones were taken hostage during the October 7th horrible attack 16 months ago. And I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that we're keeping you in our hearts and our prayers. And please stand if you are one of the people who have been so gravely affected. Please stand. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, they're coming in. More are coming in today. They're coming in. It's a very traumatic situation, very tough, as the people know that are here with us. But they're coming in. And I made a statement, and I meant it totally, that if they're not home by the time I get into office, all hell will break loose in the Middle East. And I think they respected that statement, so we'll see. But we have more hostages to come, and we hope they live up to their word. And I have to say, who knows if that's going to happen. But one way or another, it's going to work out. It's going to all work out. As president, I will not rest until every remaining hostage has been returned to their families. So thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. Also with us is an incredible survivor of October 7th. What a horrible day that was. That would have never happened. Iran was broke. They had no money to pay to Hamas or Hezbollah. They were stone cold broke. And when I left, they started selling their oil again. They took the sanctions off. They did everything wrong. I mean, I'd like to say the opposite of that. I would much prefer saying the opposite. But they did everything wrong. That includes with Russia and Ukraine. That should have never happened also. All those millions of kids. You know, the soldiers are just being decimated. The two countries, probably 800,000 Russians, 600, 700,000 Ukrainians, young people, just laying on a battlefield dead. It's a horrible situation going on over there. We're working very hard, and I think making progress to stop it. Also with us is an incredible survivor of October 7th who was held captive by Hamas for more than 8 months. Noah Agramani was the music festival. She was at the music festival and attacked on that terrible day. Where are you? Where are you? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's great that you're here. I watched you on television. I don't know what you're doing, but you look like a much younger person. I don't know what the secret is. Please give it to all of us. For 245 harrowing days, Noah showed unwavering strength and courage and faith as she endured the unendurable, really, what she went through. But by the grace of God, she was rescued by the Israeli Defense Forces, and now she's come back to pray with us this morning, and it's such an honor to have you, and you're really an inspiration, Noah, to all of us. Thank you very much. The innocent civilians attacked on October 7th were targeted for one reason, because they were Jews. They were murdered and kidnapped because of their faith, and these events remind us of how blessed we are to live in a nation that has thrived for 2.5 centuries as a haven of religious freedom, although I will tell you the last 4 years have been very difficult. It would have been a very difficult thing for me to have made that statement if this speech was taking place 2 years ago. My administration is absolutely committed to defending this proud heritage, and I will always protect religious liberty. And that is why today I'm on, and really honoring a lot of people, but I'm announcing that I will be creating a brand new presidential commission on religious liberty. It's going to be a very big deal, which will work tirelessly to uphold this most fundamental right. Unfortunately, in recent years, we've seen this sacred liberty threatened like never before in American history. There's nothing happened like the last 4 years. What's happened with so many things have gone bad, but religion, what they've done, and the persecution that they've executed have been just horrible. For example, most of us would not have believed it possible that a grandmother with a severe medical condition, quite elderly woman, would be put in jail for praying here in America. She was put in jail because she was praying. But we're joined today by a woman who was 75 years old. Paulette Harlow was sentenced to 2 years in prison for peacefully praying outside of a clinic, charged under an obscure law that hadn't been used in years, selectively weaponized against Christians by the previous administration. I never understood how we won with evangelicals, we won with Christians by a lot. But even that little bit that they got, I said, who are the people that voted for them? Who would vote for them? They were terrible. They were terrible to you, and they were terrible to people of religion, all religions. At her sentencing, the judge mocked Paulette's Christian faith. Exactly 2 weeks ago, it was my honor to grant Paulette and other persecuted Christians, about 23 of them, a full and unconditional pardon. We got them out of there. We got them out. They're so clean now. You know those pardons? You're so clean. There's nobody so clean as Paulette in this whole room. She was just, she got a little lucky, didn't she? Yeah, she got lucky that I won that election. But she was going to be in there for a long time, right, Paulette? But what happened to you must never, ever happen again in America. So I want to thank you very much for being here, Paulette. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Enjoy your life. To confront such weaponization and religious persecution, today I'm signing an executive order to make our Attorney General, who's a great person, she's going to be a great Attorney General, Pam Bondi, the head of a task force, brand new, to eradicate anti-Christian bias. About time, right? Anti-Christian bias. Yeah, you never heard of that one before, right? But it's about time, isn't it, though, really? So many times you hear, but you don't hear the anti-Christian bias. The mission of this task force will be to immediately halt all forms of anti-Christian targeting and discrimination within the federal government, including at the DOJ, which was absolutely terrible, the IRS, the FBI, terrible, and other agencies. In addition, the task force will work to fully prosecute anti-Christian violence and vandalism in our society and to move heaven and earth to defend the rights of Christians and religious believers nationwide. You've never had that before, but this is a very powerful document I'm signing. You got it now. First time you've had it. If we don't have religious liberty, then we don't have a free country. We probably don't even have a country. This week, I'm also creating the White House Faith Office, led by Pastor Paula White, who is so amazing. That man's happy. Look at, stand up. Let me see. Why are you so happy? You love Paula, right? I come from Lebanon. Oh, Lebanon tough. Yeah, so you know what we're talking about better than anybody. Yeah. You're going to have a great new ambassador to Lebanon. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. It's tough. Yeah, you're going to have a great new ambassador. We just put him in. While I'm in the White House, we will protect Christians in our schools, in our military, in our government, in our workplaces, hospitals, and in our public squares. And we will bring our country back together as one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. Throughout history, those who have sought control and domination over others have always tried to cut the people off from the connection to their Creator. At the same time, every nation with big dreams and great ambition has recognized that there is no recourse more precious than the faith in the hearts of our people. It's the thing that makes our nation great. It makes other nations great. When you don't have it, you don't see great nations. Without God, we are isolated and alone, but with God, the scripture tells us all things are possible. Well, look at me. I'm standing before you today. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. A lot of people said, I shouldn't have been here. A beautiful day in Pennsylvania. It's a shot that should not have been missed. Well, it got me a little bit. It got me a little bit, but pretty amazing. My son, who's a great shooter, Don, both of them, Eric, they said it's like sinking a 1-foot putt from where that shooter was with that particular weapon. And I just happened to turn at the right instant, a fraction of a second. If I was late or early, it would have been over. And you would have somebody else speaking today. But got very lucky. It was a chart on immigration came down, and I looked to my right. Quickly, I looked to my right. I said, drop that chart. Boom. And I said, man, what was that? So if I didn't make that turn, so it's, you know, my son, Don, said, Dad, I'll tell you, you got saved by God. This is, you know, I shouldn't say this, but that was a big statement for him to make. He was moved, Eric, likewise, because it's, you know, you could say it's a miracle or you could say something, but it was really, it was God that saved me. Thank you. But even in the dark, thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you very much. That's very nice. Even in the darkest moments, hope is never lost. And 2 weeks ago, I went to a small town in North Carolina. What a great place North Carolina is. We love North Carolina. We won that thing 3 times. We won the primaries. We won the elections. We won it. And my daughter-in-law, Laura, is so incredible. She comes from North Carolina. She did such a great job. They love her in the state. But we've had great luck there, and I reciprocate. And it had been virtually destroyed, the whole state, this Hurricane Helene. It was a heavy water hurricane, the water like nobody's ever seen. And lakes were built in areas that were always dry. And the people had lost everything they owned. Numerous people, many people dead. FEMA under Biden was a disaster. They were almost not even, they essentially weren't even there. They'd been abandoned by their government and seen their friends and neighbors swept away and die. Saw many of them. One of those I met was a pastor named Ramona Nix, really good woman. Her congregation is small, but they had just purchased a brand new church, beautiful church. She said, people asked her, what are you going to do with this big building? It was such a good, beautiful situation to be in. And then came the hurricane. And she looked at them, she said, only God knows. Just 1 week after dedicating that church, the storm hit their little town, and the pastor's church became a lifeboat for a community that was just displaced. The church withstood the storm, one of the few buildings that did. Before the end of the week, the sanctuary was so packed with supplies that it was hard to walk. Everybody from all over the country was sending her.
All right, it does look like that feed just switched on us. However, we do have another one. Oh, looks like it just came back. Sometimes this happens, live TV. Let's head back to President Trump.
He said, sir, God is good. He is very good. It's been just 17 days since I took the oath of office. Wow, 17 days. It's time still flies. It's 17 days. It's gone. I've been so busy that it's hard to believe. But we've done a lot in 17 days, haven't we? And in those 17 days, we've accomplished really what some people haven't accomplished in 8 years. From the flood-ravaged valleys of North Carolina to the flame-scorched bluffs of California. I went there. What a shame that is. I've never seen anything like it. As far as the eye could see, just devastation of rich neighborhoods, very rich neighborhoods. Some of the richest people in the country lost their houses. Rich and middle income. I wouldn't say poor people. This was a rough period of weeks. You know, I opened the floodgates a few days ago. Let the water come down because the environmentalists didn't want water. They still don't want it. If they had their choice, they don't want it. I said, are you crazy? And I'm sure you've seen it, the water comes down from the northwest, parts of Canada, I guess, but the Pacific Northwest. And it comes down by millions and millions of barrels a day. And I opened it up. It wasn't that easy to do, but I opened it up and it's pouring down, and it's a beautiful thing. And it should have happened. I told them to do it in my last term. They didn't do it, but now we just did it. They didn't want to do it, but we did it. But from the gang-ridden streets of our inner cities to the war-torn lands of the Middle East, we're working urgently to restore hope and prosperity, safety and peace all over. Every single day of this administration will act with purpose and historic speed, because like that pastor in North Carolina, we know that God is good, our future is bright, and America's glorious destiny is just within our reach. And so together we will make America stronger and prouder, safer, freer, greater, and more faithful to our God than ever before. And I just want to thank you. You're very, very special people. You're great people. It's an honor to be with you. And I will see you again next year. Okay? Thank you very much. God bless you all. And God bless America. God bless you.
And that was President Donald Trump. He was speaking at a prayer breakfast at a hotel in Washington, D.C., sponsored by a private group. But a bit earlier today on Live Now, we did show you President Trump also spoke at the national prayer breakfast as well in Washington, D.C. And I did want to just give you that live look at the Capitol right now, as we do have a lot going on out of Washington, D.C. So what we're going to do is go away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, lots more live coverage on the other side. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino. We are following a lot out of Washington, D.C. today, a lot of live events. I did want to show you this one that we are keeping an eye on. This is going to be the Senate committee voting on Patel to serve as FBI director in the Trump administration. This all comes after last week that Patel insisted to Democrats that he did not have a, quote, enemies list, and that the Bureau under his leadership would not seek retribution against the president's adversary. So again, set to start here very shortly. In the meantime, I do want to head back to this national prayer breakfast that did just happen bit earlier here on Live Now from Fox, maybe an hour ago. Right now, President Trump is at a separate prayer breakfast at a hotel in Washington as well. And we did just hear some remarks from him, but as I pull this up for you, you can see there is another speaker at the podium right now. So I do want to head back to this and listen in. When we see these other events start, we will pivot.
It's important for us to remember that the rights of men and women come not from the generosity of the state, but are rather derived from the grace of God. God, our Creator, we ask that you never allow us to have false political pride to overwhelm the angels of our better nature, and to teach us always that even under the worst of our political circumstances, we must be willing to see the good in each other. Because in times like these, we are called to remember what we believe and then live up to it, so that we will affirm in our faith that we can be confirmed by how we endeavor to lead. For you said in your word, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sins and heal their land. God, give us greater faith, and not just faith as a set of existential commitments upon which to rest the future of our souls, but faith as understanding of how to treat each other, respect each other, and honor the dignity of all human beings. God, in your creativity, you gave mankind the beauty of human diversity with a goal for all of us to live in harmony. Remind us that as long as a free society is unwilling to help the many who are poor, it will never be able to secure the fortunes of the few who are rich. Because faith without works is dead. And God, we ask that you teach this country that the future footsteps of America must be determined not only by our national greatness, but also by our commitment to those once enumerated unalienable rights. So blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. And blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Keep us always connected to your love, and let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream. In your name we pray, amen.
All right. So again, we were just listening in as President Donald Trump spoke just a short time ago at this prayer breakfast in Washington, D.C. We're going to stay in D.C. right now as I do pull up this live image again to let you know we are keeping an eye on this, set to start here shortly. This is going to be the Senate committee voting on Kash Patel to serve as FBI director in President Donald Trump's administration. Democrats had raised questions about his beliefs in conspiracy theories and loyalty to the president, but Patel did look to distance himself from those words. He accused Democrats of taking them out of context. This all happening last week in one of those hearings. So what we're going to do is keep an eye on this. In the meantime, I do want to take you back out to another live event happening right now in Washington, and that is Senator Cory Booker. He's still speaking. If you were watching live now throughout the morning, you saw we brought this to you maybe just about a half an hour or more ago. Senator Cory Booker still speaking there as Democratic senators have been speaking all night and all morning as they're protesting President Trump's nomination of Russell Vought to lead the Office of Management and Budget. Let's listen in here for a little bit. We will pivot if we see another event start.
That my cost of living would get better, but are now seeing that indeed, whether it is a tax on streams of revenue for middle-class families or the police in my community, or whether it's threats of tariffs with our neighbors, that directly affecting your small business that's barely staying afloat. Whatever the challenge is, whatever the fear is, what I want to tell you right now is don't normalize a president who is violating the separation of powers. Don't normalize a president who is violating civil service laws. Don't normalize a president who is ignoring the dictates of Congress and establishing agencies. This is the time to summon the spirit of Ida B. Wells and to turn the light of truth upon what is going on, because you may be witnessing defeats, but the democracy is not defeated. You may say what's going on is wrong, but that does not stop the power of right. As the great poet said, you may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust I rise. This mighty nation stands on the shoulders of truth tellers, of defiant, dedicated patriots of grit and gumption. It's we the people, no No matter if you're a billionaire or a president, if you're a teacher, if you're a cop, if you're a plumber, this nation says that our voices matter. And in the words of that Negro spiritual, as we have tried to do here all through the night, I hope everyone in America understands that this is the time for us to lift every voice. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
So we were just listening in there. That was Senator Cory Booker, and this has been going on all night and all morning. These Senate Democrats protesting Russell Vought's nomination to lead the budget office. As I said, very busy day in Capitol Hill. So what I do want to do right now is pivot to this other live event also going on right now in the ongoing wake of major changes being brought to the federal government by Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency. We are hearing from Democrats hosting this news conference to demand his firing. Let's listen in here.
Thank y'all.
Good job.
Great job. Hey, thanks so much for coming. All right, yeah.
All right, so this is live TV. We did just try to bring you those remarks, but what we are going to do here is go away for a quick 2-minute break. Again, I do want to just show you this live event that we are keeping an eye on, as this is going to be Kash Patel, this Senate Judiciary nomination hearing for him for the position of FBI Director. We are going to go away for a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we do have a lot more live events to bring you. Thanks for being here. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I do want to show you some of the live events we are waiting on. Again, showing you this, I just showed you it before the break, but this is going to be the Senate Judiciary nomination hearing for Kash Patel for FBI director. Last week, Patel, which is President Trump's nominee for the position, he testified for nearly 5 hours before the Senate Judiciary Committee. So here's what's happening today. That committee is reconvening to discuss his nomination with Chair Chuck Grassley. He's a Republican, commenting that he'd like to schedule a final committee vote for next week to advance Patel's confirmation to a final vote on the Senate floor. That is set to start here shortly, and we will bring it to you. But in the meantime, I did want to head over to another live event that we have been bringing you. We heard from Senator Cory Booker a short time ago, and I am going to pull this up for you now. This is the Democrats as they continue this overnight debate centered around Russell Vought's nomination. And again, that is President Trump's nomination to lead the Office of Management and Budget. So we've been hearing from Democratic leaders and senators all night. I do want to turn up the sound here and listen in for a bit.
To lower grocery prices for America. We've been hearing in our offices from producers across the state who are very concerned about what this Project 2025 means to them. We have over 38,000 farm operations in Colorado. Some harvest wheat, some raise meat or poultry, some specialize in dairy. All of them support our rural communities and play an essential role in feeding families really all across the country. We don't have to speculate about what Mr. Vogt would do to the Office of Management and Budget. He's really laid it all out in Project 2025. He wrote Project 25 to a large extent himself. One of his finest contributions, a section championing the executive branch's ability to overreach and, quote unquote, impound funds. Let's not mince words. This is, by all historic measures, blatantly unconstitutional. Congress alone has the authority to decide how government spends its money. This isn't an opinion. It says explicitly in Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7, no money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law. Made by law, designated by Congress. And again, in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1, the Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. Excuse me, I think, like everyone, I've got a flu. We got a taste of how Mr. Vogt would attempt to execute something like this last week. In a truly chaotic, late-night, two-page memo, the Trump administration halted all federal grants and loans. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Federal spending for a staggering number of programs. Programs that provide Americans health care, food, nutrition, housing, child care, so much else. The memo stemmed from an executive order calling on federal agencies to review and eliminate spending on woke ideologies, or quote unquote, the new Green Deal. Both things that aren't clearly defined and don't in any specific way exist. In this rush to create chaos and jumble policy, the implementers didn't bother to specify which programs would continue, which programs would end. Our office and our staff were immediately flooded with calls, hundreds and then thousands of calls. We heard from folks in every corner of Colorado, big cities, small towns, asking, what does this mean for them and their families? There was real fear, real worry, and for good reason. The Trump administration tried to walk back the original memo to clarify that the freeze wouldn't affect individual payments like Social Security or food stamp benefits, but that didn't clear up too much. It certainly didn't help that the White House press secretary couldn't answer specific questions like pertaining to specific government programs like Medicaid, whether they were going to be affected. Frustrating as it is, and I get how frustrating it is, there are reasons why government moves slowly. All of this, if implemented as requested, would have had a devastating impact on Colorado, a devastating impact. Federal programs and funds make up roughly 25% of our state's effort to build transportation and infrastructure, provide needed services for the most needy in our state. Head Start, a truly vital service for over 9,000 low-income kids in Colorado, would be forced to shutter its operations that provide for these low-income kids of all communities with the early childhood education, health, and nutrition that they need. Even as we speak, there are reports that Head Start providers around the nation are not able to access funds. If implemented, it would cut off 83,000 low-income Colorado families from the low-income home energy assistance program, which helps heat their homes in a cold winter. These are folks that in many cases are unable to pay their heating bills and wouldn't be able to heat their homes without this assistance. Our public safety and law enforcement would be weakened. The pause would strip funding that helps our local agencies prevent terrorism, helps them crack down on drug trafficking, and prevent crimes and provide services for those who have been victimized by crime. Colorado has one of the largest veteran populations in the country, something we're very proud of. But this funding would cut resources for those vets. It would cut resources for community-based suicide prevention efforts, organizations that provide care for veterans experiencing homelessness, and services for veterans living with disabilities, many of them taken in the defense of our nation. Hard to be cruel to those who've given their country so much. Before entering public service, I was in the restaurant business. At our brew pub in downtown Denver, we'd cook, pack, and donate meals every year to Meals on Wheels to feed seniors throughout the Metro Denver area. I've seen firsthand the difference this makes, the relief it provides to seniors who need it. Many of them don't leave the house, are so grateful to have someone come and they can talk to as they get their meal. But the federal funding freeze left Meals on Wheels in Colorado, but all across the country, unsure of how and whether they'll be able to continue serving meals. Over 25,000 Coloradan seniors every day rely on Meals on Wheels to access food. Why would we leave our seniors hungry and unsure when their next hot lunch is going to come?
So we were just listening into some remarks from John Hickenlooper. He is from Colorado. And this is, again, that was just listening in to Democrats as they continued their overnight debate on Russell Vought's nomination. Vogt was one of the lead authors of Project 2025, and Democrats are strongly opposing this nomination. A final Senate committee vote is expected to take place this evening. What we're going to do is go away for another 2-minute break, because on the other side of all of this, we are expecting this Kash Patel Senate Judiciary nomination hearing to begin for FBI director. That's all next. Stay with us. And welcome back. Do want to take you out live now, happening in Washington, D.C., the Senate Judiciary nomination hearing for Kash Patel for FBI Director. Let's turn up the sound and listen in.
But disappointed because I think there are several things that we have to acknowledge. Number one, this is an unusual nomination. Unusual, and it's a 10-year nomination. I mean, we decided 50 years ago to reform the selection of the FBI head to make sure that we took politics out of the equation. And so we said 10 years, that's going to transcend at least one president, maybe two, the service of an individual. So 10 years is a pretty long time, and it, I think, merits extra consideration and review. Secondly, the hearing of this individual raised questions that I'm sure a lot of people were surprised about. Why did we spend so darn much time talking about a musical recording, the J6 choir? We did because Mr. Patel basically denied any knowledge of the creation of this musical enterprise and the people who were involved in it. He was very proud of the musical selection, which he was playing at rallies for President Trump, and he was very much involved in calling these folks political prisoners who had stormed the Capitol on January 6th. And yet, when we asked him about him, he denied that he had any real knowledge of who was involved and what they were doing here. I look at, I'm trying to find one quote. He was on Steve Bannon's show. Mr. Patel claimed he didn't have anything to do with the January 6th prison choir, which includes January 6th rioters who violently assaulted police officers. Here's what he said to Steve Bannon, quote, "We got this idea to record the January 6th prisoners who recite the national anthem every night from the D.C. prison. Then we took that to the studio, so we mastered and digitized it." I mean, that's a direct contradiction under oath of his involvement. What difference does it make? A recording, come on, Durbin, move on. The recording was of political prisoners who stormed this Capitol and assaulted 140 of our best and brightest and most well-trained people that guard us every single day, the Capitol Police and their D.C. counterparts. They are trying to, some people are trying to lionize the insidious effort by these thugs who came and stormed the Capitol and were screaming out, "Hang Vice President Pence." I hope that we don't fall into this trap of trying to rewrite history as to what happened on January 6th. That was an atrocious display of political might, and at the expense of some wonderful people who guard us every single day in this Capitol. There are some here who wouldn't, and when we went through this hearing, they disparaged the very thought that these people would be pardoned if they were guilty of violence against the police. One of my colleagues here called it absurd and hypothetical. Well, it turned out to not be so absurd. On the first day he was president, and the second term, Donald Trump issued a blanket pardon for all those who had been arrested. Mr. Patel was part of this lionization of these thugs who took over the Capitol or tried to take it over on that day. I don't want history to be wrong or misleading about what actually happened. Now what's happening? Questionnaires are going out in the Department of Justice and the FBI as to whether individuals serving our country in those agencies were involved in January 6 prosecutions. Yesterday, I met an individual who wants to be the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche. Made a good impression. Some of you probably met him too. He appears to be a well-versed, well-trained attorney. He was personal attorney to President Trump in one of his lawsuits. Back in the day, he was working for the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York. And I asked him, when you started working there, did they let you pick and choose the files you worked on? He said, of course not. You were assigned, particularly if you're low in seniority, you were assigned cases. So I said, to say that a person worked on a January 6th case, if they are new to the agency, is it possible that they were ordered to do that case? He said, it's possible. I said, should that be held against him? He didn't think it should, nor does anyone else, I hope. They did the job they were assigned to do. And now we have this kind of survey of the Department of Justice and the FBI to determine who was involved in the January 6th prosecutions. if this is an effort to punish them, dismiss them, or treat them poorly because they did what they were supposed to do as professionals, that's wrong. And I look at the involvement of Kash Patel in this whole episode from start to finish. I read his book start to finish, and I can tell you he does not have the temperament for the job. And if you're honest about it, you'll join me in thinking that. He is always trying to go after those who disrespected him and wronged him politically and get even with them. For God's sake, to give the most sweeping investigative agency in the United States and the world over to this man to settle political scores is something we're going to regret. That's why we asked for a second hearing on this. I hope that we don't have to do it again, and I hope that some members on the Republican side will think twice on this issue.
Okay. Now for the business of the committee.
Mr. Chairman.
Listen, I'd rather do our administrative business.
Then can I speak?
I wasn't planning on anybody speaking.
I'd like to respond to what Senator Durbin said.
Okay, let's.
In that case, I'd like to line up behind Senator Kennedy to speak myself.
Okay. I'll call on Senator Kennedy when we get done here. But let's make very clear. There's plenty of time for any sort of debate you want to do a week from today, right now, to discuss anything you want to discuss. This is usually a very short meeting, 17 times last year, last Congress. We let the Democrats have not having to meet under circumstances similar to this, so they didn't have to meet. Now we're here. So we'll, this authorizing resolutions, we'll adopt the resolution by voice vote. All those in favor of adopting the committee authorizing resolution say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it, do have it. The authorizing resolution is adopted. Next, we'll adopt the committee rules. My staff and ranking member Durbin likewise have worked on these rules and have shared them with all of you in advance by voice vote. All those in favor of adopting committee rules say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it and do have it. The rules are adopted. Finally, we'll approve subcommittee and subcommittee memberships. These have been circulated in advance. All those in favor of approving subcommittees and subcommittee memberships say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it, do have it, and committee rules are adopted. Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to respond briefly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to respond briefly to my colleague, Senator Durbin. Senator, I listened carefully to what you said. I do not know a single member of this body that condones what happened on January 6th. And I want to be very clear. But the United States Supreme Court has been very clear. The United States Supreme Court has ruled that the United States Department of Justice overcharged many of the January 6th defendants using an Enron era obstruction of justice statute. And I don't see anything wrong with the Department of Justice under new leadership finding out or trying to find out why that happened. I'm curious. I know you're a good lawyer. You should be curious too. That's the only point I wanted to make.
Mr. Chairman. Before you speak.
Yes, sir.
I think I want to clarify what point I've been trying to make. So I want to run this markup the way Chairman Durbin did. He asked members to, quote, wait until each nominee is called if they wish to make a comment on a specific nominee, end of quote. He also asked members not to speak on matters that were simply being held over and to wait until a matter was, quote, ripe for consideration to debate. We routinely were afforded the opportunity to speak on nominees that were simply being held over. We were not, I should say. We're not going to have a double standard here. And as I mentioned, for the last 2 years, committee Republicans didn't make Democrats meet just to hold over nominees. Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to address the letter that 3 of us sent to you related to a new precedent that this committee seems to be setting. During the hearings, Senators Schiff and Booker and myself asked questions about what transpired in the grand jury that Kash Patel testified in. He was unwilling to disclose any of that, even though Rule 6E very plainly allows for a witness to come out of a grand jury and describe to the entire world what it is that they told the grand jury. He then said, when confronted with that legal fact, that he thought that there was a seal order of some kind that he was under that would prevent him from doing the customary witness disclosure that is commonplace, a commonplace right under 6E. In that regard, we've looked wherever we can. We've asked him where this order is. There is no sign of a seal order that would bear any relationship to his testimony. So there's the very real prospect that he's simply being untruthful about there being a seal order. The further aspect of this is that he asserted his Fifth Amendment privilege not to incriminate himself during the course of these proceedings. That, as a matter of law, requires that he have had a substantial and real risk of criminal prosecution when he made that assertion. So if an incoming FBI director has faced a time when he believed he had a substantial and real risk of criminal prosecution, it seems to me that it's pretty elementary that this committee, acting on his nomination to that office, should have some idea of what the crime would have been. And last, those of us who've practiced law understand that if a witness asserts a Fifth Amendment privilege and then appears in another proceeding, like a civil proceeding, for instance, and does not testify because of that Fifth Amendment privilege, the jury in that case will be instructed by the judge that those jurors are allowed to draw the adverse inference that what he would have testified had he not pled the Fifth would be adverse to his interests, and he could be treated as having testified adversely to his interests, if the facts would be adverse. So if a court, a regular district court in a regular trial, can draw that adverse interest about what is behind a Fifth Amendment assertion, then damn, this committee ought to be able to draw the same adverse interest or have that, adverse inference, or have that adverse inference dispelled by having this individual actually testify about it. If we want to do this in closed session, if we want to do this with some safeguards, all of that is fine. But you spoke very eloquently at the beginning of this, Mr. Chairman, about the importance of precedent. And I just want to mark right now that this is a first-time precedent in which a nominee for a senior law enforcement position in the United States of America has asserted a Fifth Amendment privilege about his own conduct and has testified in front of a grand jury, and the committee is being denied access either to the gravamen of his Fifth Amendment assertion or the content of his grand jury testimony. To me, that is an extremely dangerous and indeed even astonishing precedent. And I'll ask that the letter that we sent be put into the record.
Without objection, will be meetings adjourned.
Good. This may be the first.
All right, so pretty brief there. Again, that was the Senate Judiciary nomination hearing for Kash Patel as the FBI director. We did just hear that the meeting is adjourned, and we actually do have another live event related to this set to happen here very shortly. This just did come into our newsroom. This podium saying block Kash Patel. This is going to be Senate Democrats speaking about his nomination for the position in the FBI. All of this, we're going to keep an eye on for you. We're going to go away for a 2-minute break. More on this on the other side. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking you out now to a live event as Senate Democrats are speaking on Kash Patel's nomination for the FBI.
Should consider. We decided 50 years ago to depoliticize the FBI by giving 10-year tenures to those who headed up the FBI. To transcend any single administration or any single president. So that's one of the most important things that distinguishes this nomination from others. Secondly, we have an individual in Kash Patel who has published a book which in detail describes his view of politics in America. It is a book that is filled with grievances, filled with conspiracy theories, and filled with information of how he sided with the January 6 rioters against the police in this very Capitol complex. And so when he came to testify before the committee, we had some questions that he was asked and he needed to answer about his conduct. And we went through them particularly on the element of the J6 choir. I know this sounds like a curious thing to spend any time on, but it's a reflection on his priorities and the fact that he's asking to head up the most important single law enforcement agency in the United States at a time when he decided with the so-called political prisoners of January 6th, instead of the brave men and women who risked their lives to protect us here in the Capitol complex. He created this musical undertaking and was proudly proclaiming it to Steve Bannon, how the hard work he went to master and digitize it and create a musical work that can be played at the Trump rallies. When we asked him about him in the committee, he couldn't remember any part of it, didn't know who the singers were, wasn't sure what I was talking about. That kind of evasion betrays the fact that he sided with the prisoners when he should have sided with the police. And that, I think, is something that's going to haunt him as he pursues this position with the FBI. I then asked him about a fellow named Stu Peters. I don't know Mr. Peters, but he supposedly is a neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic person, a political theorist who has some sort of a podcast. Well, it turned out that Mr. Patel couldn't remember Stu Peters. Stu Peters, who would he be? Well, he appeared on his podcast 8 different occasions. 8 different occasions, couldn't remember him when I asked about him. You know, I have to question whether or not this man is really ready to take over this job and to guide these men and women who dedicate their lives to the safety of the United States. Something has happened since his testimony, of course, and that is the beginning of the Trump administration and their approach to the Department of Justice. Whether it's the Department of Justice or the FBI, they are now in the process of trying to rewrite history. They want January 6th to turn out to be a much different event, a whitewashed event in history, as opposed to the terrible embarrassment and disgrace that it was that day. And so they're going through the personnel of those 2 departments, Department of Justice and the FBI, and asking which individuals were involved in the January 6th case, as well as other prosecutions that might have involved the president. Sadly, we think this is a portent of what's to come, where these people will be punished or even dismissed because of their involvement. That is an outrage. That these men and women who work for the Department of Justice being asked to be part of one of the largest criminal prosecutions in our history now would lose their jobs over it or somehow be stigmatized is just plain wrong. But it's an indication of what has happened with this Trump administration kicking off their idea of justice. I won't go through the long list of changes made yesterday by the new Attorney General, Ms. Bondi. We can address those at another time. But I want to give my colleague, all my colleagues, starting with Senator Whitehouse, an opportunity to address the issues that I've raised and their own concerns. I was glad that Senator Whitehouse raised the issue this morning about the fact that Kash Patel may turn out to be the first FBI nominee in history to have pled the Fifth Amendment to avoid criminal prosecution. But in more detail, let me recognize Sheldon.
Thank you, Senator Durbin. 2 quick things, one on judgment and one on candor. Some clown posted a video of Kash Patel chainsawing the heads off people who were on his enemies list in his book. You can't really blame Patel for that. The world is full of creepy people who might do things like that, except for the fact that Kash Patel himself reposted that imagery to his Truth Social account. He now owns that. Setting aside how grotesque that is, the idea that a man with the kind of judgment that he thinks it's okay to repost imagery of himself chainsawing his political enemies, not appropriate for an FBI director. And in terms of candor, we asked him repeatedly about what he testified to in the grand jury. It is basic black-letter law that a witness can walk out of the grand jury and tell the entire world what they said, but he wouldn't tell this committee what he said. He pretended there was a seal order. There is no record or evidence of any seal order. So a second piece of candor may be that he's lying about a seal order. And last, as Chairman Durbin just mentioned, he pled the Fifth. Well, everybody's got the right to plead the Fifth. But pleading the fifth means you perceive a substantial and real risk of criminal prosecution. Somebody who has faced a substantial and real risk of criminal prosecution ought to have some explaining to do before they become the head of the FBI. And we've been provided none of that information, which sets, as I've pointed out, a novel precedent for this committee that somebody can testify in the grand jury, refuse to disclose it to us, take the fifth, refuse to disclose to it what that substantial and real risk was, and it's okay with the committee to not look into those things. That, to me, is the astonishing part of where we are, and I will turn now to Senator Klobuchar.
Right. Thank you, Senator Whitehouse. Thank you, Senator Durbin. I come out of a background as a prosecutor, and for years, I'm still proud of that work that we did, but we worked with federal law enforcement. And that nonpartisan, independent nature of the Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI is really key to all the work and the belief in our justice system. And I am shocked that our Republican colleagues have not signified any concern about this nominee. A nominee, in addition to the arguments made by my colleagues, a nominee who said that he should close down the FBI headquarters where they do all the terrorism and they coordinate the cyber investigations. A nominee who repeatedly said, including in his hearing, that the FBI is corrupt. I pointed out to him is that during the previous director's time period, Christopher Wray, a director appointed by Donald Trump, the applications to the FBI went up threefold. To me, that shows that people view the agency with integrity. Do they agree with every prosecution ever made? Of course not. Are mistakes made? Yes. But the point is that Christopher Wray worked very hard to restore the morale and to bring that agency out into the fields to do good work. And to have an FBI nominee, think about this, who is repeatedly calling the people that he is supposed to be managing corrupt is beyond belief. At his committee hearing, Mr. Patel said all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. We said, great, okay. Yet just hours later, the administration forced out 8 of the Bureau's most senior career, let's say that again, career public servants who serve in nonpartisan roles. One day later, an email was sent to FBI employees requesting a list of everyone who had worked on January 6 cases, quote, to determine whether any additional personnel actions are necessary, end quote. So you just get assigned to a case. You're a brand new agent, or maybe you've been there and you have a specialty working on certain types of cases. You get assigned and now you're on this list. Seems a little bit reminiscent to the list that Kash Patel has at the end of his book. This could sweep up and will sweep up agents that are just doing their jobs. The FBI director's loyalty must be to the American people, to the Constitution, and to the rule of law. But Mr. Patel has made it clear that his loyalty is to the president. He has threatened to come after, those are his words, in the past, the president's critics, not just in government, but in the media. In the hearing, I gave Mr. Patel an opportunity to walk back that threat. He chose not to, nor did he try to explain his so-called deep state list of former government officials, including the former Republican Attorney General appointed by Donald Trump. He has accused the heroic men and women of the Capitol Police who defended our democracy on January 6th without evidence as lying and called for them to be investigated. One by one, we went through these allegations with him at his hearing. He could deny none of them. And I look to our Republican colleagues and say, when is enough enough? FBI, fidelity, bravery, integrity. The men and women of the FBI deserve better than this nominee, and I ask our Republican colleagues to stand up and say it too. And with that, I turn it over to Mr. Christopher Coons.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Kash Patel has no business being the director of the FBI. He may have said some reassuring things in his confirmation hearing, I don't think so, but some of our Republican colleagues think so. But a long history of public statements of what he wrote, of what he said in interviews and at rallies and in his book showed a sharply different approach and view about the FBI. In the confirmation hearing, I asked him 3 simple, direct questions about whether or not as FBI director he would continue a decades-long tradition of being independent. Political independence of the FBI is critical because it is the most powerful, most important federal law enforcement agency involved in investigating crimes and keeping the American people safe. I asked him if he understood who the FBI works for, and he answered essentially through the Department of Justice, the White House. I gave him another chance to answer not who they report to, but who they work for. And he said again, the White House. And I said, Mr. Patel, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General now, answered correctly that you work for the American people and the Constitution, not the White House. I asked if he would refuse a direct order from the president to do something inappropriate, immoral, or illegal, and he would not answer. I asked if he would follow the precedent of Director Wray and others who, when I asked the exact question, if given a direct order to do something unethical or illegal, would you resign? He declined to answer. As you've heard from my colleagues, the motto of the FBI is fidelity, bravery, and integrity. The brave men and women of the FBI, the people of law enforcement, the Capitol Police who protected us on January 6th, the men and women of law enforcement across the country who work to keep the American people safe, deserve for a 10-year appointment an FBI director who is a trustworthy partner, who will follow that motto and who will uphold the best traditions of the FBI. Kash Patel is not that man and does not deserve our support. Thank you. And I hand this now to Senator Mazie Hirono.
Thank you. It's just awesome what's happening to both the DOJ and the FBI. You've heard us talking about how important the independence of these agencies are to the safety of our country. And if we cannot trust the people who are leading the DOJ, for example, the highest ranking law enforcement officer in our country, the FBI that has all the levers and tools to investigate and go after people who are potentially harmful to our country, if we can't rely on these people to keep us safe, then we are in very deep trouble. And as you've heard from my colleagues, there are literally thousands of potential people who are working at the DOJ who worked on potentially the January 6th investigations who could be fired. What is going on? I remember asking Chris Wray, the FBI is supposed to be caring about domestic terrorism and keeping us safe domestically. I asked him, how many people, lone wolves, for example, is the FBI keeping track of? And he said hundreds in every state. So I'd like to have an FBI director who cares about that as opposed to looking inward, which is exactly what the DOJ and FBI is doing. The kind of firing that's going on is, we should all ask, what is going on? What is going on? These are scary times. And then to find out, they talk about, oh, we're so concerned about the FBI and the DOJ having been weaponized during the Biden years. If anybody is weaponizing these two agencies, it's the people who are about to take over. And I note that the Pam Bondi, she just created a weaponizing task force. What the heck is that? Except, once again, turning inward and looking at the people, the brave people who are working in the DOJ and FBI, and looking at them saying, are you next? These are crazy times. I now turn to my colleague, Alex Padilla.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. In addition to a lot of the specific concerns about Kash Patel and how he would be as an FBI director, feel compelled to remind us of the moment that we are in right now. In the first few weeks of the second Trump administration, the chaos that has been created. We've seen efforts by the administration to unlawfully freeze federal funding, threatening payments to housing programs, Social Security, Medicare, beyond, etc. We have seen unprecedented access by the world's richest man, enabled by the richest president in history, to access the Treasury Department's databases, threatening not just payments, but putting at risk everybody in America's personal information. In times of chaos and crisis like this, the public deserves to see trusted leaders in the most important positions of our federal government. Trusted leaders who will stand up and say no to a president trying to blow through the very guardrails put in place by the Constitution. So it's in that context that makes the nomination and potential confirmation of Kash Patel even more alarming. Judgment, you've heard about that before. As we heard during the confirmation hearing, and yes, I asked about questions of his judgment in prior service. Willing to put the safety of military personnel at risk by giving false information during a hostage rescue operation. That's the kind of judgment you want at the FBI? I don't think so. Lack of preparation. When I asked him about his thoughts on what should be common sense gun safety policies and protocols, what his position was on things like universal background checks, either failed to answer, chose not to answer. Poor judgment, clear lack of preparation for the position of FBI director that oversees our background check system for a reason. When asked about his thoughts on the regulation of who in the United States of America should be able to own a machine gun, of all things. I'm not talking pistols, talking machine guns here. Again, refusal to answer, lack of knowledge, lack of recognition that the FBI director oversees that very policy. Beyond concerning, beyond alarming. Let alone his lack of ability or lack of willingness to serve independently. It's not just the Department of Justice, it's been the FBI specifically that has performed at its best when it serves the people, when it honors the Constitution and respects the rule of law. Clearly, Kash Patel puts that secondary to his loyalty to Donald Trump. Look, the president was elected. I'm not denying the election or the results. The president has chosen a nominee. Disappointing choice in Kash Patel. Now it's up to the Senate to either confirm this nominee or not. It's clear where Senate Democrats stand. I think my biggest question is, where are Senate Republicans going to stand at this important moment in history? Will they choose the rule of law? Will they choose the Constitution? Will they choose to stay loyal to the very oath of office they've taken and their important advice and consent role? Or will they choose loyalty to a reckless president? We will soon find out. With that, let me introduce my colleague from the state of Vermont, Senator Peter Welch.
Well, I'll just sum up what I learned in the hearings with clarity. Kash Patel has a goal. It's to wreck the FBI. We are determined to do everything we can to save it. Thank you.
Questions?
For another day, but can you talk more about how some of these actions could impact Patel's tenure at the FBI and how maybe they could be working together on some of these things?
Attorney General Bondi wasted no time allying herself with Kash Patel and endorsing his candidacy to head the FBI. Traditionally, the FBI, of course, is the major investigative agency for the Department of Justice. So I think he's going to be hand in glove with her agenda. We saw part of it in the first 24 hours. I'm afraid we're going to see more.
Also, I would note one of the, go ahead, Mace. No. Okay, one of the orders specifically referred to the lawyers at Justice as the president's lawyers, which I suggest you look at that because that is just the antithesis of what the Department of Justice is. The president has lawyers. That's over at the White House in the counsel's office. The lawyers that work at the Justice Department, they work for the Justice Department, the administration of justice for the country. Their boss is the people.
Take two more questions, yes.
How long can you delay this nomination?
It'll be before the committee next week, and then after being reported out by the committee, it's up to the Republican leadership in the Senate to schedule it on the floor.
Senator, some of the questioning from Judiciary Democrats during the first hearing felt to me and others kind of sloppy and scattered. What was your strategy going into the hearing, and what would you hope to do differently?
There is so much information involving this individual and his book and all of his statements. It isn't just one single issue or one single question. We tried to cover the major questions, and of course, during the course of a hearing, other questions emerge. So, yes, he was a wealth of information that's troublesome in light of this appointment. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Doug. Okay.
All right, so there you have it. Senate Judiciary Democrats talking about the nomination hearing for Kash Patel as FBI director. You can see that they are walking away after sharing their thoughts as we take a live look at Capitol Hill right now. What we're hearing from Senator Dick Durbin right there as he was speaking on this, he is the ranking member of the Senate Committee on the Judiciary, stating that the committee will take up the vote for Kash Patel as FBI director next week. And he says after which it will be up to the Senate to make that final vote. So we were hearing from committee members as there was a brief hearing, just about 20 minutes in length before they recessed, discussing Kash Patel, President Trump's pick to lead the FBI. And we were hearing also from Democrats. They are very skeptical about what he will bring to the agency right there. And we were hearing that they are going to do everything that they can, they say, in order for this not to happen. So we are anticipating the committee vote next week, after which, if he is voted out of the committee, that is when the Senate will take that up right now. So we continue to follow a number of live events. I did want to share this live look with you right here. This is also from Capitol Hill. You can see that the photographer scrambling just a little bit in the hallway. However, this is the live stream where we are anticipating the NTSB and the FAA to hold a briefing with senators to talk about the D.C. plane crash. And we see a number of agents right there, including one from the NTSB. You can see from his jacket as they walk into this hearing room. We see the door is closed, so it's a little unclear as to whether the media will be allowed inside, as there is a stakeout as the NTSB and the FAA will be talking with senators on the D.C. plane crash that happened last week. It does appear, at least from this vantage point from the photographer and with the closing of the door, that the media are going to be positioned outside, and perhaps after which we will hear from senators talking about what that conversation was all about. We do have a number of other live events that we are anticipating to get underway on Capitol Hill. Very busy day on this Thursday, as we are also expecting to hear from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is going to be meeting with Senate Majority Leader Thune, and that is set to get underway in just about 20 minutes or so. I also wanted to share this live look with you at this hour as we are coming up on 11:04 a.m. Eastern Time, 8:04 a.m. Pacific Time. A live look right there at the Dow Jones Index, down just about 114 points right there, starting off strong after the opening bell, but not doing so well, at least at this hour. So we're going to continue to follow all of these live events as we do anticipate it. I am going to step away for a brief 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. But after that, we have a number of committee hearings happening right now. We're going to head to the House Energy and Commerce Subcommittee hearing as they talk about combating existing and emerging illicit drug threats. We've been hearing a lot from lawmakers talking about how to stem the flow of illegal drugs here into the United States. And that is what President Trump is focusing on as one of his top priorities, from Canada, from Mexico, from China, among other countries. And so that is a top focus. That is what this hearing is on, happening right now. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to head live to Capitol Hill for that hearing as we await some of these other live events. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We have a number of live events that we are anticipating to get underway in just about the next 20 minutes or so, as you are taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol, where Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be meeting with Senator Thune and continuing the discussion in terms of U.S. and Israeli relations as Senator Thune continues that discussion. Now, we do know that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu met with President Trump earlier in the week, talking about how to move forward with the ongoing ceasefire and also what to do with Gaza. We were hearing that President Trump wants to temporarily relocate Palestinians as they work to rebuild Gaza. Jordan and Egypt pushing back on accepting displaced Palestinians. So that continues to be an ongoing conversation right there. This is scheduled to start at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, so in just about 20 minutes. And so as soon as we get that live stream of this meeting between Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Senator John Thune, we will bring that to you. I also wanted to share this live look with you right here also from Capitol Hill, as we are anticipating also happening at 11:30, the NTSB and the FAA to brief senators on the D.C. plane crash. Now, we were seeing NTSB agents and officials walk into one of these meeting rooms. We do believe that we will have access to that, and so we're going to have a live stream on our YouTube page as we have competing events right here. In the meantime, as we do await these live events, I do want to head to a live committee hearing talking about combating illegal drugs. That is one of the top priorities of President Trump. So we're going to head over there now and listen in.
In fact, we have discussed here previously during the Republican effort to dismantle Medicaid, as we know it, that 70% of those who seek treatment for opioid use disorder use Medicaid. And so dismantling, block granting, limiting Medicaid, an attack on Medicaid is also reduces access to care. Reducing access to care, either through funding freezes or going after Medicaid, makes Americans unhealthy again. And it raises costs for everyone. Mr. Chairman, I think the points made here by the witnesses point out the hypocrisies in the president's actions and the real impact on the tools our nation needs to stay ahead of bad actors and protect our communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and he had asked for an article to be inserted in the record without objection. It's approved. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith. We're going to go, which one you want to go to? Okay. Gentleman from Mr. Griffith from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
I appreciate that, and I'm hopeful that my team has given 3 letters that I would like to submit for the record to our friends on the other side of the aisle, but if not, I will certainly tender those so they can take a look at them, but I would ask unanimous consent for these 3 letters to be introduced. One letter is spearheaded by neurosurgeons, anesthesiologists, pain physicians, spine doctors, orthopedic surgeons, and others. These physician organizations have been great stewards of the Controlled Substances Act, and mentioned that the temporary schedule classification of illicit analogs is not a sustainable or rational approach. In other words, not doing it temporarily is not rational. The other 2 letters are support letters from law enforcement agencies and urge passage of the Fentanyl Act. So after our colleagues have had a chance to take a look at that, I would ask for unanimous consent. That said, let me also set the record straight on something that was just said, and while it is of concern that health centers in Virginia may have closed, my understanding is all that's getting worked out, but further, it was said that 2 in my district had closed. That is not accurate. And so I just want to get the record straight. We've been monitoring that situation. One of my health centers did report that they had had some difficulty accessing a site, but it did not cause closure, and we believe that they should have that resolved shortly. But no closure has resulted that I'm aware of in my district, and so if somebody has better information, please provide it to me. Dr. Westlake and then Sheriff Bouchard, I'm going to come to you. I'm switching gears from what I was talking about. So I have concerns. My wife is a juvenile and domestic relations district judge in the Commonwealth of Virginia. She's seeing concerns. So I want to know what your concerns are in your lines of work about the impact of unregulated, intoxicating hemp products on our kids. And a follow-up would be, what do you think we need to do to create a regulatory framework to allow lawful products to come to market? I've been working with the FDA on that, so I've got some ideas there, but I just want to know what you all have seen about these unregulated, intoxicating hemp products on our children.
We have not seen a huge number of hemp products now since we have legalized marijuana in our state. But what we have seen is an adulteration of marijuana products, and prior to that, hemp, with other kinds of synthetics and other kinds of drugs like fentanyl. So we've actually found outside of our supply chain, if you will, the legal supply chain of marijuana in our state, illegal marijuana has been tampered with and has fentanyl in it. And so we've seen all of these things really need a regulated, inspected process, and I would encourage that to happen both with hemp and with marijuana.
Let me do a follow-up before I go to you, Dr. Westlake. Let me just do a quick follow-up. So one of the problems we've seen in our region is THC gummy bears, or gummy bears that are supposed to have CBD, and then there's a unregulated, unknown amount of THC in there, and kids get a hold of them and they think they're candy, and then they overdose. And when I say overdose, I'm not talking about deaths at this point, but there have been some indications there may actually have been some brain damage. Are you all not seeing that in your region? Is that just a Virginia problem?
No, we're actually seeing that as well. In fact, there's PSAs in our region and among a number of states that have legalized marijuana and components like gummies, advising kids and parents about that and how to store it and the dangers of it. And there's some discussions about trying to make some of these gummies not look like little characters that attract a kid, or the packaging that attracts children because they think it might be candy or it might be vitamins, but in fact, it has a drug component.
And it really would be helpful if we could get some guidance from the FDA, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Westlake, same questions.
Great. Yeah, I personally saw some marijuana poisonings last week from gummies. I've seen it in the past. I mean, kind of 2 or 3 episodes last week alone. It's illegal in Wisconsin, but it comes up from Illinois and from Michigan and from around. And the other part we see is the fentanyl-laced marijuana. I've had overdoses from that. And we're also seeing that with what you're talking about with like CBD that's unregulated. People come in and they don't know what's going on, and it turns out that they're intoxicated from marijuana that they thought they were just taking because there's no quality controls or oversight over that.
All right, I appreciate that. Dr. Westlake, can you, and I'm switching back now to halt fentanyl, can you explain, because we've heard about the scheduling side, and there's some disagreement on that, but I really like the part, of course, it's my bill, so it's natural I would like part of it, but I like the part that allows for research to go on the 4,800 estimated analogs or fentanyl-related substances. Can you tell us what you think about that and how you think that we ought to go forward with that?
Yeah, I think it's a huge, thank you for your leadership on the bill. It's a huge benefit to open up Schedule I research. I think there's not been a lot of research on Schedule I drugs because of that. So this will be a huge boon to that. And that's why it was signed off on by NIH and HHS and FDA. There's some initial concerns about whether it would be too restrictive, but because of the way we designed the language, it really has only affected those that are bioactively, with structure activity relationships, bioactively likely to be active.
I really appreciate it. It's part of why I really like the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman had asked for 3 articles to be inserted into the record without objection. That'll be the order. Can I have members' attention for 1 second? Y'all please try to get these to us before the meeting so that we don't have to be interrupted with this and don't have any controversy about it, okay? Thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Representative Dingle for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The opioid epidemic has ravaged families across the country and, quite frankly, has touched many of us, if not all of us, personally. It's an issue that requires serious bipartisan attention, and we have to work together because we know too many people are dying of it. Mr. Cullen, I join my colleagues in thanking you for having the courage to tell your personal story. I want to start by thanking Sheriff Bouchard for being here with us today. Mike has been a friend for decades. John James and I both share him. He's the sheriff in my district. But more importantly, when my sister died of a drug overdose, and I didn't understand it, I didn't understand what was in her blood, I didn't understand how she got it, where it came from, was there something more that I can do? Mike Bouchard was there for me. So I have lived this personally with the sheriff that's with us today. Sheriff Bouchard, the drug chemistry section of Oakland County's Forensic Science Laboratory analyzes samples submitted by various law enforcement agencies for controlled substances and illegal drugs. I introduced legislation to reauthorize the Support Act's lab pilot program to improve coordination between public health laboratories and those operated by law enforcement to better detect fentanyl and other synthetic opioids. Can you tell us more about the Oakland County Lab's efforts and ability to detect fentanyl, fentanyl analogs, and the emergency threat of xylazine, and what challenges come up in conducting this testing and what Congress can do to provide further support?
Thank you. And I appreciate our friendship too. In terms of our lab, you know, sometimes we are uneven aware of some of these changes that are being seen in the street, and we hear about it from the medical profession or elsewhere. So I learned about xylazine happening, I believe, in the state of Pennsylvania was where some of it really started to catch fire. So I asked our lab to figure out a way to test for it and then come back and tell me what they were seeing. And I was shocked, as they were, how much were in all of the test samples that were on their bench. So the communication between public health and crime labs is very helpful for us to know what we're looking for and what we should be anticipating on the street, and what our folks that are touching and coming into contact that would need to be aware of. You know, we had to change all of our field testing kinds of things because just coming into contact with certain drugs is, as you know, caused overdoses for police agencies in those situations. So I think that would be very helpful and important.
Thank you. In your testimony, you mentioned Oakland County's Crisis Response Unit and the Co-Responder Program, which both partner healthcare providers and law enforcement to implement preventative measures, find treatment sources, and de-escalate crisis situations. Can you tell us more about the success of your partnership with the Oakland Community Health Network, the importance of a comprehensive approach that includes both law enforcement and healthcare providers, and are you being impacted by current potential federal grant non-payments?
Thank you. At this point, none of our staff have said they have any interruption, but the partnership is critical. We work hand in glove with our health department, with the community of coalitions, a group that focuses on substance use disorder and all of the associated preventive, both educationally, free Narcan kits, visits to school. I go to schools with this one group called Fentanyl Fathers that tragically are in that club they never want to join. That one father talked about his daughter taking what she thought was a half an Adderall pill, and it had fentanyl and it killed her. And so that's why we adopted the one pill can kill in some of our discussions, and the pill press thing is very front and center with us as well. I think it's important that, you know, we do those preventive things and partnerships with all of those agencies. We're not going to arrest our way out of it, but we can punish the folks that are profiting from the suffering and the death of others.
Thank you. We know more than when my sister died, but Dr. Kamaga, your work focuses specifically on addressing adolescent substance use and substance use disorders. Your research has explored development of novel technology, enhanced interventions to reduce drug use in adolescents and young adults. Can you share more about the status of these interventions and their funding sources?
As part of my research, I develop interventions for vaping prevention in middle school students. Students love technology. It's a way to communicate important education to them. We've been developing these interventions for years. Right now, we're on hold, not knowing, you know, how to continue to build them out until we understand funding a little better.
Thank you. We need funding. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Dr. Dunn, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to our witnesses for being here with us today. I'm gravely concerned with this illicit drugs that have been pouring across our southern border for years. It's clear that this problem requires significant attention and resources from us. For years, the drug cartels have exploited our southern border, and they're working with the Chinese Communist Party to poison Americans. But alarmingly, recent reports show that these cartels are mobilizing along our northern border as well. They're creating super labs that illegally distribute drugs throughout our communities. I'd like to submit an article for the record that highlights these crimes titled British Columbia Organized Crime, Expanding Export of Fentanyl and Other Drugs, published in the Vancouver Sun. And yes, it was submitted early. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sheriff Bouchard, can you speak to how the drug cartels actually move drugs across our border, specifically how the drugs get from their facilities into the hands of our citizens?
Thank you. They move it in a variety of ways. They're much like any private company that's looking for efficient, effective routes. Sometimes it's muled across the border and then has transportation routes up into every community. And other times we see it shipped in or come across in different fashions. We've seen it both in parcels.
All right, so we're listening in there to the House committee hearing discussing how to stem the flow of illegal drugs. However, I did want to now take us live here as we are expecting senators to be briefed by the NTSB and the FAA on the D.C. plane crash. Let's listen in.
NTSB in and out, which gives you more information about who's in your airspace. We gladly welcome that too. What we don't welcome is a man who's regulated by this sector and who has had fines for violation of safety, which is launch issues related to protecting the flying public at a time when you need the FAA to call the shots and say, don't launch now because there could be a conflict in the airspace. The last thing I want is that guy trying to control the airspace.
Do you think what about the need to upgrade, though, the nation's air traffic control system, specifically to modernize it? You know, the FAA has said for years, we've been trying to modernize, but Congress never gives us enough money to get the job done.
Well, so we just authorized 3,000 more, and we are going to fight for every penny of that to make that a reality.
But it's not just controllers, it's technology.
Yes, and so we put more requirements in the bill that we just passed for the same thing. This is what I'm talking about, the ADSB in and out communication that people can see. And I'm pretty sure we're going to find that there was also people asked in the military rulemaking at the FAA an exemption not to have that technology, which may have given the Black Hawk and everybody around it more data and information. So I think we have to say that the president does say in his comments he wants to move faster on the implementation of digital communications in the sky, and you're pointing out the cost prohibition in the past. Let's all get behind it then. Let's all come together and get behind it. But we pushed as far as Democrats could get Republicans to go in this bill. We would have gone further. We would have been more aggressive, but we'll just now try to get this horrific incident, which our thoughts and prayers are still with these families. But let's do something good for them by rallying around the infrastructure investment that needs to continue.
And
Thank you all very much.
what are the questions you specifically still have about this incident that you want to see answered?
Oh, there's a lot of details that will, it's a continuing process. You want them to be able to get the facts. The facts are important because in the end, you want the system to recognize this incident and improve from it. So you have to get the true cause. And so oftentimes, that takes months, and it's unfortunate, but that's the way it is, and you want to get the right information.
Is it fair or appropriate to use this crash as inspiration for reforms at the FAA?
After the MAX crashes, we definitely said, with actually putting people on an expert witness organization, tell us on the outside, experts, what it is you think we should do. I think that report that the panel presented to us had some very illuminating facts. We think the NTSB should play a larger role. We've asked them in the FAA bill that was passed, you send us a report annually that say these are the top safety concerns. Not because we don't think that FAA is doing some part of that job. We just don't think they're doing it as aggressively enough. And we think that the people who've investigated the details of the accident know exactly what we should be doing. So when Hamidi came before the committee, sitting right next to Billy Nolan, the acting administrator, she said, you should implement a rule right now on near misses on the runway. And Billy kind of hemmed and hawed, but then basically the next day led a coalition of discussion and implemented a rule. So the NTSB is always going to push safety first. We should listen to them, and we should allow them to keep pushing us forward on their recommendations. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senator.
So that was Senator Maria Cantwell, a Democrat from Washington, speaking with the media as she walks into this briefing with the NTSB and the FAA, as these two agencies are going to be discussing with senators the D.C. plane crash. We were hearing from Senator Cantwell talking about how she is pushing for better technology, and we will be hearing likely from the NTSB and the FAA. This is a hallway shot, as you can see folks walking in. We're going to wait and see whether a media has access to this briefing. If we do, of course, we're going to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're also continuing to monitor another live feed as you take a look at the U.S. Capitol at this hour. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu set to meet with Senate Majority Leader John Thune here in the Capitol. We don't yet have a live look at this meeting that is set to get underway in just a matter of moments. We anticipate that we will be able to stream this to you live. And as we do, we, of course, will bring it to you here on air. In the meantime, we are going to take an opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break as we do anticipate some of these events to happen in a matter of minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 11:31 Eastern, 8:31 Pacific. We continue to monitor this live look inside one of the Capitol Hill hallways right here, as we have been hearing from some of the senators as they enter into the room to have a briefing with the NTSB and the FAA about the D.C. plane crash. We were hearing from Senator Maria Cantwell, a Democrat from Washington, as she spoke with the media outside the hearing room. As you can see, cameras not seeming to be allowed inside the room itself. Now, it's a little unclear as to whether they will then be escorted into the room once the meeting happens. We've seen a number of senators walk into the room not speaking with the media, and we earlier saw NTSB officials also walking into the room. We're going to continue to monitor it. That is the door you can see being opened to lawmakers right there, and then the door is shut. This is the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation right here. So you see some of the cameras on either side. It almost looks like the media, at least at this point in time, being relegated to stand outside in the hallway and then perhaps get reaction a little bit later on. We're going to continue to monitor this if, in fact, media are allowed inside. And we actually see another senator right there. Let's listen in.
What do you think about sooner?
All right, and we do see that the feed is glitching just a little bit as the connection seems to be a little bit spotty, at least for now. We did not hear from that senator earlier. We do see another one walking in. No comment from this senator right here as the meeting is getting underway in just a matter of moments. We are going to continue to monitor this and, of course, bring it to you live if, in fact, there is a media availability. And we are also still waiting for another live event to get underway that we are anticipating, and that is a meeting between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Senator Thune, as Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has been in Washington, D.C. For this week, earlier meeting with President Trump, and we were hearing from both leaders as they talked about partnering when it comes to redeveloping Gaza and what that might look like. And so we continue to monitor this live event as well. In the meantime, we're going to head back to a House hearing talking about how to stem the flow of illegal drugs into the country, a big priority for President Trump. Let's listen in.
We've sadly seen time and time again parents who were prescribed opioids for legitimate purposes. I said parents, I meant patients, but still parents and kids, what have you, like a surgery or injury, but often go down on paths towards illicit or diverted pills and even fentanyl once they're addicted. And, you know, this is the majority of the cases, in my opinion. Our committee has worked on policies that incentivize non-opioids, and I've long been interested in encouraging alternative therapies to pain management. I'm glad to see that last week the FDA approved the first in-class non-opioid alternative for acute pain. So Dr. Westlake, you testified about your inspiration after the tragedy of your friend's son, who was a victim of this trend of getting hooked on legitimate prescriptions, which led to worse illicit options, such as heroin. I believe this contributes to further illegal fentanyl crossing our southern border, and we should work towards methods to cut off the demand here wherever plausible. Would you agree that patient access to additional pain management tools beyond opioids are an important component of addressing the illicit drug threats in a comprehensive way? And we've made some changes in the VA. But we've got to do more. So if you could answer that question, appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think opioids should be the last medication used. I normally tell my patients to, use Tylenol and ibuprofen at prescription strength, which has been shown as effective as oxycodone for acute fracture pain. And then at nighttime only to take opioids if needed, that they're going to be in pain from the surgery or from the fracture. You got to kind of get through that, but they don't want to end up hooked on opioids. Because half of the people that got hooked on opioids didn't start by trying to get
Thank you, sir. Mr. Collins, thank you for being here to tell your story, and I'm so sorry to hear about Zachary. I want to highlight an important part of your testimony when you say most kids are not addicts. I believe that. They are stressed and anxious, and that social media provides a platform for kids to easily purchase drugs online, which get laced with fentanyl and lead to overdose poisoning. I'm committed to holding big tech social media accountable for enabling this on their platform. Can you share your perspective on this and what suggestions you might have to curb this horrific trend? Because we are going to refile COSA, and I want as much input as possible. Please.
Yes, thank you for your question. Yes, we talked to several of Zach's friends afterwards, and they told us how easy that it could be, that you could order prescription pills, prescription strength pills off Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram, that sort of thing, delivered right to your house. I think what I spoke about in my testimony was that we would like to see PSAs, but the PSAs need to be directed at the platforms that they're utilizing, not ABC News, NBC News. That's not where they're getting their information from. I think it needs to be targeted, and I've seen some ad council ads for drunk driving in the past week or so. I think that it needs to be something that needs to be elevated.
Good suggestion. Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Representative Trahan, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you especially to our witnesses. I appreciate the subcommittee's focus on an issue that affects Americans across geography, demographics, and politics. However, I would like to understand how broad funding cuts backed by my Republican colleagues would undermine the efforts to combat this addiction and overdose crisis. Overdose trends show a rise in fentanyl mixed with xylazine, a powerful animal sedative known as trank dope. First responders in my home state of Massachusetts have seen it spreading across communities. And what's particularly concerning is that experts warn that Narcan is ineffective against xylazine. And the FDA has stated it's unclear if today's Narcan can reverse its effects. We can't be caught flat-footed when the next dangerous substance like xylazine emerges. Additionally, the recent drop in overdose deaths is largely due to increased Narcan access, which has been critical for those with opioid use disorder. So, Ms. LaBelle, how do significant NIH research funding cuts undermine our ability to develop more effective overdose reversal medications and keep pace with evolving overdose crisis?
I mean, the NIDA is the #1 source of funding for research worldwide. There's no philanthropy that can make up for that, so it could have a devastating impact.
Thank you, Ms. LaBelle. It seems like we all agree that strong support for the research landscape is key to finding new treatments and life-saving antidotes. The opioid crisis continues to devastate communities across the country, and Medicaid has been a vital lifeline for those struggling with substance use disorder, providing access to essential treatment and recovery services. However, my Republican colleagues supporting Medicaid proposals that would cut federal funding, especially in Medicaid expansion. Many individuals with SUD could lose access to critical care at a time when they need it most. Ms. LaBelle, again, how would cutting federal funding for Medicaid expansion affect individuals with substance use disorder who are already in vulnerable situations without the critical care that they rely on?
Right. I mean, one good example is, treatment in carceral settings when people are leaving incarceration and need to be connected to care. And about 15 states have been approved for using federal funds, federal Medicaid funds. So that cutting back on that would devastate a population that is at heightened risk of overdose.
Thank you. Sheriff Peter Katusian, the sheriff of Middlesex County in my state of Massachusetts, has been a leader in tackling the opioid crisis through initiatives like the Sheriff's Outreach and Recovery Program, which helps individuals access treatment and support. Sheriff Bouchard, could you just share an example of how you collaborate with the Drug-Free Communities Grant Program? And additionally, how would the potential loss of nearly $670,000 in federal funding, as outlined in the OMB memo on behalf of the President, impact your work and the communities that you serve?
Thank you. I can speak to the partnership, the actual grants and who gets them, whether it's our agency or our partners. That probably is more my CFO. But as it relates to the partnership, it's critically important that we're hand in glove, and a lot of those programs that we have, our crisis response unit is in partnership with those folks and with the grants, and having that capability to work together to intervene and then connect them with the resources. As I said, on one of those house visits after we had saved the individual, once they were checking up on him and found him overdosing again. Saved his life. And so to connect those resources in a partnership is critically important so that we can not only save lives, but put them on a different path.
Thank you. Thanks so much again. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Representative Crenshaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for holding this important hearing today, and thank you to our panel of witnesses for being here. We focused on this issue as a community before. I'm sure it won't be the last time, and I'm glad we're talking about it again. This is an easily bipartisan issue. I wish some of my colleagues weren't wasting time talking about a so-called funding freeze that is not even in effect. That's a fact. It's not. It's a distraction from the fact that fentanyl is pouring across our southern border. It's trafficked by Mexican drug cartels, and it's laced into street drugs, and it's killing our kids. This isn't just a drug problem. This is a deliberate act of poisoning against the American people, and the cartels are the culprit. As chairman of the Cartel Task Force, I've introduced real bipartisan solutions to battle the cartels. Now, we have a lot of work to do to dismantle this terrorist insurgency that is destroying both Mexican and American societies. This is a supply problem. Whether someone is addicted or whether they were just partying and got a pill that was laced with fentanyl, the fact is they would have never gotten fentanyl without the supply from cartels. Supply creates the demand, it creates the addiction. That's a fact. It's another fact that deterrence matters. Criminals and cartels will be less inclined to traffic fentanyl and deal it to kids if the penalty is high enough. This is also a very simple concept. So I'd like to start with Sheriff Bouchard. Thank you for being here. In your line of work, how often do you come across counterfeit pills?
Regularly, sir.
Right, and let's talk about how these pills are getting made. How often are the cartels getting their hands on pill presses, and who sells them?
It's a big problem. Our narcotics team and teams across the country and our Association of Major County Sheriffs of America are seeing more and more pills that look like something they're not, that have fentanyl as a component or all of fentanyl.
Do you have any idea where they're getting them, who makes them? Is it just that, is it just extremely easy to get them, so we don't know?
It's extremely easy to get them right now. They're not serialized, or they're not. There's not any kind of registration requirement. So it's in essence, super easy, and it's a pathway to bring something in under the guise of something else. It's a Trojan horse that's killing a lot of kids.
So it would be helpful to serialize them and be able to track these pill presses.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that, and that's one reason I have bipartisan legislation that requires the serialization of pill presses, because we need to cut off the cartel's access to the tools they use to manufacture this poison and trick kids into taking something that they think is something else, but it's not. It's laced with fentanyl. Senator Cornyn also has this legislation in the Senate, and I would encourage everyone to get on this. Again, it's bipartisan. Sheriff, do dealers generally understand the danger of the counterfeit pills they're pushing?
The dealers do, but the kids don't. I think that's why it's so deadly.
But the dealers do.
Absolute understanding that fentanyl in even small doses can kill people. And there's been kind of a paradigm change over time where the old dealers of old, I've been in this business a long time, used to start you with a little bit to get you to be a regular customer. Today, they don't care how many people they kill.
I agree with you. I think the dealers absolutely know what they're doing. In Texas, I think we got it right, although I think we could even make this law better. We passed a law to enhance penalties for fentanyl distribution, giving law enforcement the ability to go after these criminals with murder charges. Since that law went into effect, overdoses in Texas are down 56%. That's pretty good progress. The U.S. Sentencing Commission data for fiscal year 2021 released data last year shows that the average sentence for fentanyl trafficking was just over 4 years. 4 years, that's less than some people get for robbery. Does that seem right?
No, sir, because, they're spreading that pain well across your population before they actually got successfully prosecuted for the one they did.
Right. I mean, you would agree that perhaps would there be an argument for a similar law at the federal level to put it on the dealers that dealing fentanyl knowingly could occur at a murder charge?
I think that would send a very strong message.
It certainly would. Again, incentives matter. I'm nearly out of time. In your experience as well, would you say that cartels are exploiting the fact that fentanyl analogs are not permanently classified as Schedule I substances?
Yes.
Have you seen a decline in fentanyl overdose since Congress extended the temporary scheduling order?
We've seen a decline in deaths, but not necessarily overdoses, because they keep changing.
Well, I hope that as we vote on this today, that we do make that permanent. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
So we were hearing from a number of lawmakers right there talking about stemming the flow of illegal drugs into the United States, also talking about the issue with Mexican cartels. And this continues to be a priority for President Trump, as earlier this week he spoke with the president of Mexico. He had threatened to impose tariffs unless Mexico does more when it comes to illegal immigrants and also stemming the flow of illegal drugs. And she has agreed to add more resources to that. And that is why President Trump has now postponed imposing those tariffs. So we continue to hear a lot of debate on how to address these issues. The committee hearing talking about that very issue. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to monitor all of these live events happening right now in real time. We'll be right back. We continue to monitor a live event happening right now on Capitol Hill here on Live Now from Fox. And you're taking a live look right here from one of the hallways inside Capitol Hill. You can see a number of journalists just standing by. The reason being there is a closed door discussion happening right now with the NTSB, the FAA, and senators, as there is a briefing on the D.C. plane crash. Media, we have learned, not allowed inside the actual meeting. However, we are anticipating hearing from senators following the meeting. We were hearing from some of them right before they stepped through the doors for this closed door session. So we're going to hang on this live look right here. As soon as we see senators and perhaps even officials with the NTSB and the FAA walk out following the conclusion of that briefing, we will bring that to you live as it happens. And we're also waiting for another live stream to come into our studios as you take a live look at the U.S. Capitol on this dreary Thursday morning, at least in D.C. We are expecting the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to meet with Senator Thune. They were scheduled to meet at around 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, so just about 20 minutes ago. The live feed that we have into our studio does not show anything at the moment, so we're also monitoring that. As soon as we see any live pictures and videos, we will bring that to you, as we do have a number of live events. We're going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. After that, there is a House subcommittee hearing happening right now talking about illegal drugs, the Mexican drug cartels, and the issue of illegal drugs and the epidemic here in the United States, how to address that. And so that discussion happening right now. We'll continue our live coverage after our final break of the hour. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We're going to head back to the live subcommittee hearing as House representatives are discussing the issue of illegal drugs and Mexican drug cartels, asking a panel of experts how to address this epidemic and how to stem the flow of drugs into America. We're going to head live there right now.
So the accidental deaths that we are seeing because of this poison being mixed in to other street drugs is causing the increase of the fentanyl deaths that we are seeing in the United States. And many of these are fentanyl analogs. Fentanyl analogs laced into, as you mentioned, cocaine that are being created by the Mexican cartels. And they use precursor drugs that are created by the Chinese Communist Party. And those are shipped to Mexico, where the cartels in their labs mix these drugs up and use these pill presses or mix them in with other drugs as simple as marijuana as well. These are multinational organizations that are sending thousands of pounds of deadly drugs into the United States to kill our friends, our neighbors, our children. Mr. Cullen, with all of this in mind, do you agree with President Trump's classification of the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations?
100%. This was something that we brought up at the roundtable about 2 years ago, where that was one of the things that we would like to have seen happen, along with declaring fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction.
Dr. Westlake, as an emergency physician, can you speak to how the continued emergence of new and deadlier illicit drugs make it more difficult for you when you're in the emergency room, which you were just this week, and the patients that come in, do you have to use higher doses to reverse the overdoses that you are seeing?
Yes, thanks for the question, Congressman. It kind of depends. So the Narcan works, and it works well. The problem isn't that there's not a potent enough Narcan, although that may be partially the problem. The problem is that people are exposed to these poisons to begin with, and that's, the prevention of stopping them from existing is critical. I also want to point out one thing, going back to weapon of mass destruction. Fentanyl is more deadly than sarin nerve gas. It's easier to die from sarin nerve gas than from fentanyl. It's the lethal dose is higher in sarin. So it is a chemical weapons-based grade poison.
As we sit here and discuss the threat, the cartels are working. This multinational and described as being a nimble group by the sheriff here, they're working to create cheaper and deadlier drugs to smuggle across our borders. We have a responsibility here in this committee and in Congress to protect our communities from these ongoing and emerging chemical threats. While the passage of the Halt Fentanyl Act will represent a great start, I remain personally committed to combating the production and sale of all of these illicit substances. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all to all of our witnesses here today sharing their expertise and their story. And Mr. Cullen, thank you for sharing your son's story with us here in the committee. And I think it's tremendously important that we communicate to you that what happened to your son will not happen in vain, and that we are going to fight to make sure that there's real change that happens to ensure that victims across the country are protected from this happening ever again. I represent the South Bronx, and the South Bronx, historically, if it were its own state, would have the second highest per capita rate of overdoses in the entire country, second only to West Virginia. And so this is a well-known issue in our community. I, like the ranking member, keep Narcan in my car. We have communities that have been ravaged by fentanyl. And one thing that's also in New York's 14th Congressional District is Rikers Jail. We've seen the impacts of Schedule I on certain drugs and substances. And these scheduling differences matter. Schedule II, Schedule I, Schedule III, et cetera. When we look at the impacts of these things, what I think is very important when we look at Schedule I is the presence of mandatory minimums. And what happens in mandatory minimums is that many of the victims of fentanyl distribution, drug distribution, themselves become incarcerated, while many of the upstream distributors go off scot-free. If we want to address this issue, we need to look at financial crimes. And in fact, many of the industries responsible for supercharging the distribution of fentanyl are getting off without enforcement. And one such industry is crypto. And I think it's very important that if we want to make sure that we take an important approach on this, we need to go after the folks who are responsible for the upstream distribution of this. But I want to put that aside. Ms. LaBelle, in your testimony, you named some very key different factors in this crisis and how we can address it. First, you named transnational efforts, which I think are tremendously important, and to that extent, addressing the financial choke points that actually reward fentanyl trafficking. But then secondly, you talked about prevention and treatment. And one thing that I thought was very significant in your testimony is you naming the healthcare agencies that are responsible for helping reduce fentanyl and fentanyl use. And one of the things that you named was not just the CDC, the NIH, we also named Medicaid. Would it be fair to say that Medicaid is actually one of the most important and strongest protections we have in the opioid crisis in the United States?
Yes. It treats a lot of people with addiction who would not otherwise be able to receive care.
And cutting off Medicaid and cutting off access to Medicaid could potentially increase the fentanyl crisis in the United States and certainly result in deaths from the fentanyl crisis.
I think it's safe to say that if Medicaid were significantly reduced, more people would die of overdoses.
So we're talking about the prospect of cutting Medicaid as exploding the fentanyl crisis in the United States. And I imagine you see in many communities where there are fentanyl, when there's widespread fentanyl use, there's also large interplays with the Medicaid system, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit further, what you see?
So, I mean, people are, especially in Medicaid expansion states, I mean, one area that I keep bringing up, but it's so important, and we've done a lot of work on this at Georgetown, is people upon leaving incarceration are at 10 times greater risk of overdose.
Mm-hmm.
And so cutting off Medicaid for that population will leave them not only probably more mortality, but also increase their risk. They're just going to end up back in prison.
So one of the things you were saying, very importantly, someone leaving incarceration is at 10 times higher risk of overdose demand. And so incarcerating people too broadly can also create a demand on fentanyl because these are people who are struggling with a lot of these issues. And I think one of the things that is important for us to see here is in those threats to Medicaid, just last month in our continuing resolution, we had bipartisan efforts to address fentanyl, including expansion of Medicaid to address the fentanyl crisis, treatment that the Republican majority stripped on orders of Elon Musk. People are dying because of this. And we have to make sure that we are protecting our Medicaid system, not cutting it, because cuts to Medicaid are going to expand our fentanyl crisis. And with that, I yield back.
The lady yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Representative Alderson, for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. My first question is for Dr. Westlake. And Dr. Joyce touched on a little bit. I know your experience is in the emergency room, but I'm interested in hearing how Wisconsin has approached provider education for opioids. I know that your experience is largely with the ER, but I would like to ask what you believe can be done regarding post-op monitoring to reduce the number of Americans that come away from surgeries with an opioid addiction.
Yeah, it's a great question, Congressman. So I actually was the medical examining board chairman and led the Wisconsin prescription opioid reform effort and started doing that in 2014, over 10 years ago. So I led and my strategy was implemented, and it was key for there to be prescriber education. So we looked for a cultural shift in prescribing. I mean, honestly, the derivation of the opioid crisis began with the pain is the fifth vital sign. mandated treatment of pain. Patients have a right to have their pain treated, kind of forced our hand as physicians. And we released that, and then we mandated prescriber education through the medical examining board. So we got to be careful. Medical regulation and education needs to go at the state level through the medical examining board. There's, the federal government is great at providing grants to the municipalities and localities that can then implement the strategy that they need. So education is key, but also education of the entire populace that you don't need opioids for pain. And I think that's happened, and I think we've seen a significant decrease. But you're right, we need to make sure that we don't overprescribe and continue to overprescribe and use other treatments, other methods.
I can validate. I had a hip replacement, I've had a surgery replacement, and they cut me way back. So thank you. Sheriff, thank you for being here today, and thank you for your service. I represent a district in central and southeastern Ohio, which is largely rural. The opioid epidemic has devastated the state of Ohio and Ohio's 12th Congressional District for years. Ohio has the second highest opioid overdose rate with a whopping 39.2 deaths per 100,000 people. The state's opioid use rate is twice the national average, encompassing 1.4% of the state's population. And unfortunately, opioid-related deaths have continued to increase over the past 4 years. Can you talk to me a little bit about what policies are being employed in rural areas to reduce the opioid use and misuse?
Thank you. Yes, we have in my county both urban and rural. And so a big part of that obviously is education to try to make sure that people are aware of the dangers. Again, that's why we use the one pill can kill kind of thing to explain that. So many people are unaware. When you tell most parents that, they get this blank look on their face and they're horrified. And to have that communication with their kids, so we try to go into schools, and we have a lot of our SROs, our school resource officers, talking to kids about that. We partner with the folks that, unfortunately, like Mr. Cullen is a part of a club he never wanted to join. We have some of those. I believe Rebecca from our county testified she lost 2 of her sons in one day. When you have parents that are willing to rip off the scab of something that's so horrific to explain it to others, it makes a deep impact on them. So we do a lot of education, partnership with our prevention, our coalitions, our health department, and then we're vigorous in our enforcement to go after those that are making profit off of, again, other people's misery and death. My daughter played soccer with a lot of girls on her team, and 3 of those girls have perished from overdoses. And it's primarily the pathway that they got into it was through sports injuries. And so the paths alter and are varied, but the outcome is typically the same.
Thank you. I like the SRO, the resource officers in the schools. I have another question for you, Sheriff. In 2022, Ohio ranked 3rd in the country for the highest total fentanyl deaths. While the number of Ohio deaths caused by fentanyl have decreased since 2022, there are still far too many lives lost at the hands of fentanyl. What steps, whether it be through policy or enforcement, do you believe must be taken to better combat the risk of accidental fentanyl use, both from a law enforcement and a public health perspective?
Well, I think the step of permanently scheduling is a good step, and it's important. I think a continuation of the partnerships with health and law enforcement and all across the different disciplines is critically important. The communication between the labs of trends and what they're seeing and how we get in front of it and prepare for it and respond to it. All of those are critically important components. And I think a lot of the facts that we're seeing a reduction in deaths isn't necessarily because we've won. It's because we have more people out there with Narcan or Opvie who are saving lives and giving folks a second chance. And we have broad distribution. We have vending machines all across the county. I have a vending machine that's free when you leave the jail for Narcan's in it. They can take it with them. And I think that's in part why we're bringing it down. We definitely have not won the war on this.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Representative Auchincloss, for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Chair. There's no policy issue more personal than the opioid crisis. I think to the exhibit I went to in my own district of parents telling the stories of their children who had their developing brains hijacked by the most addictive chemical in history, and hearing about these bright, promising kids who descended into a spiral of lying and stealing and addiction and broken relationships. And at the end, so many of the parents said that their focus was on just letting their kids know that they were loved before they died. And we all have an obligation to stop this epidemic, and I appreciate and applaud each of the 5 of you for the work that you are doing there, and in particular you, Mr. Cullen, for your bravery in coming forward with your wife on this issue. There's none of us up here on the dais whose decisions as 23-year-olds would survive congressional scrutiny, and coming forward with this story is so powerful, because the word you used, poisoned, is exactly the right word. He was poisoned. And it is not just the cartels, as the gentleman from Texas pointed out rightfully, it is also the Chinese Communist Party, who are engaged in the state-sponsored poisoning of the American public. 98% of fentanyl precursors are coming from the Chinese mainland. These chemical manufacturers are being facilitated and subsidized by the Chinese Communist Party, oftentimes to the profit of individual CCP members. And as co-chair of the Fentanyl Working Group last term, I introduced 3 pieces of bipartisan legislation to interdict the supply of this fentanyl directly on the Chinese mainland, because as all 5 of you have said, preventing this chemical from reaching the US mainland is the best way to stem this tide. And I would implore my Republican colleagues, instead of taking a buzzsaw to SAMHSA and to Medicaid and to the program and to biomedical research, the programs that we know help treat people with substance use disorder, work with us on the 3 pieces of bipartisan legislation already introduced to create a joint task force counter opioid, to sanction the Chinese manufacturers of fentanyl, to in place fines on Chinese shippers whose manifests do not recognize that they have fentanyl on these ships. These are things that we can work on right now if the GOP would come under the thumb from Elon Musk.
So we are continuing to hear from the House committee hearing, talking about how to tackle the epidemic of illegal drugs, drug addiction, and also stemming the flow into the United States. We've been hearing from a number of representatives right there in this House committee hearing, and hearing from some law enforcement about what they feel needs to be done on their end. We're going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour, continuing our live coverage after that. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Stemming the flow of illegal drugs into the United States continues to be a top priority in Washington, D.C. and happening right now. A House subcommittee meeting is discussing this very issue, illegal drugs and Mexican drug cartels, how to stem the flow and also grapple with the epidemic of drug addiction here in the United States. Let's continue to listen in.
In my view, we need to be as bold as possible when it comes to taking steps to protect our children and our families from these illicit fentanyl overdoses. And you've talked about the FRS, the opioids, the nitazines, the xylazines, the things that you're seeing in the ER. In East Tennessee, I've talked to my healthcare providers and my law enforcement, and they're saying it's taking multiple doses of naloxone to bring these people out because you know as well as I do, naloxone and fentanyl bind to different receptor sites. And I know they're working on some, I think it's a cannabidiol modifier to reverse that fentanyl. So I guess the thing is, my question would be, what are you seeing? How many doses is it taking to reverse these people when you see them in the ER or law enforcement?
So what I see in Wisconsin is that, again, the issue is having the Narcan in law enforcement, the first responders on the scene. Sometimes people do come in and they have too much opioid in their system, and so the Narcan wears off.
Yeah.
But my experience is that the critical access point is getting them the intervention of the reversal agent. So we're not seeing that, but that's not to say that that's not an issue nationally. It's just we're not seeing it in Wisconsin.
Well, even, Sheriff, even with some of the drug sniffing dogs, they have to carry the Narcan because the dogs will get, they'll be overdosed as well. Is that what you're seeing in your area?
Yes, ma'am. We actually have Narcan. We have changed our procedures for handling and evidentiary rules for our narcotics team and our road deputies because of the risk that they can overdose from mere contact with some of these components.
You're probably triple gloving, aren't you? Even the switching evidence, when I was on Homeland Security, they would have to double or triple glove just to transfer the evidence because the skin's the biggest organ that will take that fentanyl up. I'll go along with this one, Sheriff. You mentioned the challenges of those pill presses, those tablet machines, that we need better regulation around the possession of those. I'm a compounding pharmacist, so, a lot of those compounders will use tablet presses to do, prescription drugs. But most of those come from China, if I'm not mistaken, when they ship those in. But it's the dyes that make those drugs look like the Xanax or the Percocet or the Adderall. I guess, where are you finding out? Are you looking to see who's making those dyes for the tablet machines?
If we find them in our AOR, we are, but sometimes, we get a bag of pills and we don't know where they were pressed into being, if you will.
Yeah.
Obviously, everybody can go online and look up the numbers and say, oh, this is a pill I have.
Yeah.
But that's not the pill they have.
And they're using the fentanyl as fillers just to, it's easier to make fentanyl than it is cocaine or heroin. You can make it in a few hours. It's easily transportable. And that's why they're, and they sell it for 100 times more than what the cost of the drug is. So there you go. I want to continue along that line and ask about the HIDA. I saw some statistics, and in 2022, we had 134 criminal organizations that were dismantled by HIDA. We had over 8,700 kilograms of drugs that were removed nationally. And the Appalachian HIDA, because I'm in East Tennessee, task force was operating in Tennessee, was responsible for removing drugs off the market that had a street value of $51 million. And I just want you to tell us a little bit more about why it's important to continue that program, sir.
It's important to continue the program because there's so many layers to this that are outside our own individual circle. Mm-hmm. So I have one of the largest counties, but they're not just making it and distributing it in my county. So where it's coming from can be anywhere in the world. So that's why coordination and communication and deconfliction are all critical components, and that's where HIDA comes in.
Yeah.
I've got people assigned to the DEA, they have people assigned to me, but we all have to do that systemically to target a problem that is coming from other countries.
Yeah, it's interagency collaboration. And I guess with that, Mr. Chairman, my time is up and I will yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses, particularly Mr. Cullen. Our heart goes out to you for your great loss. As a father of 2 sons, I can only imagine the pain that you and your family suffers, and know that we care, and that we're desperately trying to find a way to address this epidemic that we have with fentanyl-laced drugs that are taking the lives of far too many of our people. I'm concerned about the president's proposed freeze, and I know our colleagues suggested we shouldn't talk about the freeze because the freeze has been blocked, because it is in fact unconstitutional. My fear is that there may be another attempt or another approach used to slow, reduce, or cut resources that would aid in the slowing and hopeful elimination of these uses of fentanyl. We know that SAMHSA, the Office of National Drug Policy, federal funding makes up 60% of the budget in New Orleans, which goes a long way to addressing the concerns. It's important to tell the real story about the lives of people who are impacted by these cuts, people who depend on resources that will aid them in getting off of illicit drugs or having education so they never get on them in the first place. Odyssey House in Louisiana currently operates several SAMHSA-funded projects of regional and national significance, including a rural area drug court, which diverts individuals with drug-related offenses into treatment and case management aimed at reducing recidivism. Freezing or eliminating these grants could result in some $600,000 a year lost for the organization, staff reduction, and loss of vital services. This directly impacts the people who need the resources the most. I'd like to ask Ms. LaBelle, and thank you for your testimony with us today. As a former official of ONDCP, I was hoping that you could speak to the negative ramifications of this proposed freeze or any other freeze that may take dollars away from this vital action.
Thanks. Thank you, sir. So, I mean, for too long, we've had a bake sale approach to addiction. And we put scraps together to fund the nation's addiction treatment prevention program and supporting recovery. Now, Congress has been very generous in the last several years through Medicaid expansion to make sure that we no longer have to scrap for pennies to put together the type of comprehensive approach. So cutting it further will set us back.
And real quickly, we have a little bit of time. Dr. Kumenga, I'd like to thank you for the incredible work that you've done, as with all of the witnesses. Bless you for the great work that you do. This is really an all-hands-on-deck, bipartisan effort to cure a horrible ill, a horrible stain in our country. But if we were to look at the disturbing actions in taking down critical public health information on government websites, agencies such as CDC have taken down pages such as the Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance System. How does the removal of this critical information impact the work of providers such as yourself? These are places where people can get information on how to get help.
The removal of that information really has real-time impacts on healthcare providers as well as public health professionals. We look to that to say how we should be focusing our clinical care overall, how we should in communities be directing resources, and not having that available makes it very difficult for states in real time to know how to direct funding for programs. On the clinical front, the removal of clinical information, as was described, can have direct clinical impacts in real time. And the longer they're down, and I'll speak from a different perspective, is as a medical educator, our trainees who will be taking care of us as physicians as we age are not learning that, because those are the foundational documents that we use to teach new healthcare providers how to provide care. The longer we can't access it, think about it, they may lose the opportunity to learn about standard evidence-based practices. So yes, the removal of that information definitely has real-time clinical impacts and impacts on public health.
And my time is up, but I'll close real quick by saying, if ever there was an issue that called for a bipartisan effort to fix the epidemic of fentanyl in our country, certainly is that. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields back, and I now recognize Dr. Miller Meeks for 5 minutes for questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for testifying before the subcommittee today. This hearing could not come at a more important time with the House considering H.R. 27, the Halt Fentanyl. Let me repeat that, fentanyl, not fentanyl, the Halt Fentanyl Act, which I proudly co-sponsor. Let me also say that it's critically important that it is a bipartisan hearing, and it would have been very helpful to have bipartisan support for securing our southern border and reducing the flow of fentanyl precursors into this country, especially through Mexico, and as you've heard, incentivized by the Chinese Communist Party to send fentanyl precursors to this country. According to the CDC data, we lost more than 110,000 Americans to drug overdose deaths in 2022. It's estimated that 75% of these deaths involved opioids, meaning that 226 Americans died every day to opioids. While many cases of drug-related deaths are poisoning, where the individual does not know the product they are about to use is laced with another substance like fentanyl, more needs to be done to prevent addiction, including minimizing unnecessary exposure to opioids. And as a director of public health and as a state senator, I was very influential in getting substance use disorder treatment, as well as reducing pre-authorization to medicated assisted treatment for substance use disorder, as well as trying to stem the flow of opioids. 90% of acute pain patients receive opioids to manage their pain, whether they need them or not. Between 2011 and 2019, opioid prescriptions decreased by 40%, from approximately 250 million to 150 million prescriptions dispensed. This is true across most payer audiences, Medicaid, private, and cash patients. However, among Medicare patients, opioid prescribing actually increased. Medicare's share of opioid prescribing during this time increased substantially from approximately 20% to the country's opioid prescriptions in 2011 to 35% in 2019. This represents a 75% increase in just under a decade. We clearly have more work to do in Medicare to make sure that patients have access to effective pain relief agents while also not unnecessarily exposing them to narcotic painkillers. One way to do this would be to increase access to non-opioid pain management medications, which I'm proud to accomplish with my legislation, the Alternatives to Pain Act. This legislation, which I thank Congresswoman Berrigan for co-sponsoring and co-leading, would decrease barriers to accessing non-opioid pain management alternatives that are FDA approved. Dr. Westlake, thank you for testifying today. Do you agree that prevention needs to be part of our strategy to combat illicit drug use and addiction?
Absolutely.
Do you believe that our current reimbursement policies appropriately align incentives to ensure patients have access to opioids and non-opioid pain management alternatives?
Yeah, I think it's important to make sure that they're cost-effective solutions.
And do providers have the education and resources available to know what other alternatives could be available?
I think so. Okay.
Do you agree or think that patients should not be forced to fail first on an opioid before being given the option to use a non-opioid to treat their pain if a non-opioid is prescribed by their doctor?
Yeah, that seems counterproductive.
And how would you suggest Congress work to appropriately align incentives to ensure?
All right, we are going to have to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to monitor all of these live events as the House committee meeting continuing to discuss the opioid crisis here in the United States and also the flow of all illegal drugs into America. Speaking with a number of experts and law enforcement agents on how they would like to see these crises addressed. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. I want to head back live to the U.S. Capitol right here as we are taking a look outside one of the hallways here in the Capitol building. But behind some chamber doors, the NTSB and the FAA are briefing senators on the D.C. plane crash. Media not allowed inside. You see a live look there as a lot of journalists are just standing by for the end of this briefing that started just about 1 hour ago, anticipating perhaps senators giving their comments and also the feedback on exactly what happened inside this meeting, as media is not allowed access. We do know that there are a lot of questions in terms of still, as this investigation continues, why the jet and the helicopter, the Army helicopter, collided over the Potomac River. There has been some conflicting data in terms of communications, but also exactly where both of the helicopter and the plane were in the sky at the time. We see the photographer right there, just waiting to see if anyone actually comes out of the briefing room. And it did look like at some point it might be wrapping up. That turned out not to be the case. But we're going to continue to monitor this live look and bring you any reaction from senators and any officials from the NTSB and the FAA. I also wanted to show you at this hour, as it is still around the lunch hour, how the Dow Jones Index is doing. And unfortunately, it's continuing to be in the red, now down about 140 points. I actually want to head back to the hearing. As you can see, one of the senators actually just walked outside. He did not give any comments. I was hoping that he would, but he is just walking down the hallways. As we do see perhaps that there might be additional movement, we're just going to raise the audio and listen in.
My wife literally said to me, I got a very nice night. Oh, she sent you one? UCP, you got to tell she was
All right, so it does appear as though just that one senator walked out of the briefing. Perhaps it's not yet wrapped up, but he needed to leave for other business. We're going to continue to monitor this live stream and bring you any comments and responses as they happen right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, we are going to head to another commercial break as we continue to follow this and also the subcommittee hearing talking about stemming the flow of illegal drugs into America. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It does appear as though the briefing with the NTSB, FAA, and senators has ended. I do want to pivot as they are talking with one of the lawmakers. Let's listen in.
Investigation's still ongoing. A lot of what they did is run through what are some of the next steps in terms of that investigation, in terms of what they know. We certainly have some more questions for them, but nothing I can talk about publicly at this point.
Yeah, what are the questions that you still do have, if, you know, without revealing any details that you can't talk about publicly? What are you still wondering?
Well, look, some of the main things I want to wonder is just, you know, what kind of detection equipment were on the two different aircraft in terms of collision challenges. Still more questions about what is standard in that way, as well as just you know, what we should be thinking about in terms of the D.C. area, just given how crowded things are. There's still more questions on that front. But at this point, I can and won't comment on the investigation. Thank you, everyone.
Were there any talks about the equipment at the air-controlled traffic, of revamping or modernizing the technology at ATC?
I don't believe that came up directly, but there was, you know, discussion in terms of just what level personnel was there, other things of that nature. But right now, my main concern is about the actual aircraft in terms of the protocols in such a crowded airspace, as well as what technologies they have, and should there be any type of standardization there that wasn't there before. But I can't jump to any conclusions until we proceed. They will be moving forward with the recovery of the helicopter, and we'll have some more answers at that point. Thank you, everyone.
FAA part of this briefing as well, or is it just NTSB?
FAA is in the room.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
The idea Sorry if I got underway.
All right.
So that was Senator Andy Kim, a Democrat from New Jersey. It does appear as lawmakers are exiting the room. It does not look as though this particular senator is interested in speaking with the press. But it does appear as though this briefing with the NTSB, the FAA, and a number of senators is winding down. We're going to continue to monitor this live stream as we see a trickle of senators leaving the briefing room. We were hearing from Senator Kim saying that the FAA is still in the room, perhaps speaking. So we're going to always transfer back to this live stream as soon as we see any of the senators speaking. In the meantime, though, another live event happening right now on Capitol Hill, a subcommittee meeting with the House talking about the stem of illegal drugs. We see perhaps another speaker coming up to talk to the media. Let's listen in. All right, so that was a false alarm. We saw the photographer kind of move the camera, and I was wondering if another senator was going to be speaking with the media. Does not look like that's the case. So as we continue to monitor this live stream right here after the conclusion of this briefing with the NTSB, FAA, and senators, we're going to head back to the subcommittee hearing as they discuss the opioid epidemic and how to stem the flow of illegal drugs into the United States. Let's listen into that.
Coordination mechanisms do you believe Congress should prioritize to strengthen fentanyl trafficking and trafficking enforcement, sir?
I think it's important to, again, focus on some of the programs that have worked. We're good with examining and auditing programs to make sure that the money's being properly and wisely spent, because in our agencies we do that. We know that there's limited pool and it's got to be spent appropriately and on the priority mission. But for us, and specifically the fentanyl space, it would be the joint teams, HIDA.
All right, so it does appear as though Amy Klobuchar is speaking, Senator Klobuchar, after the NTSB briefing. We're going to head back to that now.
I would hope there will be changes.
And again, I think one of the mistakes that we can make is if we make snap judgments without getting to the bottom of exactly what happened. It was a very thorough briefing of what they could talk about right now as the operation is still going on. It was very clear that the Army is working with the NTSB in a very positive way, so you didn't feel like people were pointing fingers at each other. I left that room thinking they were really trying to make sure they get every single detail so we know what happens, and some of that has already been public, and so then we can come up with solutions, not only for this airport and this airspace, but also nationally. I have long advocated for more air traffic controllers, but I've also advocated for better technology, and I think that both of those things will play into the solutions here.
Senator, are you comfortable with Elon Musk overhauling air traffic control? Can you come back and say that on camera?
That was good.
Tom, can I say mic?
Oh, sorry.
The mic. People are
Yep.
I think Michael Dane should have sent that out.
So that was Senator Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat from Minnesota, right there. It seems as though senators are just trickling out from time to time right here, as this is a stakeout outside the hearing room as the NTSB and FAA briefing with the senators winds down. So, it's a hit or miss. And what we do is we quickly head back live to this stream as we see senators speaking, reacting to this. And we were hearing from Senator Klobuchar saying that she felt like it was a healthy and productive discussion and not partisan finger pointing, as really everyone is working towards the same goal, which is to ensure that the skies here in the U.S. Are the safest as possible, and that all measures are in place to make sure that air traffic and air travel is safe. All right, so what we're going to do is, as we continue to monitor this, we are going to head back to this subcommittee meeting as they do discuss illegal drugs here in the United States.
Information out is they come to us with newborns and asking us about their mental health, and we love being able to connect them with community resources. So having these resources available as a pediatrician, we support, because healthy moms, healthy children.
And access is such an issue. My district is urban, suburban, and rural, and in some of my more rural areas there is not that access, and even in some of my urban areas, but it's harder for people that live in rural areas to get to places. Whether you are in a program receiving federal funding in a blue or red state, the consequences of deep cuts and funding freeze will be very detrimental. Ms. LaBelle, can you discuss what disruptions in access to treatment and recovery services mean for patients, and particularly new moms?
Yeah, well, I mean, new moms have a higher rate of overdose, and it's often hard for mothers, for parents to seek out treatment. So when they do, we shouldn't make it harder for them to access that treatment. And disruptions and confusion will make it harder for them to access the treatment.
And then how important is funding for HHS agencies like the CDC and NIH in informing our understanding and response to access immediate threats as they occur at the state and local level?
Yeah, I mean, these funding sources are life-saving to, hundreds of thousands of people, millions across the country.
I want to thank you for your responses, and hopefully my colleagues will recognize and we can work in a bipartisan way to make sure that the funding that is needed will happen. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back, and I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today. The increasing prevalence of xylazine in the United States is a dangerous trend. Public health officials have warned of the skin wounds that can occur from repeated use of xylazine and the risk of worse health complications if the wounds are left untreated. How much are healthcare providers aware of the dangers of these health complications and how best to treat them? Dr. Westlake.
Yeah, so I just actually saw a patient with ulcers from xylazine about 2 weeks ago. And I asked him why he was doing it, and he knew the risks associated with it, and he just couldn't stop himself because he liked the high too much. I mean, that's the issue is that the xylazine is available. And you know, it's not scheduled. It's legal to get it shipped in now, and so that needs to change. You know, whether it's placing it as a Control 3 scheduled drug or placing the same restrictions that Schedule 3s have on it as far as being imported and monitoring it. Treating it as, you know, treating the ulcers aren't. It's difficult, but it's the problem is that it's there, that it's happening.
So what steps can policymakers make on the state or the federal level to increase the awareness of xylazine-associated wounds and treatment options amongst healthcare professionals?
Yeah, I think just encouraging the awareness. I think there's a pretty broad awareness of it now, but I think the way to get that done is to get it spread through the local like specialty organizations like American Academy of Pediatrics, American Board of Emergency Medicine. You know, it's not necessarily through federal. It's spreading it out through the networks that the doctors listen to.
Okay, thank you. Sheriff Bouchard, in my district, the Morris County Sheriff's Office partners with the County Health Department, the Mental Health Association, the Morris County Prevention, to operate Hope One, which is a vehicle that travels to sites throughout the county to provide services and supports for those struggling with addiction. At these sites, the vehicle provides immediate access to services, to treatment facilities, and Narcan training and kits. In fact, at least 177 of these Narcan kits have been used to save a life in New Jersey. These sites are staffed by sheriff's officers, licensed mental health professional, and certified peer support specialists. Can you speak to the vital role that law enforcement has in these holistic approaches to treatment?
Yes, sir. Thank you. It's critically important that we're all connected, whether it's health, prevention, or law enforcement. As I mentioned earlier, we're typically the first one on scene at any situation. CBS, I believe, National did a story on one of my deputies saving a woman in a Dollar General. You know, typically we are around and spread through the community. Fire departments or EMS comes from a station. Lots of times we get there first, and those first 2 or 3 minutes may be critically important to saving that life. So that partnership and then the handoff to follow-up care and to prevention in the future, that's where our crisis response unit and our partnership with the health department comes in.
Okay. Can you speak to how drug trafficking contributes to violence in communities and how law enforcement is an essential component in combating illicit drug threats?
Yes, you know, when you think about an establishment, let's say a McDonald's, if an armed robbery there, they're going to keep cash. When you've got even a legal licensed facility, whether it's a pharmacy or a medical marijuana or a marijuana facility, they both have cash and drugs. And so what we're seeing is the violence that are directed sometimes at armed robberies or situations there are much more escalated. We had a homicide about a week and a half ago at one of our licensed marijuana grow operations where they came in, just barely creased the door and shot the individual in the face and killed him, and then stole 50 pounds of marijuana. So they tend to draw attention for armed robbery and for ancillary drug activity.
Okay. And earlier in this hearing, you responded that today Americans can get xylazine mailed to their house from vendors in China. Can you walk me through how that process works or any current barriers that exist to this emerging danger?
At this point, I'm not aware of any barriers. We've been trying to get a state law passed to deal with xylazine. It's still not scheduled on the national level, so there's not a barrier to shipping or mailing something direct to an end consumer that's not prohibited by either state or federal law.
And do you have any advice for how to combat this international flow of xylazine in the United States?
I think it needs to be scheduled. I think we need a whole of government effort to, as I said, nimble enough to deal not with xylazine, but what's the next iteration that's going to come down the pike.
Thank you. I yield back my time.
So So we're continuing to listen into this House committee hearing on illegal drugs and cartels. We are going to take our final 2-minute break of the hour, continuing our live coverage after that. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We do have a new live event happening right now on Capitol Hill. The House Democrats are holding their weekly briefing, speaking about President Trump's agenda. We're going to continue to follow that. And after that, Karel Lahada is going to be your host, guiding you through a number of hours of top stories, breaking news, and live events. Let's listen in.
Ground. I'm telling you, as a former Treasury person, I mean, I was there during an actual crisis, not a self-inflicted crisis. We need the answer to why he's doing it. We need our legislation. We need this Taxpayer Data Protection Act. This is unbelievable lawlessness. We've always had this trust between the House, the Senate, the presidency, and then in comes this executive order that seemingly has allowed this individual to go in to the Fiscal Bureau of the United States of America and say that he has your information while people are struggling to pay the bills. Let's be honest, as the leader just said. So, yes, all they need to do is we got to have 3 join us and get this bill passed. And by the way, my friends, the first Friday of this month is tomorrow. Jobs numbers are coming out. We didn't see a slip for the last 4 years.
I just want to talk about what I'm truly afraid of, and I'm saying what's happening. And to give some context, I was talking with one of my Republican colleagues and friends not long ago, and I said, what would it take for you to stand up to Donald Trump? And the immediate answer without a moment's thought was, how'd that work out for Adam Kinzinger? There's a deep fear of what a bully will do. Rule my dad taught me was when the playground, never start a fight, but if the bully punches, you punch him back harder, because that keeps him from coming back. Bullies are cowards at core. So what am I afraid of? That they are going to use data that they are legally not allowed to use to act as a bully. So what does that mean for my home state of Illinois, where our Governor Pritzker has been very forceful in calling him out? If they take control of the stop payments, does Illinois all of a sudden not get their Medicaid reimbursement money? What does it do for someone, we've already seen him take security details away from Liz Cheney, right? While releasing people who attack cops out into the public. If they're willing to do that and threaten that, well, What might they do to someone who's on a fixed income but had the strength of their convictions? What they know is that every time we have faced crises like these in our history, inevitably the movements that have toppled tyranny have been led by people who had gotten to a point where they had nothing left to lose. The Parkland students who survived, the Mamie Tills of the world, right? If they can find those people who have almost nothing left to lose and say, well, I'm going to cut off your Social Security payments if you step up. I'm going to cut off your veterans benefit payments. I'm going to cut off your SNAP payments. This is despotism, right? And I think a part of our message to everybody is that fear is contagious, but so is courage. And we want to make sure that people act with courage and the strength of their convictions, and hope that what we're showing now maybe spreads to a few folks across the aisle.
Yeah. Thank you. You've alluded to this with the Free Republicans, but just to get clarity, are you talking about a discharge petition? And if so, could you tell me a little bit about the timeline of that? And also, have you had any conversations with Republicans who you believe might be willing to sign up?
We're going to explore all legislative options available to us. We know that this legislation needs to move, and needs to move with urgency to protect the best interests of the American people. And all it takes are 3 Republicans, only 3, to partner with us, and we can figure out the legislative vehicle to get this done in the House of Representatives.
You mentioned relying on litigation as one of the prongs to this approach to Musk and Trump writ large. What is your game plan if Trump does not abide by a court order, if they don't follow the direction of the court? What do you do then?
That's a hypothetical. The lawyers are working through those dynamics. That's always a question that litigants have to confront and be prepared for. But we've seen the Article 3 federal court system hold to date, and it's my expectation that the judiciary will continue to hold the line in the best interest of the American people, as will House Democrats in the United States Congress. Thurgood?
Is there something that can be done in the more immediate moment? This bill seems to be either preemptive or preventative, or a combination of those 2 things. What can stop Musk and this imposition of his perceived authority right now? Is there any mechanism?
What we are seeing unfold is an unlawful power grab by a unelected and unaccountable billionaire puppet master who's pulling the strings of House Republicans, and apparently the Trump administration. So it's an all-hands-on-deck approach on behalf of hardworking American taxpayers. Legislation, litigation, mobilization, communication with the American people, and that's what we're engaging in. And in fact, on this particular issue, that's what you've seen occur. People have showed up at the Department of Treasury. We're moving litigation. We're speaking about the threats to the American people presented by these extremists having access, think about this, to names, birth dates, Social Security numbers, addresses, and bank account information. And so this legislation is an important step in one of the arenas that will continue to be part of our all-hands-on-deck effort. Last question.
You alluded to this a little bit earlier about Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune not stepping up and standing up to the president or Elon Musk. Do you feel like Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson are abdicating their constitutional authority by allowing the president and Elon Musk to overstep, especially when it comes to Congress's authority? And do you think we're in a constitutional crisis?
Let me simply just say that House Democrats will continue to make clear to our Republican colleagues that we will work with anyone in this town to solve problems for the American people, to drive down the high cost of living, to secure the border while protecting dreamers, farm workers, and families, and keep our communities safe. We'll work with anyone to bring the American dream to life and bring our jobs back home. But that's not what we're seeing from House Republicans, and that's unfortunate.
Will you withhold votes?
Thank you, everyone.
On
Thank you.
funding or the debt
Thank you,
ceiling?
everyone.
All right, so we were just listening there to some House Democrats holding yet another one of their weekly press conferences as they continue to push back on some of these initiatives that have been brought forth by President Donald Trump. You can see there on the signs just behind the podium, it says Taxpayer Data Protection Act. And this is just the latest of some of the grievances that many of these Democratic lawmakers have brought forth against the new administration. I want to thank you all for being with us here at Live Now from Fox on this Thursday, February 6th. My name is Corral Lahara, and I'll be with you throughout the next couple of hours, continuing to guide you through the day's top stories and also showcasing live events from across the country. I do want to continue on with an event that we were showcasing just a little while ago before we pivoted to that House Democrats presser. So we're going back to this committee hearing where we are seeing several representatives discuss with local law enforcement leaders, agencies about this fentanyl crisis that continues to plague cities all across the country. Let's listen in. Actually, we're going to pivot just one more time here because while we can go back to this committee hearing in just a little bit, we are continuing to see reactions from senators down there in Capitol Hill regarding some of President Trump's confirmation hearings to fill up the remainder of his administration and cabinet. Here you do see the Senator Ted Cruz out of Texas. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
I think that's actually tremendously important. I have been advocating for a long time modernization of air traffic control. Our air traffic control technology is from the 1950s. We are literally using radar and strips of paper and floppy disks. And the fact that Elon Musk, one of the top technology CEOs on planet Earth, is available to bring his expertise and the expertise of world-class engineers to bring air traffic control out of the 1950s and into the 21st century. I think that is a real opportunity. I'm glad President Trump raised that issue this morning at the prayer breakfast. That, as I said, is something I've been advocating for a long time, but there's no doubt that having current technology rather than technology decades out of date would make everyone safer.
Sir, for the camera that...
Would you support reductions of operations in this corridor? You know how tight the airspace is, how complicated it is. If it comes to it, would you support a reduction in the number of operations in the airspace?
So there's no indication in the investigation that congestion was the cause of the accident. In this instance, it appears the Black Hawk helicopter was flying at a dramatically different altitude than where the helicopter was supposed to be. And the investigation needs to proceed. We need to understand why that is the case. The NTSB believes they will learn more when they recover the Black Hawk helicopter itself. But I think it's a mistake to speculate before we have the actual evidence about what caused this collision.
That was the last, guys, this is the last question.
Permanent FAA administrator, and can you describe where you're at that process with the administration?
Well, look, I mean, we're just a few weeks into a new administration. The acting administrator testified. He has a lot of competence and ability, but I think it's very important to have a administrator appointed and confirmed, and I expect that to move expeditious.
The president talked about, the president talked about a standalone bill to address the FAA and some of these issues. Is that something that you've talked to him about? Is that something that you see happening? What would that kind of look like?
I have not had a conversation with President Trump on this question. I did have a conversation this morning with Secretary Duffy, and it is a priority for the administration. It's a priority for me. I think air traffic control modernization would make everyone safer, and it is the right thing to do. But there are other lessons to be learned from this, and I asked the FAA today to conduct a review of helicopter routes, not just at DCA, but at other airports across the country to determine where there are risks of a similar such collision. I also asked the Army to reconsider and assess with what frequency is the Army turning off ADSB out on military missions, particularly missions that do not have a sensitive national security component. Now, it's worth noting the Black Hawk had a transponder, so it would appear on radar, but ADSB out is significantly more accurate. The NTSB has recommended ADSB in and ADSB out on all aircraft. And that's something I expect the committee to consider and assess. All of these are reasonable, important questions to ask in the wake of this accident. At the same time, I would caution what I said before. We need to look to the evidence and actually understand what happened here. All right, thank you.
Any sense of timeline about when the investigation may wrap up?
I'm sure we will when we have more information.
Is the FAA going to do that helicopter rubber review that you asked them to do about other airports?
Yes.
Do you know exactly what Elon Musk is going to do to try to upgrade the aviation?
I have not had a conversation with Elon about that, but as I said, I think it is a particular advantage to have a world-class technology CEO whose level of sophistication, whether it is from Tesla automobiles or SpaceX rocket ships, that is not the kind of expertise that typically is available in government, and I think we're fortunate to have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so you just heard there some reaction from Senator Ted Cruz out of Texas. He is on Capitol Hill today, as we know that the National Transportation Safety Board and FAA did brief the Senate Commerce Committee on that American Airlines Flight 5342 that collided with a Black Hawk helicopter over the Potomac River. It was a deadly crash, and we are just kind of continuing on with this shot that is not too stagnant, because senators do keep filtering in and out from that committee briefing room as they continue to provide some of their reaction to what they heard, given when we're at with this investigation. Now, according to our partners at Fox 5 in DC, we do know that all 67 victims have been recovered from the Potomac River following that deadly mid-air collision between that American Airlines plane and a military helicopter that happened just last week. 67 victims' remains have been recovered. 60 victims were passengers aboard the American Airlines flight. 4 victims were crew on board the American Airlines flight, and 3 victims were on the Black Hawk helicopter. Now, given that recent incident, but a couple of other airline incidences that have been happening, there has been a lot of focus within the NTSB and within the FAA to make sure that protocols allow for everyone that takes to the skies to stay safe. And that is specifically why we're seeing a lot of these briefings happening on this Thursday. I want to bring you once again a live now look out of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. Very gloomy there over in our nation's capital. We're stepping away for our first commercial break of this hour, but we'll continue with more of these live looks and top stories when we come back. Welcome back, and thank you all for being with us here at Live Now from Fox as we continue to guide you through some of these live events that we continue to showcase for you here. A heavy focus in Washington, D.C., where just before the commercial break, I showcased this picture that we still have into our newsrooms as we continue to wait for more senators' reaction out of Capitol Hill regarding this briefing that they had given by the FAA and other investigators who are heavily involved in looking into some of these airline incidences that have been happening over the last couple of weeks. Now, two of them have really taken focus as some of the biggest story headlines here, and that was the deadly plane crash that happened over the Potomac River, in which 67 people were killed. But then also we saw that a deadly plane crash happened just a couple of days after that, in which it was deadly as well over in Philadelphia. Now, we're going to continue to have some more of these briefings as the investigations continue. It's only about a week removed, so we're really in the preliminary stages of learning exactly what happened and where to turn now, given the fact that a lot of safety issues and concerns have been brought to light. So we're keeping an eye on this feed. In the meantime, we're going to head back to this committee hearing as well. We're hearing from several state, local law enforcement officials, as well as local leaders, discussing the impacts that fentanyl and cartels have had on communities all across the country.
Saying, now it's not a news item. You know somebody who lost somebody. And I make it more personal that way. And just tell them, I don't presume that you're doing drugs, but you could be in a situation to save somebody.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Representative Langworthy, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you very much to the chairman and the ranking member and to all of our witnesses for their incredible testimony here today. It is hard to find someone in America who has not felt the devastating impact of fentanyl or other synthetic drugs. Whether it's a family member, a friend, a neighbor, this poison is tearing through our communities at an unprecedented rate. I have sat and had roundtables with law enforcement officials and health professionals throughout my district, which I represent the western part of New York State and the southern tier counties along the Pennsylvania line, and they all say the same thing, that we are losing ground in this fight. Police officers responding to overdoses several times a week. It's having a great impact on their mental health. Community leaders are witnessing fentanyl-laced drugs killing people at an alarming rate, even showing up in things like gummies, as you've talked about here today, poisoning children. Enough is enough, and I am very grateful that we have finally have someone in the White House who's laser focused on securing our borders and holding foreign entities accountable and providing our law enforcement with the tools that they need to combat this epidemic. And passing the Halt Fentanyl Act today is a huge step in that direction. But with that, in the area of lab innovation, Dr. Westlake, last year the Biden FDA issued a final rule that would regulate lab-developed tests as medical devices, which would severely hamstring definitive drug testing by stifling the innovation needed to keep pace with what we're seeing in the streets. The additional regulatory burdens could delay the detection of emerging substances, allowing dangerous drugs to circulate longer and putting more lives at risk and potentially disrupting patient care. With the rapid rise of these deadly substances, it is critical that our labs have the ability to quickly adapt and stay ahead of evolving drug trends. So, Dr. Westlake, can you speak to the importance of lab tests and the innovation in this area when it comes to detecting novel illicit compounds?
Yeah, I think it's critically important for labs and for science in general to be able to combat the new emerging threats. They talked about the fire hydrant spigot. There's new spigots popping up all the time. If you have to wait and go through a burdensome regulatory environment to be able to detect those and to combat those, then that doesn't do any good. My experience at the state level coming up when seeing what the regulatory burden at the state level is, at the federal level is as much or more. And so I encourage any type of regulation that it encourages innovation when it comes to that, because it's a significant risk of a delayed response, and we need to be nimble. We can't be, it can't be a battleship that turns. It's got to be a speedboat.
Thank you. I think it is critical that we don't stifle innovation, and that goes to many facets of the federal government. When we stifle innovation, we deny ourselves the potential of life-saving new technology that would revolutionize the way we can combat this epidemic. Pivoting here to emergency room screening. Dr. Westlake, we have heard tragic stories of young people dying from fentanyl overdoses because they were not tested for fentanyl. The detection of fentanyl in overdose patients who go to the emergency departments is critical to saving lives and combating this opioid crisis. As an emergency medicine physician, do you agree that there needs to be greater use of fentanyl screening in overdose patients?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it pretty much should be the standard of care for fentanyl to be the sixth. There used to be a 5-panel drug screen. You were in drug screen, you would get at every facility when a patient came in if they were concerned of overdose. And now most of them have gone to fentanyl, and if they haven't, then they're behind the times, and they should. And that, definitely, that's a critical. The majority. I don't think I've seen a heroin overdose in a couple of years, but I've seen dozens of fentanyl overdoses that thought it was heroin, and I knew that because of the drug screen.
Very important to know. Do you also agree that it would be helpful for the Health and Human Services Department to study the current frequency and benefits of fentanyl testing in the ER and provide guidance on how ERs implement fentanyl testing in overdose cases?
Yeah, I would be cautious with kind of regulatory involvement at that, and to make sure that it didn't get in the way of something in the future. A lot of, there's unintended consequences. But I think looking at and making sure that the ground level should be, the state-of-the-art science should be including fentanyl, and it should be definitely be reviewed.
We're listening here to that House committee hearing on illegal drugs and cartels, more specifically the devastation that fentanyl has caused to countless communities all across the U.S. But we do want to pivot from this event to another similar topic, but we're heading over to Canada, where we're seeing here Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau just stepping up to have this roundtable discussion, also detailing what his country is doing to try to curb this flow of fentanyl around Canada, but also into the United States. We know that President Donald Trump has pressured both Canada, China, and Mexico so that they can work harder to reduce the flow of these illegal substances into the U.S. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister is saying.
Growth and holding Canada back from reaching its full potential. En même temps, il ne faut pas oublier que nos liens commerciaux avec le reste du monde sont essentiels pour donner plus d'opportunités de réussite aux Canadiens. Le commerce, ce sera toujours au cœur de notre économie. Même avec une population modeste, le Canada fournit énormément de ressources, de produits et de services qui sont recherchés partout autour du globe. C'est pour ça que notre gouvernement a lancé autant de missions commerciales et ouvert autant de bureaux commerciaux à travers le monde, notamment dans la région Indo-Pacifique. On a conclu de nouvelles ententes commerciales aux 4 coins du monde. Il y a l'accord de partenariat transpacifique global qui nous a permis de renforcer nos liens avec 11 partenaires sud-américains, européens et asiatiques. L'accord économique et commercial global entre le Canada et l'Union européenne. L'accord qu'on vient de conclure avec l'Indonésie, le 4e pays le plus peuplé au monde. Et
So I just want to dip in for a quick moment to remind our viewers who are watching us that usually the Prime Minister does give these briefings, both by saying remarks in English and then by translating all of those remarks in French, as both of those languages are commonly spoken throughout the regions of Canada. So we're going to stay on this. No doubt he's back in English now, so let's continue.
You are the ones who decide whether your lucrative procurement contract goes to a firm in Moose Jaw or Montana. You are the ones who put local diplomacy in action, making it clear that Canada is a friend and an ally, and that tariffs would harm American cities first and foremost.
So there you just heard him speaking a little bit about how these tariffs that President Donald Trump trying to impose into Canada will harm American cities first. And as always, what happens during this time of the day here at Live Now from Fox, we are getting multiple live feeds and breaking news stories. So now we're going to pivot, head back here to the U.S., where we're seeing White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt addressing the press.
Tax on tips, which is obviously a very public campaign promise that the president made. No tax on seniors' Social Security. No tax on overtime pay. Renewing President Trump's 2017 middle-class tax cuts. Again, these are the president's priorities. Adjusting the SALT cap, eliminate all the special tax breaks for billionaire sports team owners, close the carried interest tax deduction loophole, tax cuts for Made in America products. This will be the largest tax cut in history for middle-class working Americans. The president is committed to working with Congress to get this done.
Permanent extension?
If the president wants to bring
Okay, so very short remarks there from a White House press secretary, Caroline Levitt. This is just what happens here at Live Now from Fox. We're really trying hard to make sure that we bring you all of these live looks from not just around the country, but around the world, as we continue to follow so many of these big developing stories and these top headlines. What we're going to do, in fact, is we're going to reset a little bit, because this was a bit of a whirlwind during the last few minutes. I mean, we started off with a committee hearing in D.C., then we went to Canada to listen to the Prime Minister, then back to D.C. for the press secretary. So it's been a lot to digest. So let's take this 2-minute break, the second one of this hour. We're going to reset, and we're going to head back to some more of these top stories. A Live Now look once again there in D.C. of Capitol Hill. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we have already had a very busy early afternoon here on the desk. I've just been with you for 20 minutes, but we've been across the world in some senses, kind of continuing to take all of these different live pictures as soon as we get them here into our newsroom, because that's what we do here, just trying to provide you that context as soon as it comes in. Let's take a little bit of a breather, though, and we're going to head back to this House committee hearing, continuing to discuss the fentanyl crisis, the overflow of this drug coming into the U.S., and how it's harming communities all across the country. And it's important to know also that we did have very short remarks from Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau discussing the tariff situation and how he truly believes that is going to be really affecting the American public, really urging the president not to go through with that. But of course, President Donald Trump holding back on those tariffs just so that Canada can also help with this fentanyl crisis. Let's head back to this committee hearing.
And in that case, you just need to use more of the Narcan. There's some space for a more potent antidote. The antidotes, Narcan works, you just have to get it to the person before they're dead from not breathing. So the issue is getting the interdiction of the Narcan to the patient, or stopping the patient from taking the poison and the deadly opioid to begin with.
Now,
what challenges do emergency personnel face in quickly identifying the specific substances involved in an overdose? And how would this ultimately impact outcomes? The reason where I'm going with this is to our point originally, how can we get ahead in making sure that when EMTs, medics are on site, are on scene, that if they're dealing with a patient, they can test quickly so they know what to test for, but how they can best protect themselves as well?
At the level in the emergency department, you just treat for the respiratory suppression that's there. A lot of times we don't even know what people are overdosing from. So we treat the symptoms that cause the respiratory suppression. So you treat symptomatically. So it'd be difficult to. It doesn't kind of matter what your opioid you took. What matters is that we got you breathing again and that we got.
Okay. Thank you. I yield.
The gentlelady yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Representative Tonko, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chair Carter, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today, and my condolences to the Cullen family. You all bring an important perspective. We're in the midst of an overdose crisis, and we need to treat it as such. Now is not the time for half measures that make us feel good or for outdated and substantiated stereotypes and stigmas that hold us back. It is not the time to freeze critical funding for treatment and prevention. I continue to hear from local providers that people are anticipating cuts and in turn limiting expanding programs or care that would offer life-saving treatment for addiction or access to public health resources like naloxone or fentanyl testing strips that save lives. I've heard from programs that are afraid that funding will dry up and they will be forced to lay off staff and in turn serve fewer people or shut down entirely. We know the cost of such cuts would be lives lost, families ripped apart by poisons seemingly beyond our control. The American people are watching Congress to see if we still consider treatment for addiction and overdose prevention a priority, and I would say a high priority. Let's not turn our back on them. So we know that our justice system is a revolving door for those struggling with addiction and mental health issues. Over half of people in state prisons and 2/3 of individuals in jails have substance use disorder. By allowing inmates to receive addiction treatment and other services before returning home, my Reentry Act would bring targeted treatment to those at the highest risk of overdose. The Reentry Act would be a game changer for reducing overdose deaths and suicides by allowing all states to provide pre-release care to Medicaid-eligible individuals up to 30 days prior to release from incarceration. I thank the major county sheriffs of America and National Sheriff's Association for their strong support of the Reentry Act. Sheriff Bouchard, thank you for your efforts, and many people that have joined in the effort. Many people don't think of sheriffs as playing a role in treatment for addiction. How do you approach the role?
Thank you, and thank you for that legislation. As you know, our organization does strongly support that.
We appreciate that.
We have a role in treatment, prevention, and kind of the next path forward on lots of levels because we're typically, again, the first to respond when someone out in the community is having an overdose. And then once somebody, for whatever reason, on a different level is incarcerated with a substance use disorder, we have medically assisted treatment in our facilities. We have a Narcan vending machine as you go out, if you can take that for free. We try to connect them with resources to the extent we can with programs and funding we have for aftercare, because when you drop them back in the same environment, that's when they're most at risk to recidivism in that behavior. And as was mentioned earlier, the likelihood of an overdose is very magnified to that population when they come out without anything in their system and immediately go back sometimes to look for that.
Thank you. And I know that Oakland County Jail's medication-assisted treatment, MAT program, has been praised for its comprehensive approach to treating opioid use disorder in jail, including medication access, therapeutic services, and post-release support. How has the availability of FDA-approved medications, along with the support services, impacted the effectiveness of the program? And what measurable outcomes have you observed in terms of inmate recovery and reduced recidivism?
Yeah, it's helpful to have, a continuum and choices that the medical professional can decide based on that individual rather than one prescribed route. And so we leave that to our medical professionals and the individual and the treatment and care that gives us the best path forward. And we have seen noticeable results in how outcomes are achieved, especially when paired with partnerships outside the building.
Thank you. I see my time is near up, and I did have questions for Regina LaBelle. We'll forward those to the committee and appreciate your response. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Virginia, Representative McClellan, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Chairman Carter and Ranking Member DeGette, for holding this very important hearing. Thank you to our witnesses, particularly Mr. Cullen. I add my condolences, but I also want to commend you for turning tragedy into advocacy and make sure that no one suffers the same tragedy that you did. I really want to commend you. Yeah, alone, over 2,400 Virginians have lost their lives to drug overdoses each year. Community health centers stand on the front lines of this opioid epidemic response, providing essential services of preventing and treating substance use disorders, delivering primary care and dental care, offering low-cost prescription drugs. And for many families, especially in rural areas like the southern end of my district, community health centers are the only option for accessing health care and substance use disorder treatment. These centers can't operate without critical federal funding from the Health Resources and Services Administration to pay their healthcare workers and keep the doors open. On his first day in office, President Trump issued executive orders silencing federal agencies and halting all external communication. Then Trump and Elon Musk unleashed a sweeping unconstitutional freeze on funding for programs, including those supporting federally qualified health centers. And despite several courts blocking this action, chaos and confusion have ensued. In Virginia, the funding freeze abruptly cut 16 of our 31 community health centers off from federal funding. Some are still struggling to regain access to these critical resources. And just yesterday, the Capital Area Health Network, which operates 7 facilities around Richmond, was forced to announce the closure of at least 3 locations and the transfer of patients to other sites, increasing the workload on those other sites and impacting their access to care. This was entirely unavoidable. But Trump handed over control to an unelected billionaire and let him work without thinking through the consequences to our communities of rash action. I am glad to see bipartisan agreement on addressing the substance abuse disorder crisis, but we have to make sure that our healthcare systems have the ability to rapidly respond. We have to demand accountability when they can't. We have to assure that the damage that has been done on this important healthcare safety net isn't done again. So, Ms. LaBelle, I wonder if you could please explain the role that community healthcare centers play in helping patients access the full continuum of care, including on fighting substance abuse disorders.
Yeah, I mean, nationwide, we need to make getting care and treatment easier than getting illegal drugs. And that's one key role that these community health centers play, is that they meet people where they are. They provide a continuum of care for people, wraparound services, and play an important role in reducing overdose deaths.
And can you explain how the backlog over accessing payment systems, paying the healthcare workers, and has impacted our community health systems, and what we can do to address the backlog of care that patients, particularly in rural areas, need?
I mean, there's obviously a real dire workforce shortage in a lot of parts of the country, particularly in rural areas. And these types of kind of starts and stops cause a lot more confusion. And people who could potentially work in those areas, be recruited, are likely not to come if there's confusion or a lack of funding for their services.
Thank you. And I'll just note in my last 43 seconds, this impacts urban areas, this impacts suburban areas, it especially impacts our rural areas. And in my district, which is 2 hours end to end. Many people in the southern part of the district have to go to the south side community health center, which now is closed, and sending patients even further north. And trying to get time off from work, to travel long distances to get the care that you need, only to be told your appointment now is transferred further north, has a real impact that we can't afford that kind of delay. I thank you for sharing the importance of community health centers. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. At this time, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the documents included on the staff hearing documents list. Without objection, that will be ordered. That's it. I want to thank all the witnesses again for being here today, especially you, Mr. Cullen. Thank you so much. You and Ms. Cullen, your bravery, your courage is admired, and we all extend our heartfelt condolences for your loss. Hopefully that your testimony today can help to save at least one life. And if that's the case, then it's worth it. So thank you very much. Members may have additional written questions for all of you. And if we do, we appreciate it if you would get back with us as soon as possible with that. I'll remind members that they have 10 business days to submit questions for the record, and I ask the witnesses to respond to questions promptly. Members should submit their questions by the close of business on February 20th. Without objection, the subcommittee is adjourned.
So there you have it, the final few moments of that House committee discussing the crisis of fentanyl that is really overtaking several of these cities and communities across the country. We heard from law enforcement agents. We also heard from families of the victims whose lives have been taken because of fentanyl. And it really is a topic that has been at the forefront ever since President Trump stepped into the Oval Office for his second term. As we know, he has threatened to issue these tariffs against China, Canada, and Mexico, not just to try to get control of the migrant situation, but also to try to get control of the fentanyl crisis. We're stepping away for another brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. We do have more live events to get to, so stick with us. More to come. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we're staying in Washington, D.C., as we see senators there down on Capitol Hill continuing to discuss the latest confirmation hearing for one of the positions in President Trump's cabinet. This is for Russell Vought to be leading the office for a management and a budget. So senators have been discussing this all day. Remember, we still have a few confirmation hearings to get to, and this is one of them. So let's listen in to the remarks live.
To close it again, no matter who the president is, no matter who's in charge. To my colleagues, are there no red lines? Are there no limits? Just in the past 10 days, we've seen the literal destruction of a statutorily, I emphasize that word, statutorily established and funded federal agency by people ostensibly working for the president under vague authority, no transparency, and certainly no guidance from the Congress. Did they come to the Foreign Relations Committee and say, what do you think about AID? Are there parts of it we should work with and there are parts of it that could be reformed? No, there was zero. This small group, and we don't know who they are, but this small group, apparently it's reported in their 20s, have no experience with government, no experience with foreign aid, no experience with the operation of the United States government. But they're making basically policy decisions and constitutional decisions. The Constitution does not give to the president or his designee the power to extinguish a statutorily established agency. I can think of no greater violation of the strictures of the Constitution or usurpation of the power of this body. None. I can think of none. Shouldn't this be a red line? And by the way, I find it especially galling to read the sneering comment from the richest man in the world. The quote, "We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the chipper," describing an action that will literally take food from the mouths of starving children. Forget red lines. Do we have no decency? And then there is the executive order freezing funding, again, selectively for programs the administration doesn't like or understand. I mentioned that I was a former governor. I would have loved to have had this power. But it's a fundamental violation of the whole idea of the Constitution, the separation of powers. To say that the executive, you can pick and choose which laws you like, which funding programs you like, the level of funding you can impound if you don't want to spend it. Richard Nixon tried to do that. He was rebuffed by the Congress, who passed a specific statute, no impoundments. In addition to the chaos, the uncertainty, and the demonstrable damage, which my colleagues have been outlining all day brilliantly, there's nothing theoretical about cutting off funding to a rural health clinic, for example, or support for small farmers or grants to your fire department. But getting away from those specifics, and it's easy to get pulled into those, and my office is hearing calls every day. We can hardly handle the volume. This, again, to underline, is a frontal assault of our power, your power, the power to decide where public funds should be spent. Isn't this an obvious red line? Isn't this an obvious limit? Or finally, and I've just sort of picked a few examples, but my final example is the power seemingly assumed by DOGE to burrow into the Treasury's payment system, the Office of Personnel Management, and now CMS, for undefined purposes, zero oversight, which raises questions up to and including threats to national security. Do these people have clearance? Are the doors closed? Are they going to leave open doors into these? What are the opportunities for our adversaries to hack into the systems? We're already under unprecedented cyber attack, and we're opening doors. Although it's impossible to determine what they are taking, remember, there's no transparency or oversight. Access to Social Security numbers seem to be in the mix. All the government's personnel files, personal financial data, potentially everyone's tax returns and medical records. That can't be good. That can't be good. That's data that should be protected with the highest level of security and consideration of Americans' privacy. And we don't know who these people are. We don't know what they're taking out with them. We don't know whether they're walking out with laptops or thumb drives. We don't know whether they're leaving back doors into the system. There is literally no oversight. The government of the United States is not a private company. It is fundamentally at odds with how this system is supposed to work. Shouldn't this be an easy red line? In short, Mr. President, we're experiencing in real time exactly what the framers most feared. When you clear away the smoke, clear away the DOGE, the executive orders, foreign policy pronouncements, more fundamentally, what's happening is the shredding of the constitutional structure itself. And we have a profound responsibility, it seems to me, based on that pesky oath that we all took, to stop it. To stop it. We can, if the Republican members want to appoint Mr. Vogt, okay, that's fine. But it's not fine, it's terrible, but that's their right. But stop what's going on in terms of altering how our government is supposed to fundamentally function to protect our people. The power of the majority is with you, my Republican colleagues. Together, we have the power to right the balance, to reclaim the authority we thought was inherent in our jobs, and in the process, save our country. At a prior time of crisis, Abraham Lincoln came here, December 2nd, 1862, and he defined the stakes for all of us. Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration, this could have been written yesterday, we of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. We will be written down through history. We will be lit through history in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. I would suggest, Mr. President, that the red line should be the Constitution of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
We're listening in there live to several senators hosting these discussions there on the Senate floor when it comes to several of these initiatives put forth by President Donald Trump and their concerns, of course, with some of those. And you just heard the senator there is speaking on the federal budget and some of the concerns that come around who is overseeing all of this money. And really, when it comes to federal workers and taxpayers across the country. And given that, I do want to get to some breaking news at this moment as we continue to follow the latest regarding President Donald Trump. We have just learned here, courtesy of some reporting from the Associated Press, that a federal judge on Thursday blocked President Trump's plan to push out federal employees by offering them financial incentives. The ruling came hours before the midnight deadline for workers to apply for the deferred resignation program, which has been commonly described as a buyout, and one of those stories that we have been looking out for extensively here. I want to put up some more footage as I continue to read this copy from the Associated Press saying that U.S. District Judge George O'Toole Jr. in Boston did not express an opinion on the legality of the program. He scheduled a hearing for Monday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. He also directed administration officials to extend the deadline to apply for the program until after the hearing. Several labor unions have sued over the president's plans, which were orchestrated by Elon Musk. a top advisor. The Republican president is trying to downsize and reshape the federal workforce. And going back to some more background on this entire story, and now thousands of miles from Elon Musk's office in the White House complex, a federal worker based in the Pacific Northwest is wondering whether to quit. And this is courtesy of some of the people that the Associated Press has spoken to, as they also raise concerns to what to do next. Back out live there on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Now, Elon Musk, who is one of President Donald Trump's most powerful advisors, has orchestrated an unprecedented financial incentive for people to leave their government jobs, promising several months of pay in return for their resignation. The worker, who spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of retribution, wants to take the money and move overseas, but they're worried, what if that offer is too good to be true? And that kind of runs with a similar theme that we've heard from several of these federal workers that all of these news outlets have spoken to on the ground. But heading back to this breaking news, once again, it is that a federal judge on Thursday, so today, blocked President Trump's plan to push out federal employees by offering them financial incentives. The ruling came hours before the midnight deadline for workers to apply for the deferred resignation program, which has been commonly described as a buyout. So just wanted to bring that to you here, as it is a breaking news development. We want to step away for our final commercial break of this hour here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring up this, though, as well. We have a live picture over in the Dominican Republic, where in just a few moments, we are expecting for Secretary of State Marco Rubio to hold a joint news conference with the Dominican president, much like how we have seen with several of these events that the secretary has been part of throughout the earlier parts of this week, as he has taken his first international trip after being named Secretary of State for President Trump's administration. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you all for being with us here at Live Now from Fox as we are quickly approaching the top of a new hour. It is 1:55 here on the East Coast and 10:55 in the morning over on the West Coast. I'm your host, Carla Hara. Another preview of an event that we are going to take as soon as it gets underway. We are expecting for Secretary of State Marco Rubio to hold a joint news conference with the Dominican president. We are expecting to hear some of the remarks about how this trip went. You do know that the secretary has visited several Latin American countries on his first international trip after being confirmed as Secretary of State for President Donald Trump's second term in office. So we're not entirely too sure exactly when this is going to get underway, but we do know it's supposed to happen pretty soon. So we're going to be monitoring it for you, and you can take a look at this live. We'll have the picture up, and we'll take it as soon as it gets underway. In the meantime, let's head back here to the U.S., over to Washington, D.C., and continue to listen in to more senators as they're debating on the Senate floor and discussing some of these concerns that they have, particularly when it comes to billionaire Elon Musk and the oversight that he has and the oversight that he's been given by President Donald Trump throughout several parts of the federal government.
I understand in business, where I've spent most of my life, that you learn from failure if you know how to measure it and you're responsive and resilient. Now, when I advise clients on enterprise transformation, we'd push the envelope, we'd pull back if we thought it was a market reputation risk, et cetera, business risk. So I believe that we need to do more of this, but we have to have guardrails, clearly. Now, there are just people that they just can't figure out where the cheese is. Now, if I just go back to the one area on payments, I have to admit, when I first heard about the payments information with read-only access being provided to someone who may be technically a government employee, but not a career government employee, it did give me concern. So I had my staff dig into it, and since then, the administration has put out a fact sheet that anybody who is concerned about what's happening in the payments platform should look at it. They're not looking at detailed payment data. What they're looking at is the way payments are processed to determine whether or not there's an opportunity to do it more efficiently, more cost-effectively, and leave more money in the U.S. Treasury as a result. Maybe more money that we can use to retire our debt. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. People said they're getting top secret information and confidential information they shouldn't have. I asked a specific question. I've been assured if there's any classified information that the only ones who are going to see it are people that already have the appropriate clearances. And I've also been assured that there's no confidential information being passed. So I would defy those in the press, or maybe some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I'm all about facts here. If I've established no reputation in the U.S. Senate, it's that I am tedious and I complete my due diligence. I went to the administration, I asked these questions, and I believe we're dealing with a false narrative because people don't want to know where the cheese has been moved. They've got to get used to change. I've been in the U.S. Senate for 10 years. I am sick of saying Medicare has to get better. I am sick of saying Medicaid has to get better. I am sick of saying we are not getting people more healthy on Medicaid today. I'm sick of hearing people say that on both sides of the aisles, folks. So if we don't take some calculated risk, then we're going to be talking about the same sort of vexing issues 10 years from now. And so I would ask everybody to reject this narrative. We're going too fast, too soon, too many things on the line. And let's get to specific examples. I've used the example that's dominated the press this week to determine that most of what's being said is a red herring to take the president, and in this case, Elon Musk, off of the trail of trying to find efficiencies. You got facts to dispute that? Come to the Senate floor, I can learn from it. But stop creating a false narrative because you don't want to go through change. Because you want to continue to establish and follow the status quo, which is failing the American people and failing to fulfill promises that I've heard people make for the last decade. So, Mr. President, I come here to say, I also shared a story. I had a friend of Greek ancestry call me this week and say, what's going on with Mr. Musk? Well, I will say that Mr. Musk has put out some social media posts that are incorrect. He actually is one of the reasons why we're having to complete this due diligence, because he was talking about looking at payment data versus having professionals who are, some of them career personnel, looking at source code to figure out how to make it better. So he probably needs to tighten it up. But my Greek friend told me what I thought about all this stuff. And I said, I think the president has enabled Mr. Musk and other people a lot like Icarus's father provided him with wings. They were made of wax and feathers. And if you know the mythology, the idea was for Icarus to fly and never go so low as to drown in the sea, but never go so high as to have his wings melted, his feathers float away, and ultimately drown in the sea. So to those who are looking at all of this in a way that I am, I want that sweet spot. I want those who are looking at government efficiencies to understand the rules. They need to understand confidentiality, national security, and when lives are on the line. So when we're talking about DOD, we're talking about the intel community, Foreign Service, you need adult supervision in the room to make absolutely certain we don't compromise or put those men and women in danger. But in the meantime, if we really want to force change, if we really want to fulfill the promises that we made to the American people when we took control of Washington, then we have to get people comfortable with change. And we have to start fulfilling promises, some of the big promises that for the 10 years I've been here, I've heard it every year, and we haven't made appreciable progress. So if the American people are patient, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will present facts, not innuendo, that could be politically motivated at best, or just bad information at worst, then we can get through this and we can go do right by the American people as a result. Thank you, Mr. President.
I
got no speech.
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, after hours and hours of arguments from my Democratic colleagues, not because I woke up this morning with a strong desire to hear my own voice for as long as I could on the Senate floor, but I am here because decades before I ever considered a career in politics, when I was just starting out in the Army, I raised my right hand and took an oath. I swore to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I vow to protect our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And in this moment, at this precipice in our country, I need to make good on that promise. Because in the just 18 days since Donald Trump was inaugurated, we have witnessed an all-out assault on the system of checks and balances that our government was founded upon. We have seen the president both overreach and underdeliver, proving through executive orders and Twitter marching orders that he cares more about the billionaires who belong to Mar-a-Lago than the middle-class folks he pretended to care about on the campaign trail. Look, 250 years ago this April, a few brave patriots grabbed their muskets and risked their lives at Lexington and Concord, sacrificing for a country that was still more of an idea, more of an ideal than actual reality. They did so because they could no longer stand living under a tyrannical leader. They did so because they had dreamt up the notion of a government of, by, and for the people, and they knew that a system based on checks and balances was the best way to keep this nation's leaders from turning into the very kind of tyrant they'd fled England to escape. A system of checks and balances. Well, 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks into Trump's America, the only checks I see are the ones going into the pockets of Trump's rich friends. The only balance I see is Trump's balancing act between ripping off the middle class and endangering our national security. Our system of government is being eroded before our eyes. It's being perverted to work for the few, the billionaires, rather than the many, the people. And it is sickening to see so many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle put their hands over their eyes and pretend they don't see what's happening. They are refusing to speak up as our president turns into more of a despot every day, as his power grabs get more extreme, more insidious, more cruel.
We're listening here to Senator Tammy Duckworth from Illinois continuing to speak on the Senate floor, as we have heard several of these representatives talk about some of the Trump administration initiatives that they are more specifically concerned about. But we do want to step away from this and take our first commercial break of the hour. On your screen, we are monitoring this live picture that we have from out of the Dominican Republic. We are waiting for Secretary of State Marco Rubio to hold a joint press conference with the president there. And also, we just got this into our newsroom as well, a live picture from over in California, where we're going to be hearing from Attorney Ben Crump. He's going to be joined by Reverend Al Sharpton for a memorial service and rally for the victims of the Los Angeles area wildfires. So we'll continue to monitor all of these events, and then we'll bring them to you after the break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, and I quickly want to take you out over to the Los Angeles area, bringing you this live image that we teased just before the break. We're listening to Reverend Al Sharpton. He's standing next to Attorney Ben Crump. They are set to participate in a memorial and rally for those wildfire victims. Let's listen in.
In Altadena because of redlining. So when these fires burn, and clearly we must look at California energy, Edison Energy, yes, sir, and the spark that may have made this fire start. We're looking into that because this was not just all natural, the shutting down of it. There's liability here, but what happens in the interim, as Attorney Crump and others fight, these families need to be restored, and there should not be bias between how you handle one side of the victims and the other. So I come to stand with these three families to say National Action Network and I will be there. I don't care to get $1 billion settle. I don't want a dime. Attorney Crump will tell you he's never given me a nan a dime. But what we want is fairness and justice and restoration. Amen. Of Altadena. They do not need to be replaced or displaced. They need to be back in their homes as it is. Yes. And at the level that they should be. Example, for generations, I know with Zayed's family, 4 generations here, their families, generations here. Well, what the family purchased 4 generations ago, the value and the insurance, has now escalated. don't just cover us at the level of the insurance that it was bought at 4 generations ago, but come to the amount that will restore them now. We want these insurance companies, we want the energy company Edison to know that we're going to fight from a civil rights point of view as the lawyers deal with it from a litigator's point of view. The insult, though, for the president, we talk about getting rid of FEMA. If FEMA's gone, then what happens in the interim? So this becomes offensive to even talk about FEMA in the light of this. And one of the things I understand that there's a lot of attention, and rightfully so, with what happened with the airline crashes. But don't forget Altadena, and that's one of the reasons I'm here. We have a crisis in the airlines, but we have a crisis in Altadena and Palisades and other areas that were hit. And who was responsible? Don't put God as the responsible if there was a spark, or if the utility company could have cut off power and in some ways stop the spreading of this fire. That becomes a civil rights issue, and that's why I flew all the way cross country to be here with them today.
And as Reverend Al told the family, just because their land has been burnt down, that doesn't mean we're burnt out. We're going to fight for Altadena, to repair Altadena, to restore Altadena, and to rebuild Altadena strong.
Thank you.
Thank you. Zaya, do you want to say a word? We have some of the children and siblings.
One of the members, his father was a member of National Action Network, by the way.
Rodney Nickerson. Maybe we start with you, Mr. Nickerson, whose grandfather built the famous Nickerson Gardens.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the media and the loved ones that are here. Mr. Sharpton for his busy schedule coming out here, the National Action Network, Mr. Crump, Andrew Thornton, and their professional team. I'd like to thank everybody today. I really appreciate this. We're going to continue to walk together, side by side, not in front of each other, but side by side, and we're going to move on this together. We're going to rebuild together. We're going to rebuild our emotions together. And this is a special time, and this is definitely the start of something beautiful at the end. We will not be forgotten, those of us that lived on the Hill and those of us that visited on the Hill. This is a true time right now, and I'd like to thank everybody for that opportunity. And my dad and everyone's lost their life. They shall not be forgotten. Thank you for this.
Yes, sir.
We're listening here to some remarks made there on your screen. You see Reverend Al Sharpton. He was joined by attorney Ben Crump, who is representing some of the families who have been severely impacted by the wildfires that broke out throughout the Los Angeles area. They're going to be participating there in a memorial service and a rally. But we do want to segue from this and head over to another story that we have been monitoring very closely, as we are seeing here that Secretary of State Marco Rubio, you see him there on your screen, he is holding a joint news conference with President Luis Abinader in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Let's listen in.
En nuestra reunión abordamos temas de gran importancia para ambos países, destacando la cooperación en seguridad, migración,
in security, migration, and trade, areas where our relationship has shown significant progress. I thank the U.S. for its support in the fight against drug trafficking, organized crime, and irregular migration, which shows our shared commitment for a Caribbean that is safer and more prosperous. Given the growing threat of synthetic drugs and as a result of our bilateral conversations, I have decided to appoint Vice Admiral Cabrera Ulloa as our drug czar, in charge of leading our joint efforts with the United States to stop the expansion of this substance, which has taken many lives in your country. Cabrera Ulloa's great record prepare him to lead this new initiative successfully. In their security, the DR has shown itself to be a strategic ally in the region. We have a holistic plan for migration control and for fighting criminal structures, which include strengthening our armed forces, implementing advanced technology for biometric identification, hardening measures against criminals, and strengthening our legislation to go against drugs and transnational crime. We also have international legal cooperation that is high level with robust cooperation in extraditions and enforcing the law, which is unprecedented in the region. The DR's commitment to regional stability is firm. In this regard, we discussed the crisis in Haiti. This is a situation that requires a coordinated, solid response from the entire international community. We have reiterated that there is no Dominican solution for the Haitian crisis. That is why we have highlighted the urgent need to have greater financial support for the multilateral support led by Kenya, the goal being to expand its operational capacity and ensure effective actions. We also highlighted the importance of reestablishing humanitarian assistance to avoid a worsening of the crisis and a possible uncontrollable migration wave that would affect both the Dominican Republic and the United States. We agree that there is no time to lose, Mr. Secretary. The Haitian situation is a threat to security in the entire region, including that of the United States. Every day that passes is a day of fire and blood. Haiti is drowning, while a significant part of the international community is passively watching from the sidelines without showing the commitment that this serious situation requires. We both know that we must not shirk our responsibility to have firm determination given the situation. In the case of Haiti, the leadership of the U.S. is fundamental, and there is no substitute. Regarding the 10th Summit of the Americas that will be held in December in Punta Cana, we agreed that it is important to strengthen regional integration as a road for the social and economic development of our peoples, always marked by democracy, freedom, and the respect for the fundamental values that unite us. One of the key issues in our conversation was also the development of rare earths, a resource that has great potential for the Dominican Republic. In this case, there are new opportunities for growth and investment and would make us more competitive in international markets. Our country continues to become consolidated as a place for tourism par excellence, with a favorable business climate and important modernization in this area. In spite of the challenges that we still face, we are very willing to go towards a more prosperous, safe, and equal Dominican Republic. In closing, this visit, Secretary Rubio strengthens the relationship of mutual respect, cooperation, and friendship among our countries. We are committed to continue to working together in order to promote peace, well-being, and progress in hopes of a shared future of prosperity and stability in our region. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for your visit, for your ongoing commitment and your favorable opinion of the Dominican Republic. Let us continue to move forward together with a vision, with determination, and a great feeling of hope in the future. Thank you very much.
We thank the words of the Honorable President Abinader of the Dominican Republic. Now we give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State of the United States of America. Thank you so much. I will say a few words in Spanish and then switch to English. In Spanish, in Cuban, and then I'll switch to English. First of all, Mr. President, thank you so much for your inviting me to the palace, to have the chance to spend so many hours with you and your team, and for this opportunity to reinforce the partnership we have. I'll start with the economic issue, which is very important, and we have tackled many important issues, and the impressive measures you have undertaken and the work we want to do with you regarding also the rare earths. We want to make the Army Corps of Engineers, which we know they have worked with you to identify these rare earth elements, and this is going to be so important for the modern economy. We are not ready to announce anything official at this point, but we will discuss the opportunity, the possibility of doing something very significant for the history of both countries. At the same time, we need to discuss energy security. We have a chance to not only have a power supply for the Dominican Republic to continue to make progress, but this will be of great benefit to Puerto Rico. They are North American, and there's a chance to take use of semiconductors. This is going to be key for modern technology, and everything that has been said about medical, defense technologies as well. And you have a chance to become a hub for this type of industries. We will work together and we will consider ideas to see how to expand the presence of that industry here, so close to the United States and in a country that is a friend and that is safe. On the other hand, I want to highlight the anti-corruption, anti-drug work we've done together. Impressive work. We have seen the figures you have been able to achieve in so few years. Stopping drugs, same for the United States. Large numbers of drugs that could have caused great damage to our country also. Our cooperation. And to see how to expand this cooperation, I'd like to announce today that we know that many of the programs have been frozen by virtue of President Trump's executive order. We are willing to provide waivers so that programs can continue, and also we want to see how to expand the programs. I am happy to announce today that we have entered into an MOU to formalize the presence of a CBP agent, Customs and Border Patrol from the United States, to work together with the National Police to improve our efforts, and we will see how we can enhance access to certain technologies which will allow to grow what you are doing, and we will do this together. On the other hand, we cannot forget the issue of Haiti. I'd like to make a few points clear. First of all, the United States is committed to continue to work with the international mission there. There have been interviews that are not truthful about the current position. Last week, we signed a permit to continue being part of the mission. We will continue to support the mission. I spoke with the Kenyan president today to reinforce that commitment. The government in the U.S. has a freeze order, but there's a chance to have exceptions, and that will be an exception. The same with regards to programs that contribute to the security of the United States and the hemisphere as a whole, like this does. But we need to be clear. The solution, I believe this is the policy of the United States, and we will never ask the Dominican Republic to accept a migratory wave from Haiti. This was my position as senator, and it is my position as Secretary of State. Secondly, the solution for Haiti is in the hands of the Haitian people, in the hands of the Haitian elite. But we will help. We cannot ignore the problems there. Their future, their destiny is in their hands. Unfortunately, today, large part of the territory is under the control of armed, dangerous gangs. And we have to face that. The first goal is peacemaking there. And that is the objective of the mission which we'll continue to support. But we have to understand that the mission needs to be broadened for it to be able to eliminate these gangs. If that can be achieved, we need to discuss the future of Haiti, the opportunity they have to become a place where so many industries that are located today in other continents, like manufacturing, textiles, those things that already exist, they could be expanded. They could reach more people. They could give rise to jobs. They could give an investment opportunity. But that is impossible if there's no security. So the first issue to tackle is the violence and insecurity, because we see this large territory ruled by gangs. As you know, as a senator, I worked on Hope Help. You know, I was one of the sponsors of that draft bill. Now another senator is working on that. The idea is to continue with that law so that those opportunities can be there for Haiti and its future. It is an issue of great importance. We care about it. And I know it is a matter you cannot ignore here, and you have not ignored it. You have done a lot, and we will do our part as well. Finally, I'd like to say that the summit in December will be key. We hope to join all of the democratic governments in the region to discuss these issues. To discuss, however, not only the challenges the hemisphere faces, but also the opportunities available. We will do everything possible for the summit to be successful. Thanks for this opportunity.
Been found here, thanks to the work contract of the Army Corps of Engineers. While we don't have any specific proposal we're ready to announce, I say that we have the potential here to do something historic and very unique in partnership with the Dominican Republic, and it's something we have more to say about in the near future. I also think the Dominican Republic has an opportunity to play an enormous role in energy security and the generation of power, not just for its economy, but also for the economy of Puerto Rico, which impacts, obviously, Puerto Ricans are American citizens. We hope to continue to work on that and get the permits necessary to make that possible. And of course, the opportunity for nearshoring, which we all talk about, bringing important and key industries closer to the United States into our hemisphere, and the opportunity to do that in particular with things like semiconductors. The Dominican Republic has expressed an interest in being a leader and a hub for semiconductor development, and that's something we hope that we can continue to contribute towards and be helpful. On the cooperation that we have against drugs and crime, the Dominican Republic has yielded some extraordinary outcomes very recently. Historic numbers of seizures of drugs destined for the streets of the United States. Today, I'll sign a waiver of our programs, our foreign aid programs that work in conjunction with our partners here that have been successful, so those successes can continue, and we're going to look for opportunities to expand upon those programs by making available new technologies that will allow them to even be more effective in stopping these drugs. This is an example of the kinds of programs that make America safer and stronger. And so we issue those waivers today, and we look to expand upon those programs in the future. We also think that, and obviously I want to mention the extraordinary cooperation on extraditions. Number 2 in the whole hemisphere. If someone is wanted for a dangerous crime, no nation in the hemisphere has been more cooperative than the Dominican Republic in extraditing dangerous criminals wanted for transnational crimes. Last but not least is the issue of Haiti, which we cannot ignore. It's a tragedy, it's horrifying, and it needs to be dealt with. I want to be clear that the future of Haiti belongs to the people of Haiti. They and the elites in that society have to make up their minds and have to think through what they want their future to look like, because that is their country and their future belongs to them, but we are going to help. There's been some misreporting about the U.S. role and support of the mission there. So let me be clear, and so it's understood. Last week, in the middle of last week, I signed a waiver to make sure that our programs there continue. And as of last Friday, they are active and have been working. And they are, and I reiterated that this morning in my call with the President of Kenya, who we appreciate, by the way, that nation's willingness to stand up and lend security forces. I think it's also important to note, however, that that mission as currently constructed will not be enough. It needs to find new direction in order to be successful at rooting out these armed groups that today have taken possession of large portions of Haitian territory and endanger the lives of people and the stability of the region. I think it's also important to be clear. We cannot and will not ask the Dominican Republic to accept or be expected of them to accept an uncontrolled migratory wave. No country in the world should be asked to do that. And this country should not either. And we will not be asking for that. And I also think it's important to begin to think about Haiti's future, its economic future, and what we can be doing now to set the stage for an economic renaissance that allows the people of Haiti to live in peace and prosperity. And so the security element is key, because none of this is possible without that. But beyond that, there's a real opportunity for Haiti to grow into a hub of nearshore manufacturing, of nearshore light manufacturing. That presence already exists there now. That can be expanded. They have a young and strong, vibrant workforce. And so that's why I hope Congress will pass a bill that I sponsored when I was in the Senate, and I hope we'll pass this year extending the Hope Help Act. If we can deal with the security challenges and pass legislation that give investors certainty about the future, we hope to see more investments that bring those industries from other continents here to our hemisphere, shortening supply chains and creating prosperity and opportunity for the people of Haiti. And last but not least, we are committed to making the upcoming Summit of the Americas here in December very, very successful. It comes at a key moment in the history of our hemisphere. We will do everything possible to work with our partners and our allies here in the Dominican Republic to make sure that summit is a success. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Muchas gracias.
You just heard there some remarks made by Secretary of State Marco Rubio on his trip to the Dominican Republic, where he is holding this joint news conference with the president there, Luis Abinader. We do want to step away for a brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. We'll continue with this event and showcase other top stories when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we are taking you straight back out to the Dominican Republic. We are seeing Secretary of State Marco Rubio answer some questions after holding a brief joint news conference with President Abinader.
Gaza right now has unexploded munitions, lots of rockets and weapons and other things that Hamas was using there, and that needs to be dealt with. And it's very difficult to do that when you have populations on top of you. If some other country is willing to step forward and do that job themselves, then I encourage them to do so. But it seems to me that there are a lot of countries in the world that like to express concern about Gaza and about the Palestinian people, but very few are willing in the past to do anything concrete about it. And so I think President Trump is trying to stir that and hopefully get a reaction from some countries who do have both the economic and technological capacity to contribute to a post-conflict region.
Will be able to return or not?
Well, again, I mean, that area, when you're removing munitions that are unexploded, I don't think you want people living next to unexploded munitions and weapons depots that have been left behind or are in place because of what Hamas has done. So I think that's just a realistic reality that in order to fix a place like that, people are going to have to live somewhere else in the interim. And there are countries in the region who express a lot of concern about the Palestinian people. And we encourage them to step forward and provide a solution and an answer to that problem.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. President. Michael Crowley with the New York Times. Mr. Secretary, there's some confusion today about American diplomacy with Panama. Al, as you must be aware, wondering if you could clarify for us. As you surely know, after the State Department announced last night that Panama had supposedly agreed to waive fees for U.S. government vessels transiting the canal, the Panama Canal Authority quickly denied this, and today President Molino, who seems rather upset, called the State Department statement on this lies and falsehoods. Can you tell us your understanding of how we reached this point of confusion and where you understand the situation to be right now? Is there an agreement? What's the point of confusion here? And on USAID, if I may quickly, we are hearing from employees abroad who are confused, anxious, and in some cases actually panicked about the order to return within 30 days, which is not that much time to uproot and relocate from a foreign country. Do you plan on offering these employees any more guidance on this process? And in particular, are you able to say whether people can serve out their administrative leave in their mission country, or are they required to return home even if they're not using government resources? And Mr. President, please, you said that the leadership of the U.S. is fundamental and there is no substitute in finding some sort of a solution for Haiti. The president of Haiti's Transitional Council seems very concerned about this, said a couple of weeks ago he believes that President Trump does not care about Haiti and that the Trump administration's policies will be a catastrophe for his country. Can you just give us a sense of your confidence level that the Trump administration will follow through and exercise the sort of leadership role you described? Thank you.
Let me answer the first two because I think they were for me. What was the first one again? I apologize.
And the state of the diplomacy, what led to the confusion and where things stand now,
And then
please.
the second one was USAID. Okay.
Yes, please. Thanks.
I'm not confused about Panama. We had conversations. I felt there were strong first steps. We have expectations we made clear in those conversations. I respect very much that Panama has a process. They're a democratically elected government. They have rules. They have laws. They're going to follow their process. But our expectations remain the same. In particular on that, I would just say that the United States has a treaty obligation to protect the Panama Canal if it comes under attack. That treaty obligation would have to be enforced by the armed forces of the United States, particularly the U.S. Navy. I find it absurd that we would have to pay fees to transit a zone that we are obligated to protect in a time of conflict. Those are our expectations. They were clear. They were clearly understood in those conversations. But I respect very much the fact that Panama has a process of laws and procedures that they need to follow as it relates to the Panamanian Canal authorities. We'll allow them to work through those processes. We intend to make it amicable the way our visits were. As far as the USAID, a couple points. The goal of our endeavor has always been to identify programs that work and continue them, and to identify programs that are not aligned with our national interests and identify those and address them. So we have sent out guidance to those deployed abroad that they will be on leave of absence, not fired, leave of absence as of Friday. And then we made very clear in the message, it's there and it's written in the message that was posted, that if there are exceptional circumstances regarding family or displacement, or maybe their spouse is employed in the embassy so they're co-located and their children are in school, there is room and space for that. We also made clear in the guidance that there would be specially designated programs that would not be a part of that order. And we are working through the process of identifying them now, what those specially designated programs are, and we will continue to work through the process of finding them. The third point I would make is that people were given 30 days that we would help bring them home if they so desired during that 30-day period. And at the same time, the expectation, as I said, that if they have a special condition or something's going on, we didn't list them all, but we're willing to listen to those. We're not trying to be disruptive to people's personal lives. We're not being punitive here. But this is the only way we've been able to get cooperation from USAID. I had preferred not to do it this way. When we tried to do it from the top down, by getting cooperation from the central office of USAID, what we found instead are people trying to use the system to sneak through payments and push through payments despite the stop order. We found people that were uncooperative in terms of giving us information and access, all very consistent with some of the things we experienced while we were in Congress. And so we've had to do this other route instead. But we are going to do foreign aid. The United States will be providing foreign aid, but it is going to be foreign aid that makes sense and is aligned with our national interest. And I know the last question wasn't for me, but I want to address that as well. Number one, the United Nations is sitting on $100 million in their fund. The United States has provided 15 of the $100 million for that fund. Okay? That, only 13 million of that is currently frozen. That means they still have $85 million plus the 1-point-something million they spent that we already have in there available for the mission. That's clear. And that's not an impediment to the mission continuing. Beyond the UN fund, I've issued a waiver providing for the use of, I think it's close to $40 million of additional support. And those contracts are out there and they're working now. They're providing logistical support both to the mission and to the Haitian National Police. Those are facts. So I could just say that's a pretty strong commitment, and it's certainly a lot stronger commitment than some of the other rich countries around the world who aren't doing nearly as much. By the way, it's a credit to Kenya, who's come halfway around the world and are willing to stand up and do something about it, when countries in our own hemisphere, they're not willing to do anything about it. And I don't want to go through and list all of them and start some diplomatic fight my 2.5 weeks into my term here, but I'm just telling you there's some rich countries out there and they're not doing nearly enough about it, and they could be doing more. So I encourage them to do more.
Yeah, can you repeat the question so I can fully understand? Yes, please.
Has said that he does not believe President Trump cares about his country.
As we continue to listen in to this question and answer portion of the joint news conference between the Secretary of State Rubio and the Dominican president, we do want to step away for another brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox, but we'll continue with more of these remarks next.
So I am pretty confident of this policy that the Secretary of State just...
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Let's head back out to the Dominican Republic, continuing to listen in to Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the Dominican president answering questions during their joint news conference.
Informaciones preliminares, pero bastante positivas, de que muy posiblemente tenemos
Quite
reservas.
positive. We have gross reserves. Then we will see what the net reserves are. But the gross reserves are of about 100 million tons. That is significant. In about 2-3 months, we will have the numbers with precision, but what we've seen so far is quite positive. We feel optimistic. This is advanced technique, and we require technology and help. This is why we have created a public company, a state company, to be able to exploit these rare earth elements, but the market is in the United States. There is an international price, but you always need advising so as to exploit them in an efficient way and with economic sense. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, President Abinader, Secretary Rubio, and respective delegations. It's been said here that the Summit of the Americas at the end of the year is one of the tasks that will start. I'd like to know whether we'll have President Trump here then. But let's remember what happened in Los Angeles in the Summit of the Americas in June 2022. The Secretary of State at the time exerted lots of pressure to exclude Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. He did not reach consensus amongst Latin American countries, and the United States did not invite Cuba, Venezuela, or Nicaragua. Secretary Rubio, you just said that those three governments are enemies of humanity. That is very strong. Dominicans would say, well, let's take it down a notch. So we could really be a bit softer. But if you keep that high tone, would the U.S. be ready to exert pressure so that those three governments cannot be invited to the Summit of the Americas? Or if these three governments who are enemies of humanity, they will be invited. I know the decisions of President Abinader on this matter. So the United States would not share with those governments. Well, that decision, who to invite, lies with the Dominican Republic. The Dominican Republic will be hosting. I do not know how else to talk about a regime that has forced about 8 million citizens to leave Venezuela. They imprison, they torture innocent individuals. In the case of Cuba, significant portions of the population have left the country. They have imprisoned over 500 persons, including children and women, because they were part of demonstrations on the streets. And Nicaragua, imprisoning political opponents. Every candidate has been pursued by justice in Nicaragua. They are even deporting nuns. They have a fight against Catholic Church, a fight against religious representatives, and there is a co-presidency, and it's kind of a family dynasty. I do not know how else to describe those regimes. They are not just doing that to their own people, but these three regimes have contributed to the instability of the region. Every country in the region has had to pay the price of the instability in these countries. In the case of Venezuela, which cooperates with Iran, with Hezbollah, with Hamas. In the case of Cuba, which has allowed Russian presence, Chinese espionage. This is my opinion. I don't think there will be a change in those countries between now and December, but that is the way in which I refer to those countries based on the reality of their behavior. I wish it wasn't the case, but it has been the case for a long time, unfortunately. So would you share a table with them? Well, the governments there could change, their regimes could change. They could stop abusing human rights, violating human rights. But I believe politics works well when we speak clearly and we are not confused, and I am not confused.
Las preguntas de los periodistas dominicanos.
Questions of Nelson Rodriguez and Luchi Lora, Dominican journalists, have been answered. We will bring this press conference to a close during the visit to the Dominican Republic of His Excellency Marco Rubio, Secretary of State of the United States. Thank you for being with us. Have a good rest of your afternoon.
All right, so as you just witnessed there, the conclusion of this joint news conference, a press conference rather, that was given over there in Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic, featuring Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the President Luis Abinader, where they gave some brief remarks at the top of that Q&A portion. They discussed how that visit went. We are taking a live look here at the Capitol building over in Washington, D.C., as we continue to track some more of these domestic headlines here. I do want to give you a kind of a roundup of all of these live images that we are getting into the newsroom. Let's start with Washington, D.C. As you can see, senators still on the Senate floor continue to discuss and convene several of these initiatives that have been brought forth by President Donald Trump. And specifically, they are focusing on some of the confirmation hearings that we are still waiting for, most notably Kash Patel to be the FBI director, but also Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to lead the Health and Human Services Department. So we're still waiting for those hearings to take place. And we know that senators all day today have been also debating the role that Elon Musk has been playing within the federal government, within the administration, and the oversight that he has been given by President Donald Trump. Over on the other side of the country, we still have this live image as well. Take a look. We have Attorney Ben Crump, who is here speaking at a memorial service for some of the victims of the wildfires that happened in Los Angeles County, all across there. We know that so many people are still looking ahead, working to rebuild on their homes. Let's listen in briefly to hear what the attorney is saying during the service.
His son Eric was telling me about the pride that runs through their family of that beautiful development that was built for our community. And then we memorialize and pay special tribute to Evelyn McClendon. Yeah. And you will hear from their families, but everybody says she was just an angel in every aspect of the word. Always giving, always trying to have a kind word. She was a school bus driver. She loved her children. She loved her community. I think we have some of the school bus drivers here. If you all would stand to be recognized, this is who Evelyn was, a person of service, a great person of service.
I just wanted to briefly dip into some of the remarks made there by the attorney who is representing some of the victims and their families. We know that at least 29 residents have lost their lives since those wildfires first ignited on January 7th, and at least 6,000 homes were destroyed. So this is just one of the live images we have into our newsroom. At the same time, we continue to follow several other developments as well. Taking you out here also for a live look over in Philadelphia, where we are seeing the mayor, Sherelle Parker. She is discussing some of the security that is in place at this moment, given the fact that it is Super Bowl weekend, Super Bowl Sunday, where we know that the Philadelphia Eagles are taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, that game is happening in New Orleans, Louisiana, but still, the city of Philadelphia is trying to take proper precautions because they know that several people are going to be out on the streets celebrating their team, looking to really enjoy this entire experience they're going to have, but they want people to do it safely. We know that a lot of these area parties, they can get kind of wild, so not only were we seeing the mayor speaking there, just before her, we saw that several law enforcement officers were also on hand to answer any questions from the press at this event. Now, I just wanted to give you all kind of a look at some of the live events that we have going on at this time, but we do have to step away for our final commercial break of this hour. My name is Carol Lahara, and it has been great to be with you all on this Thursday, but my time at the desk has come to an end. So after this commercial break, my colleague Mike Page, he'll be in the anchor chair, taking over, guiding you through so many of these live events happening across the country, and also keeping you up to date with all of the biggest stories of the week. A live now look once again over at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. We'll see you back here right after this.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking a look here at the Dow. It is in negative territory as we continue to showcase some top stories, live feeds, and, of course, when breaking news happens, you know, we have you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. We'll be with you for the next several hours as we bring you some top headlines and feeds from all over the country. We want to continue on with more live events that are happening. Let's go back out to Los Angeles right now. A memorial service is being held for Los Angeles wildfire victims. It is being hosted by civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who is at the podium right now. Let's listen in on Live Now.
Altadena, we can restore Altadena, and we can rebuild Altadena. Altadena strong. Altadena strong. Altadena strong. And with that, and do you want to say a word as we call the family members Zaire, Trevor, Lisa, and Eric? If you all would please come. Attorney Ann Andrews.
Thank you, Attorney Crump. And thank you, all of you who come here to pray for our beloved families who've lost so much. We are in a house of God today, and this is a holy place to ask for the saviors and the souls of these people, and their grief is real and their sorrow is real, and rebuilding Altadena is our call to action. But what I want you to know in this house of God, that down the street, not that far from here, there is a house of law. There's a house of justice that will bring to all the people of Altadena the things that Ben Crump has told you. Not 3/5 justice, not 1/2 justice, but all the justice. Amen. And in the words of Isaiah, who some have already preached about today, therefore, chapter 13, therefore the Lord waits to be gracious to you, and therefore the Lord exalts himself to show mercy to you. For the Lord is a God of justice. Blessed are all those who wait for him. There is a line to that courthouse. There's a line to that house of justice, and there's room for all of you. Our country guarantees justice for all of us. Amen. So let us take advantage of it in this state, in our court of justice. Let our house of God merge with the house of justice and demand that Altadena rises like the phoenix. Bless you all.
First of all, we will hear from Erlene Kelly's family. We have her son and daughter, Trevor Kelly and Lisa Kelly, who's going to come before you.
Yes, I just want to thank God first and foremost. We're not here to really mourn the losses of these three beautiful people, because when you look at these faces that's on these pictures right here, you are looking at real life angels. These are angels. Let me just tell you one quick story about my mother. I have never seen my mother lay down and was asleep. Out of my 59 years of my life, I've never seen my mom sleep. She went to bed later than us, and she was up earlier than us. So you know what that means in the Bible? This was an angel that God sent to raise us and to touch every single person that she's ever met. And one more thing. With their passing, this is what brought us here together, because Altadena, we didn't really know that